We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detailed perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Hi PUBG Esports fans, I'm your PUBG Esports guide, Amy, and I'm here with Paper Thin again. Hi.
Hello, it's good to be back. Excited for the upcoming event.
Yeah, so we're here to explain about PNC 2022, but before, let's wrap up how the most recent global event, PCS6, have finalized.
So in APAC, finally, Day Trade was able to break through and win. And then in Americas, we're kind of back to the usual. Sonics came back with a vengeance for PCS6.
In Asia, Pero has won the third championship, and in Europe, they had the new champion, Entropic. They were relatively new to the global fans, but they have maintained their first place for whole match days. PCS6 is over, but don't be sad because PNC, PUBG Nations Cup, is coming back. You were there 3 years ago in Seoul, right?
I was. It was sizzling hot in Seoul. The games were so good, and the atmosphere at the stadium in Seoul was absolutely incredible.
But it might be harder this time because it's going to be held in Bangkok, Thailand. It's going to be held from June 16th to June 19th for 4 days.
We have an extra day of competition, 20 matches total. I think that's really good for both the players and the fans. You know that they have what it takes to represent their country well and be the best team at the event.
So today in PUBG Esports News, we're going to talk about the checkpoints and brief information about 16 national teams so that our fans can better enjoy the PNC 2022. So let's talk about Team Argentina first. I see a very familiar name here.
Yeah, of course. Silzen has been at maybe more PUBG events than anybody. I mean, he's been around for forever. You know, a team that got 9th place at the original PNC, I think these guys could surprise you.
Next to go is Team Australia, and this team seems like a stacked roster with Tiggleton, Luke, and Flood.
This has to be a favorite for this event. It all starts with Tiggleton, maybe the best fragger in the world. Luke and Flood are nuts too. I could see them winning this.
Now, Luke has participated in PNC 2019, but they have ranked 14th back then, but now this is a team that have a chance to win. So next is Brazil. Roster is totally different to the previous one in 2018.
Yeah, it is very different. Brazil team, still a very strong one, and that all starts with Sparking. You know, he made a name for himself at PGIS. You gotta watch out for Brazil. There's a lot of talented players in this region.
Next is Team Canada. This team seems also very strong, and I see the brothership here. Adam and Dids are brother, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Dids is gonna be the coach again, you know, the FaZe coach. He's really good. Adam's really been putting up big numbers for the gas cans. Really excited about Canada. They got 3rd at the previous PNC. They could absolutely do really well at this one as well.
Next is Team China, and this indeed is a winning roster.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. China has to be one of the favorites at this event. Just a stacked roster. Ming Ming, arguably the most mechanically gifted player in the world right now with his teammate Zipian from New Happy. Left, everybody knows this guy absolutely is bananas. He comes up with unbelievable plays. And Xiaolu has been really performing well for 4 AM this year. So this team, in my opinion, may be the strongest team at this event.
Next coming is Team Chinese Taipei. I see some of GX members and also the previous GX members, Leo, who has changed his nickname to OL.
Yeah, this is a really good team, honestly. I mean, with how well that GX did at PGC, they're maybe even better. Mao Rush as well is a very, very strong individual player. So I'm excited about this team.
Next, first Europe team, Team Finland. Back in PNC 2018, it didn't work well back then, but I think now it's a different team.
I mean, Mexi's back. He's the kind of lone holdover, except for Tixu, who's going to be the coach now instead of a player. And then Diggory, who's now on FaZe, so you know he's a high caliber player, of course, with, you know, FaZe performing very well at PCS6. I have high expectations for this team.
Next is Team Germany. In 2019, they were literally the one team, G2, so they ranked 5th, which is very high. But how is the new team looking?
Yeah, this one seems a little bit weaker on paper, but you never know. It's a lot of up-and-coming players, a lot of players with potential. You know, we saw Micah at PCS6 Europe. And kind of the holdover here is it's Chris, the player from Germany previously, is now their coach as well.
So next is Team Indonesia, and this is a new coming team in PNC 2022.
Yeah, I mean, this is exciting, right? You know, fans of this region are going to have something to cheer for. I mean, Niall in particular was really good at PCS 6, so these guys, you know, you got to be excited for their first time coming in.
So next is Team Japan. This is half Sun Sister and half Donut USG.
Yeah, this is pretty exciting. I mean, you have the veterans of Poly and Run AXP from Sun Sisters, and then kind of these up-and-coming players in Shiva and Kane from Donut USG. And, you know, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure, but they won 2 chicken dinners last time. Anything's possible.
So next is Team Korea, winning the PNC 2019, end up second in the last day. They will be really desperate for the championship this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they want to make up for what happened at the previous PNC, being so close on their home territory in Korea. Seoul and Lash are players that have been really strong in their region for some time. Lash is a great IGL for the Kwangdong Freaks, so I'm really excited about this team.
So next is our home team, Team Thailand. We have 2 players from Day Trade who have won the PCS APAC, so I think their form is best than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Nurin's in particular, to me, is playing the best PUBG he's ever played in his life. Look, the home team buff is really what this is going to be about. I think these guys are going to do very well at this event.
Yeah, so let's see if they can put on a show in front of their fans. Next is Team Turkey. Smash is a player that a lot of fans would recognize.
Yeah, this is a really good duo of players here in Smash and Ketpuff from BBL. BBL's been playing really good in Europe this year. Eski and Lyran, who are very good players in their own rights as well, I think could have a really high finishing performance if they can put it all together.
So next is Team United Kingdom. They even have 3, including Coach, that have participated in PNC 2019, which means they know how to play in the Nations Cup.
This is a high fragging team. This team has a ton of firepower. The effects is unbelievable on FaZe. T-Bone is unbelievable on Heroic. Vard is now playing for Team Liquid. This team is incredible.
Next, Team USA. North American teams have been playing really well recently, so I think it would be really hard to pick 4 players, but the final roster seems really strong.
Quinn has been a great IGL for the Sonics. Shrimsy playing underneath them. Obviously, they've been incredible. Sharpshot has played really well recently, and Kickstart has been one of the best fraggers in America for the last couple of years. So this team absolutely has to be on everybody's radar as a potential winner.
Last but not least is the Team Vietnam. We see Sabao, who have participated in PNC 2019, and as you know, we have talked about him performing in PNC 2019 with that hospital combat, like Brazilian times, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the best moments. Looking forward to having him back. He's still playing very good. You know, these guys, if you've been watching PCS APAC, you know these names, you love them, they're incredible. I'm looking forward to Vietnam.
So like Sabao, we have 9 players and 7 coaches who have performed in PNC 2019 and coming back to PNC 2022. It's really impressive that this many players have maintained their performance for 3 years and came back in PNC 2022.
I agree. It is a testament to, you know, how much hard work these players put in, the dedication they have. It's really exciting for me to see these guys again.
And now we want to talk about some checkpoints. So first keyword is today's friends are tomorrow's enemies. So especially in the region like Europe and Americas, where players from various countries compete in the same team, the players have split it up to several countries now competing with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. The first one I look at is the USA and Australia. Obviously, the Sonics probably going to be the first team, you know, your PGIS champions. Tiggleton going to be playing for Australia, and then Whit and Shrimsy playing for the USA. That's really interesting because Tiggleton's going to be like, you know, I know the positions that Whit wants to take. I know where Shrimsy's going to want to reposition. These kind of things are going to be really important. And then next up is a United, right? Flood and Kickstart have been playing together for a shorter time. Still, you know, they know each other's tendencies pretty well. They've played at international events against each other, but now they're teammates. So it's kind of that cool little rivalry going on.
Yeah, and we have one more team. Gunnar is a coach, but Luke and Gunnar from Shoot to Kill is competing too.
Yeah, that's a really good point, right? There's a lot of coaches here who are either coaching completely different players than they're normally used to, or maybe they have 1 or 2 players on their rosters. So there's a lot of information that you'll know or information that you're trying to hide as well. It's kind of a fun little game they have to play.
And also, another two strong teams from America's region, Bing Bang Boom and Yahoo, have the players from Canada, Brazil, and USA.
There's even now kind of a broader region in the Americas, right? We're even getting Brazil into the fold. So that's really exciting to have these storylines that are going to unfold throughout the event.
And this tendency shows in Europe region too. The players from Team Liquid, Heroic, and FaZe Clan, the European top dogs, are split into Team UK and Team Finland.
Yeah, there's a lot of crossover between these three teams and therefore these two regions. So it's pretty exciting in a lot of ways. Finland, all four of their players have to compete against their teammates from previous teams. So you've got Vard and Mexi, right? UK and Finland for Team Liquid. You have T-Bone from the UK, and then Corexi and Page are both Finnish. And then Diggory is Finnish for FaZe. It is really interesting going to be to see how these teams interact with each other based on their knowledge of each other. Again, their tendencies. It's so important.
So one of the fun things in PNC 2022 is that because of this reason, we might see Tiggleton shooting Shrimzy, and this kind of things would happen a lot. So stay tuned for PNC 2022. The second keyword is hot drops, which a lot of fans enjoy watching. I want to ask how you think the Pachinki would look like this time.
I think it should just be all on USA, right? That's the Sonics drop spot. So with Hwin and Shrimzy there, I think they should have a firm lock on that.
Next best spot for Erangel would be South George, which a lot of teams like to land. And I heard that China and Australia might be landing in South George.
I think this is a really interesting battle. I mean, we've seen throughout PCS Asia history that China does not give up on drop spots for any reason. They'll still keep fighting for them. So I don't imagine that to change. And then the question becomes for Australia, are you willing to fight for that spot? Or is there a way that you can share that space? These are two of the best teams in this lobby. I kind of would like to see them maybe separate a little bit.
Yeah, beside this hot drop rivalry, in the kill leader wise, Axleft and Tiggleton might be competing. So Axleft was the best player in recent PCS 6 Asia, and Tiggleton was in his region. So let's see how their rivalry goes on in PNC 2022. And let's move on to the Miramar. So Picado is the best compound in Miramar, and I heard that Team USA and Team Vietnam is dropping in Picado. And the fact that those Sabao versus Team USA clip has been floating around in the community for so long, I think Team USA would like to revenge.
Well, maybe this time we can have a USA 1v4 against Vietnam.
Yeah, of course. And Thailand and Korea, which is the only two countries that have hosted the PNC, are going to be doing the hot drops in Chumasera. So we're not 100% sure, but let's see how these two host countries compete in PNC 2022. So next and the final keyword is the best revenge is success. Team Korea was this close to winning the PNC 2019, but they ended up second, and they did win. The Korean team Gen G won the PGC 2019, but after, Korean teams have never won any of the PCS events.
So for me, when I look at Korea, I mean, it's going to come down to the players. You know, Anonix had those highlight plays at PNC 2019 against Team Brazil that everybody remembers. Sol and Lash are very, very good players. Sol in particular has incredible individual skill. Lash has been a very good shot caller for a long time. To me, it's going to come on to like Lash as an IGL potentially for the team and how well he's going to be able to lead the team to victory.
So next I want to talk about Team Finland in the PNC 2019. Expectations for Team Finland are very high, but they kind of failed to meet the expectations because they were last place to 16th. How do you think the new Team Finland would make a bit of revenge by themselves?
I think this is maybe the second or best team from Europe, depending on how you want to look at it. But I think for them, it's just going to be kind of, you know, resetting mentally, forget that happened back then. You know, sure, Mexi was there, but he's got so much veteran presence. They're going to know what to do. Corexi and Page have been playing out of their minds for Heroic, so I think they'll be fine.
So based on the information that we've talked about so far, we want to show us our personal top 3 for the upcoming PNC 2022. And again, again, we have Pick'em Challenge ready for PNC 2022. This opens on June 8th, and if you purchase the PNC 2022 items, you'll be granted with items and the voting coupon, and you can participate in Pick'em Challenge to pick which national team will win the PNC 2022. Also, if you purchase the item, the percentage of the item revenue will be added on to the total prize pool, which is $500,000 plus crowdfunding. So buy your items and cheer for your national team.
So the other thing to look out for is, of course, we have fantasy leagues now for PUBG Esports. Super exciting. Go to twire.gg. So first, you got to make an account, of course. Then you can go to the fantasy tab before PNC starts. Pick 4 players. You get $100,000 to work with, and each player costs a certain amount of money. The better the player is, the more they cost. So you have to balance, how good of a player is versus how many points you think they'll get. And players get you points by doing things like winning games, doing damage, those kind of things. I got 4th place in PCS APAC, and I can tell you, you can win some very nice prizes as well. In-game items, G-coins. I already got mine. Get yours too.
Yeah, we talked about a lot of things about PNC 2022, and to wrap up, the PNC 2022 will be held in Icon Siam, Bangkok, Thailand from June 16th to June 19th, so mark your calendar.
I am beyond thrilled to have this back. PNC, one of the best events in PUBG Sports history. Now we're able to do it again. Should be super exciting.
Yeah, it's the first global PUBG sports event with crowd since PGC 2019. So if you can come to Icon Siam and show your support, and if not, we have the online streaming in a lot of platforms. So stay tuned for PNC 2022 and see which national team will be the best in 2022. See you in Bangkok. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
We heard that it's your first time joining the PNC.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Are
Really
you
excited. Yeah. And also, it's the first time playing in front of a crowd. Really excited.
Rasanya sangat excited kita bisa mendapatkan invited ke slot PNC kali ini. Tetap dukung Indonesia.
Well, obviously I'm pretty nervous, not too experienced, based on what happened earlier. But no, it's new, it's exciting.
만나고 싶으신 선수는 혹시 없으신지?
글튼이 형. 너보다 동생이다. 글튼이 형. 자주 봐서 반가워서.
オーストラリア代表のティグルトン選手、一人のファンとしてとても好きだからです。
Hey, yo! Oh, Team Australia.
You want to take pictures?
Word.
love to hang out with like all the teams, you know, get to know them, get them a couple drinks, and maybe have them reveal some strategies to us. But usually we're friends with a lot of people here.
My teammates are very comfortable in their skin. That, you know, they're not afraid to spank each other, shrimps and kick, especially. But we know all the other teams and we get along with them, so.
Gangsters, bro. Gangster. Hell yeah.
I mean, it's my first time playing with crowd, so that's probably the most exciting part.
ก็อยากให้ทุกคนเข้ามารับชมที่สนามจริงนะครับจนตั้งแต่วันแรกจนถึงวันสุดท้ายเลยนะครับก็ฝากติดตามด้วยครับวันที่เท่าไหร่วันที่16ถึง19ครับที่ไอคอนสยาม True Icon Hall ชั้น 7 ครับ
Buat tim-tim lain, siap-siap ya Indo bakal ngasih kejutan.
Sorry that you're gonna lose, cause we're gonna win. Go Canada, go.
We are ready for you guys, and be careful of my team.
めっちゃ緊張してます。人それぞれ設定が違うからあれですけど、まあ多分大丈夫だと思います。
Indeed. All right, let's get it going then. It is game number 1 about to begin here as we head over to our commentators for all the action as we start on Erangel.
Now, just think we are fighting on one side of it. Six kill, but no! It's gotta be Australia! It's up the first round.
Diferente de todos os campeonatos que eu joguei, esse aqui é muito especial. Tá representando nossa seleção, nosso país. É muito emocionante e eu só consigo ver coisas boas na nossa frente.
Mükemmel bir gurur veriyor. Elimizden geleni en iyisini yapmaya çalışacağız. Başarılı oluruz.
Và thể hiện cho mọi người thấy là bọn em đều xứng đáng để đi cái giải này.
I'd say good luck to everyone that's competing. Obviously, this lobby is super talented. At least you enjoy the event. You know, even if you don't place where you want to place, I hope everyone enjoys the event.
just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like Yogi. Lonely like Akon, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You niggas can't stay strong. Keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. I'm backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. I'm backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need.
กับแพนที่นี่นะคะที่ไอคอนสยามกรุงเทพมหานครวู้โอ้โหน่ารักมากเลยอ่ะวันนี้ต้องบอกนะคะว่าเป็นการแข่งขันวันสุดท้ายแล้วจริงๆนะคะดุเดือดเผ็ดมันกันอย่างแน่นอนนะคะกับการแข่งขัน PNC 2022 นั่นเองค่ะแล้วก็หลากหลายท่านนะคะที่มาอยู่กันที่นี่แพนก็เชื่อว่าโอ้โหเตรียมใจนะคะมาเชียร์กันเยอะแยะมากมายอย่างแน่นอนและที่สำคัญต้องบอกว่าเป็นการแข่งขันที่เรารอคอยนะคะกันมากว่า3 ปีกันเลยทีเดียวค่ะและเชื่อว่าทุกคนนะคะก็อยากจะรู้กันแล้วนะคะว่าแต่ละประเทศนั้นอยู่ในอันดับไหนกันบ้างอยู่ในแรงค์ไหนของตารางกันบ้างนะคะดังนั้นสำหรับในช่วงนี้ค่ะเดี๋ยวเราไปดูกันเลยนะคะกับแต่ละทีมนะคะซึ่งขออนุญาตเริ่มต้นเลยแล้วกันนะคะกับอันดับที่ 16 นั่นเองนะคะ so let's start with our first country and the first team on the 16th position that is Germany เอาละค่ะแล้วก็สำหรับอันดับถัดมาในอันดับที่ 15 นั่นก็คือ Turkeyและต่อมาอันดับที่ 14 นั่นก็คืออินโดนีเซียต่อมาอันดับที่ 13 นะคะแคนาดาต่อมาอันดับที่ 12 ค่ะ Chinese Taipei ต่อมาอันดับที่ 11 นะคะ USA ต่อมาอันดับที่ 10 นะคะ Argentina ต่อมาขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆให้กำลังใจกันหน่อยอันดับที่ 9 Thailand ต่อไปอันดับที่ 8 นะคะ Japan ญี่ปุ่นค่ะ ต่อไปอันดับที่ 7 นะคะ ออสเตรเลีย ต่อไปอันดับที่ 6 นะคะ China ต่อไปอันดับที่ 5 ค่ะ ฟินแลนด์ ต่อไปอันดับที่ 4 โคเรีย อันดับที่ 3 ค่ะ เวียดนาม อันดับที่ 2 บราซิล และอันดับที่ 1 United Kingdom
Day number 4 is the finals day here of PUBG Nations Cup 2022, and at the moment we have the United Kingdom firmly in the lead. However, there is no more iconic duo than the United Kingdom and bottling it in penalties. So let's see if we can hold on to it. My name's Kyle Lawrence, your host, and joining me to my left-hand side here for the final day, we have Toffees as well as Avenger. Gentlemen, it's excellent to be here once again as we have got our final 5 games to go.
The final day of the Nations Cup, multiple years in the making, the best of the best here to play. And like you said, the UK and Brazil have set the stage for a big race of 5 games, and I can't wait to see what happens as we head to Miramar.
It's been 3 years since we last crowned a Nations Cup winner.
True.
And now we're here to do it again, and I'm super excited, guys.
Yeah, definitely. There's an atmosphere in the air that is electric here, especially since after yesterday, of course, we were able to watch Thailand get themselves a victory, and the crowd went absolutely wild. That's a moment I think we'll remember for a very long time.
I think we'll remember it. I think the players remember it. I think the fans will remember it. It's nothing quite like seeing your hometown win here, watching and supporting. They went crazy. The players today said they were energized, and I expect to see Thailand continue to climb the leaderboard today because they're coming off of that high.
Oh, definitely. We'll see how that's going to fare, of course. We obviously just saw all of our teams and kind of the placements that they're currently in here. I think one thing that everybody's going to be looking out for, of course, is Brazil, how they were able to perform. Some were saying, yeah, okay, some of the circles did go their way. However, they were still able to frag out very strongly.
Yeah, they had a rough day yesterday, 32 points yesterday, the same as UK actually had on day number 2. So they're kind of worst day. I mean, it's not a bad day, but it was a mediocre day, right?
Yeah.
So coming into this here, they're still extremely close, and I'm a little bit worried it's going to be a 2-horse race in the top. I hope not. I hope on the first couple of games that we might see some of the guys in, 3rd to 5th, that they are jumping in and trying to latch on to the top 3.
I mean, you saw Korea when we showed them earlier. They were confident. They were ready to play. And if they start out with a good game today and UK and Brazil start slow like we've seen them do already in this event, we could have more.
And of course, here are the medals that will be presented to our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places at the end of the day. A little bit unconventional, but actually, I love them. It's just a little different take, and also, I believe, from the trailer that we've been showing here throughout all of this time. So they get a little piece of history from the game itself, Martin, which is very cool.
Yeah, and also the design is fantastic. It's also super heavy.
Yeah,
so
very
it's
heavy.
like literally like a gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal.
All right, let's take a look at how everything's shaped up so far, as well as what is to come for today. We have had 3 days of action, now concluding here on our 4th. And today, we will crown our champion. And as Martin said here, Toffees, 2-horse race might be a thing, but these are the teams that near the top could lash out.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to lash out. Obviously, 1 kill giving you a point means the fact that teams that are sort of in that 3rd to 4th place position can try to come out of the gate very aggressively. And when you get beyond sort of 4th place, Martin, it gets even tighter. So a lot of teams are going to be looking for those free points on kills.
And of course, we have our prize pool, as the base of that prize pool will be $500,000. But don't forget the crowdfunding.
Oh, exactly. It looks like we're going to be above $1.3 million for the total prize pool. So you can take that and times it with 1.3 extra.
That's a lot of money. Guaranteed if you get 1st place for over 200,000. Yes, please. That's very nice indeed. And it's a lot more than that. But anyway, let's continue on and see what's going on so far, because here we are. No memes from me today, apart from in my intro, as we've got the United Kingdom up at the top, but it's serious business now here, Toffees, because 5 games remain, and it looks like the UK has fixed things on Miramar a bit, for sure.
You say that, but the reality is they have gotten 34 total points on Miramar compared to Brazil, who's gotten 89 of them. We're playing 3 Miramar matches.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to take away from this, Martin, is you look at the leaderboard, United Kingdom and Brazil, good news for them is that the rest of the board is so close. Vietnam and Korea can't throw caution to the wind and play overly aggressive because they're being chased by so many teams.
And if it wasn't for Vietnam's bad day on day number 2, where it was also Myanmar, they would actually have been really close to Brazil and United Kingdom.
Yeah.
They were able to compete for that first place, but it looks like it's going to be a 2-horse race unless something completely crazy happens.
I've heard some things might happen.
Well, might happen, and our power rankings may suggest it as well, because you've got teams like China and Korea and the USA that came in looking strong, looking firm to take some of those top spots. It's not quite materialized in that way, Toffees, but teams like China and Korea especially could come and frag out today.
China and Korea are going to frag out. Other teams like the USA and Finland that have been on a slide in Australia, they're not going to be happy with that. And today, whether or not they can win, they can make a statement by coming out and playing aggressively and getting those points and saying, hey, we just had a fluke. They were tough circles if they play well today.
I think looking at Ike's left, looking at guys like Seoul, especially from those two Asian nations, those are guys I firmly have my eyes on to make some kind of big plays happen potentially throughout the day.
Yeah, especially here on the last day. This is your last chance to make a flashy play, to make yourself world famous on this stage. And obviously this power ranking here is from performances moving into this, from their regional, from playing with their own club.
Yes.
So that's why the changes are a little bit. Tiggleton obviously still doing quite well, but not as we've seen him do in the home region.
Now, when you looked at that last list, one player from Brazil or the UK was in the power rankings in the top 10. Looking at this list, only one player not from those teams is on that left side of the board, and that just speaks to how strong they've been.
And here with Michael, this is literally a career-defining moment right here. Number 1 after 15 games when you're looking at the Fantasy League, but it's a really good way to look at it, because you're getting points for damage, you're getting points for kills, and also getting points for winning with your team. So overall here, and also his price was absolutely crazy. Toffees and I were happy to have him.
Yeah, definitely value. And as you say, career-defining performance. It's crazy the kind of trajectory Michael has been on, because we have seen him in the past in things like PCSs, fell out of favor with teams, unfortunate to say the least, but now he's number 1 here on this ranking.
With him playing in TSM in 2019, he has improved so much as an individual player, and his skill coming in here to 2022.
And it seems like Toffees has improved as well from day to day.
The US won one yesterday, and I had H-Win on my roster, so that did help a little bit. But again, Martin, you really benefit from Thailand. Nurin's coming out and playing so well yesterday.
The favorite thing for me about this actually as a whole is the scorn me and you have for one another in those pictures.
Well, you know,
I'm coming for you.
I'm
coming for you again.
Because you've never had anyone from my region ahead of you in the fantasy.
That is true.
That is true. So this is very exciting.
It's a first for me.
And this is obviously the challenge, but there are way better rosters. We're talking plus 400 points. If you were able to take players, some of the Brazilian guys, Michael, some of these guys that are extremely cheap.
I want to, talking about that, there is a way to win by finding the right players. Silzen, shout out to him, he was 14th in fantasy. His team is in 10th place, yet he's able to still put up big numbers. So finding those gems is huge.
I love these little votes here. This is the players that have voted for each other here. Who has dated the most? Tiggleton, 11 of the 64 players vote.
Isn't it weird that you don't want anybody who dates a lot on your team?
Oh,
Strange,
exactly.
right?
And then it's like here, who from another team would you want most as your teammate? 11 for Inonix.
Do you think Tig's probably the one? Who would you vote for if you had to vote for someone?
I have no idea.
Michael's a handsome chap. I might go for Michael.
Yeah.
Sparking strikes me as a guy who gets out there and meets some
There you
people.
go.
Right.
The thing about Tiggleton, though, is literally Tiggleton is so popular. Yeah, people love this guy. He has lines every time he comes into the stadium looking for signatures. I heard, in fact, the other day, he had his brother here visiting. He switched places and has his brother signing signatures for him because it looks so much alike, and he had to get to warm-ups.
I mean, it's probably worth, he's a busy guy. And speaking of busy, all of these teams here looking to push hard in today. We have got ourselves United Kingdom, Brazil. Vietnam has done themselves proud, not only at this tournament, but also at the previous PNC. Great stuff.
The consistency, both in Vietnam and Korea here, they're in the top 4 again. But we got to look at UK. They got 15th last time with 1 point extra. And Brazil, of course, got 13th. And now they're in second. A huge improvement. And also, funny thing is that for Brazil, it's a completely new roster. But for United Kingdom, 2 of the guys that are playing is the same. And the coach was playing last time. Miraku is now the coach. He was playing last time.
I'm just incredibly excited for Vietnam. They've been playing super well. They've been going to late game. At the start of this event, they were losing people really early consistently and sort of snaking their way into points. Yesterday, they changed that narrative completely, and if they do that today, I think maybe they maintain that spot or get a little better.
And they continue to be there as we look at Erangel from yesterday, and the UK from, I think it was, day 1 and day 3. Just power on Erangel.
I will say, this northern circle we saw with the continuous northeast hard shifts, that was, of course, it was a good scout. They were able to play in there, but they had so many northern hard shifts. They capitalized on it. They were able to close it. They were able to make sure that Argentina didn't capitalize on it. Bard, 1 versus 3. They were trying to drive by. That's a hard target to hit. He managed to take 3 of them out of the car.
Yep.
I mean, there is something to be said. The circles have been lovely for teams like Brazil and UK to a certain extent on Erangel. The fact that we're looking at a lot of Milta, we're looking at a lot of little Milta.
Yeah.
Northern circles cater to Milta drops because you can rotate around the outside very effectively. So if that keeps happening today, I don't expect any shakeup in the board. But if we start to see some stuff looking at Primors, you're going to military, maybe it shifts up a little bit.
Oh, maybe.
I will say this, though. This is literally the wildest circles I've ever had in a tournament format like this. We're playing, 15, 20 games, sometimes 18, but around this format in terms of how many wild circles we've seen, it doesn't even compare to any other tournament.
I mean, there's been circles that we've had a lot of North circles on Erangel. We've had circles that have effectively accelerated the game because there's so much water in those circles, so there's not that many spots to work with. And when it comes to that point, crisis management is extremely important.
Yeah, absolutely. We literally saw Korea choosing to play the rocks behind Milta Power as a strategic position. That doesn't happen.
No.
And they almost got into the, I think they got the top 5 out of that game from that position.
Well, here's Miramar, and at the moment from yesterday, Thailand was blasting, and the crowd loves it because watching that win come out from them here, Martin, they might not be rocketing up the leaderboards just yet, but it was such a big moment for the team and for the crowd.
You know what? I loved it so much. First of all, Nuren's in there, being able to play extremely well. Yeah, of course, a frenzy point, but able to play extremely well from PCS APAC, PCS 6 APAC, but also here with the crowd going this wild, it was, goosebumps, hair rising on if you have on the back or
and the
your
best
arms.
part is if you go back and watch those videos, there were cheers, but there were also screams. Every time Sol threw a grenade, or every time the push came from Brazil, you hear people going, oh! And then when they missed and they got the res, it was so intense, and you could feel that here.
It truly reminds you that we've missed the crowd.
Yes.
We have missed the crowd, and they came out in full force yesterday whilst we were watching this all unfold. And the thing is about the circle that they won as well is that everybody's playing edge. Everyone's having a hard time trying to decide if they should move, when to move, and how they move.
And that's a general thing, actually, looking at how the circles worked out. There's a lot of teams playing edge. And, when we have these crazy circles, wild hard shifts, it is very, very hard to be able to continue sweeping into the circle, trying to get into blue.
And teams are getting punished for going middle. The reality is, with these difficult circles that don't have a lot of architecture in the center, the teams that are going middle quickly are often getting crashed, removed from those dips. I mean, we saw that up on that one of those northern circles. Teams just went too early. And so it is sort of forcing an edge game, and I think we're seeing some teams that have trained that and practiced it are thriving in sort of this very strange, for lack of a better word, circle system that's happened.
Yeah, it's been crazy, I think is fair to say, as we take a look at some more moments here. And I was surprised that UK was able to find this dip in particular and continue on just a little bit
That
longer.
requires insane map knowledge. It really requires you to have had a late game there before, but here...
Do you want me to take this one off?
You're super happy for this one, right?
That's right. We've got Vard, we've got Michael, we've got Fex, and let's be perfectly honest, the team has gelled around each other so well for this event.
Yeah, you having Vard on your team is obviously fantastic. You having Michael here along with Toffees, but them being able to have all three of the members from United Kingdom as this after 15 games against world-class players is unheard of.
I will say this, and this is not to take anything away from your GBR boys. I want to give a shout out to Brazil because they have 4 players on their team, and each of them has been man of the match in a different game. They've won enough and been effective enough and are sharing the duty enough that this is a team that is working really hard off of everyone.
All right, and with that, we can actually hear from the top 2 teams coming into the final day.
I'm really, really happy to meet Fex in all these events because when I moved to Europe and no one knows about me, he came to my stream and he always supported me. He always believed in me. I said to him, bro, you make me being here and believe me that I'm able to be one of the best players in the world. So I'm really grateful for him.
I don't know, I just think he's really good. He's a great person. So yeah, I just like him lots. But inside and outside the game. Yeah, definitely Brazil they're our only threat at the moment. I think like no one else is even close, and Brazil have been like really, really strong this event.
Yeah, we're not letting you guys again. They played really well. I'm pretty sure you guys had like a bad day yesterday, right? Yeah, we had our bad day today. Like, this is a World Championship tournament. Yeah, we have like the best players here, so it's really hard to like keep the consistency. So yeah, if you want to be world champions, we need to go ahead of that. We need to cross that obstacles.
I want to win, and we are going to win. But if Brazil were to win, like Sparkin deserves it and his teammates. So yeah, I would be like happy for them at the same time.
That's right, a lot of respect shown between some of the best players in the world here on this stage, and it's understandable. I mean, especially since you come in and we expect like Sparking to be popping off. Likewise, the team, the UK, we kind of expected this team to eventually.
We did, and something fascinating happened in that interview that I find interesting is that was taped yesterday, and Sparking said you had a bad day yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah.
The reality is UK got second that day, so that tells me that Sparking is focused primarily on his team and their performance and their play, and I kind of like that. They came in looking at doing it their way.
Yeah, the bad day that United Kingdom has was the day where there was 3 Miramars, like we have today. And the best day that Brazil had was when we had 3 Miramar, which we have again today. So that's going to be an interesting thing. Are they going to be able to capitalize on that? And how is they going to be looking? What I also took away from this was, you know, we have players like Fex that are coming in. And this was before Sparking turned 18. And he moved to Portugal to start trying to play, try to make sure when he was 17, trying to make sure that, okay, let me try to get to the very top level. Let me try to make sure that I have a chance to get into some of these teams when I'm 18 years old.
Yes.
And Fex was one of the guys, you know, started playing with him, pulling him in and talking to him, making him feel welcome in Europe. It's super wholesome.
All right, well, of course, we've got plenty of people here in the audience live today, but we also have a public viewing going on in Seoul, in Gangnam, of all places, as well. So lots of people around the world are tuning in, so thank you to our South Korean compatriots for joining as well.
It's fun, and I think you brought this up also with how the guys got to know each other, how the fans from around the world get to watch. This is a game that is a lot about community. The fact that this is the only esports format in the world where every player is together at all times has built an amazing relationship.
Yeah, and actually that is very important here, Toffees, that you suggest that and mention that, because around the world as well, we've had our co-streamers streaming the event as it has been live in real time, and we just want to say a huge thank you, because as Toffee says, this PUBG is such a tight community, so to have everybody involved with your viewers, with your friends, it's really awesome to see across the world.
I honestly think that's one of the reasons why PUBG has been so successful, is that it's such a great game to build communities with. It's such a great game to stream with, to play with, because you have, you know, you're dropping out, then you have a bit of action at the beginning, then you're looting a little bit, you're driving around, you have time to talk to your chat, you have time to talk to your friends, and then you go into a fight again, so it's like a perfect action, talk to the community, back to action again, right? So this is really one of the reasons why I think PUBG has had such a huge success.
And you know what's awesome as well? Is that a lot of different play styles work in PUBG, and a lot of different ways in which and opinions in which you can play the game work. So you can constantly be kind of communicating that and having that discussion.
There's not a cookie cutter build, right? It's not like you're coming in, it's not, okay, you have to go for Chinky to win, otherwise, you're coming in, everybody has the same opportunity once this playing starts, and that's also why I love it in the esports. It's your decisions throughout the game that put you in the winning spot.
Constantly tested.
The only set piece is when you pull that parachute. From that moment on, everything is up in the air, and that is why this is so much fun to watch. And that is why today isn't just a 2-horse race. It's not just on rails, because literally teams on the bottom can get crazy and do things we don't expect.
And that is why we are now here for the final day of PNC. So without further ado, let's get day number 4 underway.
Direction landed perfectly. Korea racking up some kills.
합이라는 게 이런 걸 의미하는구나라고 좀 느꼈고 충분히 따라잡을 수 있다고는 생각하고 있어요. 생각보다 관객도 많고 하니까 제가 이제 약간 떨게 되더라고요. 4일차 때는 어떻게든 열심히 최선을 다해서 꼭 반등하도록 하겠습니다.
Cảm giác bây giờ của em rất là vui và bọn em không nghĩ là hôm nay sẽ bắn tốt đến như thế.
베트남이랑 동점이긴 하지만 크게 생각하지 않고 있고요.
Đội Hàn Quốc là một đội thi đấu rất là tốt, nhưng mà bọn em sẽ cố gắng làm tốt hơn. Nếu mà bọn em có thể vô địch thì chắc chắn sẽ vỡ hòa.
Our best two teams at this tournament, United Kingdom, Brazil.
Muito sem felicidade para jogar hoje. Nas duas primeiras e depois disso só fluiu. Da segunda para a terceira partida a gente foi pro break, resetou e tipo começamos a cantar, muito feliz, ficou muito feliz isso. E voltamos a jogar bem. Cheia de manias, toda dengosa, menina bonita, sabe que é gostosa.
I think they, like us, they have really good team chemistry. And yeah, they're just really having a good time, also like us.
Estamos muito confiantes, muito mesmo, que amanhã a gente vai levar essa taça pro Brasil.
Get the win, and now UK has a shot at going for first.
I mean, it feels really good being first, considering me personally, I haven't even played in a top tier tournament in about 6 months. I mean, honestly, I don't think we have any weaknesses in our game right now. We're really calm in our comms, we really aren't shouting. Just focus on what we've been doing, don't get carried away, try not to look at the leaderboard. I don't think we'll focus on that though, we just need to take it game by game. Just focus on our own game.
It's time, it's day number 4 as we continue things here and conclude for the PUBG Nations Cup 2022. We have two teams very firmly at the top in the United Kingdom as well as Brazil, looking to crown themselves the champions. But will some outside contender enter the fray, or will the UK and Brazil continue to hold strong? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's finals day. I've got Toffees and Avenger here to break everything down. And the casters, they're hiding. They don't want to be seen. They're ready. Kind of.
And then the Korean guys, they're like, hey, look at us, look at us.
I'm a big fan of the South Korean guys. I don't know about the English guys, but you know what? The Thai guys as well, they're awesome. Yeah. But we're here for the final, and 5 more games, 3 more Miramars, 2 more Erangels. We end on Erangel. That's everyone's bread and butter. But Miramar is a hard-fought battleground where the UK has not had the best of times.
Yeah, I mean, I think that as we discussed this is what it's really going to come down to. If the numbers stay exactly the same, with 3 games for Brazil on UK, or Brazil will likely do better with their average being 68 plus. And UK stays the same, Brazil wins this event. So UK does need to clean it up a lot if they're going to take this thing home.
But here's Thailand, and yesterday they made the crowd here happy with the win. And it was an excellent win. 17 kills going their way.
The highest points in one single game for any team here.
Yes.
Thailand was able to bring that in, and it was ecstatic in here in the arena.
Definitely so, and you can see also our players having a lot of fun with it. And wow, actually, I didn't expect Nurings to be taken over in this, Martin.
You know what, I had a bit of a feeling that there might be some sort of a home turf advantage, but I didn't expect them in the game that they won to jump from 15th place to 8th place in one game. First of all, talks to how close our middle pack is and how far our top pack is kind of ahead.
Yeah.
But also this is gonna change huge when we're talking prize pool.
Yes.
You're gonna be able to double or triple the amount of prize pool you're able to take home from those changes.
No, absolutely, but here is the United Kingdom currently in first place. Please, boys, don't bottle it. We never win anything, Toffees.
I think you need a circle here in Miramar. I mean, the reality is yesterday they did better, but they dropped very close to Los Leones. They ran that side of the map, and the final was in the city. That is an anomaly. You're not going to see city endings, I don't think.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I'm getting word that we are ready. Yes. It's game number 1 of the final day here for PNC. Let's head over to the commentators from all the action on Miramar.
Only 5 matches separating contenders from becoming champions. We are heading into the final day of the PUBG Nations Cup. Paper, it's great to have you alongside here, of course. It's going to be a fabulous finish. We've got 2 top teams and then a couple just below them as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it seems like it's a 2-horse race. There's worlds where Finland, Vietnam, and Korea have a shot to do this, but it has to be a huge day. It has to be one of those, you get 2 or 3 chicken dinner type days to actually close the gap.
And obviously a lot of talking points when it comes to the maps themselves. It's been spoken at length. For the United Kingdom, they really need to do well on Miramar because there's only 2 games of Erangel left. They need some kind of lead going into the game. Of course, Brazil, they're going to want to do well on Miramar as well. If they don't do well on Miramar and the UK are leading going into Erangel, I think we got your winner.
No, I think
You're absolutely right. So the game's ready, guys. Let's jump into it. It's the final day here at PNC.
All right, let's get underway. Match 16 of 20. It's day 4. It's the final day. 3 matches of Miramar, then followed by 2 matches of Erangel. Absolutely vital for Brazil to be in first place going into those last 2 games of Erangel. So they need a good start here for the final day.
Yeah, I love what you're saying. Exactly what I was thinking coming into this is, you know, Brazil, of course, they know it. They told me it. I was talking to Sparking last night. He told me, he's like, we have to get this done on Miramar. We have to get, you know, try to get 20 points ahead of the UK so we could have a comfortable lead going into Erangel. So, you know, they've been really good. They've been our best team on Miramar, but they haven't been blowing the doors off the map like the UK is on Erangel. So, you know, today I expect to see more of the same from them. Just kind of smart, consistent early gameplay, looking for those kind of early center circle rotations where they're able to kind of lock something down. You know, they do reach out, though, a lot. I think a lot of people aren't, you know, realizing, really studying what they're doing. They are going out for kills when they're given generous circles, which, sure, they got from time to time. Every team does. But they've been making the most with those circles. That's what's been really impressive.
And the other thing, of course, United Kingdom, right? We know that they are going to do well on Erangel, but it's only 2 matches. So in some way, I kind of look at these Miramar games, and I feel like out of the 3, they probably need to do well, at least on one of them, but they haven't been completely awful on Miramar. 34 points throughout the tournament. It's nothing amazing as we get a very intriguing circle. We did have an El Pozo finish, I believe. Might have been day 1 or so. There is Trailer Park in there, which I know Matt's probably sitting in the green room wanting that one, or maybe not wanting it to
I
happen.
hate to break it to Matt, those are extremely rare, just because of the nature of some of the unplayable terrain or whatever, the land ratio terrain, whatever you want to call it up there. But I would love to see it. I mean, I am with him. You know, Matt and I see very eye to eye on the bad circles. And, you know, the running joke is that the more coffee I drink, the worse the circles get. First couple of days, I was consuming a lot of coffee. Today, I've toned it down a bit. I want to give these players, you know, kind of some equal opportunity, some even footing to fight on.
It's been an unfortunate tournament for Germany thus far. Bottom of the standings, just 22 points, and Chris makes his way back into this roster. Of course, formerly was in it in 2019, now making his debut for 2022. And look, has a wealth of experience.
Let's see if he can do better than Dids. I just got to rip Dids a little bit. He came in and he didn't get any kills. He really wanted to at least get 1 or 2, but he tried. You know, it's tough, of course, coming off the bench like that. Chris is a superstar player. You know, everybody remembers how well Germany played at PNC 2019. It's basically the G2 roster, right, coming in there and playing together. So really, really fun to have him in there. I hope he does well, and we'll see exactly what it's going to look like. They have a difficult game ahead of them already, Xenox. They're Puerto Pariso. Circle's clear on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and since we're obviously here onto Miramar, just bringing it up, so far through the first 3 days, Paper, the best teams on Miramar, or at least we'll just sort of look at the top 3. Brazil, 89 points. Finland, 75 points. Korea, 57 points. So you can clearly see the standout there for Brazil. I should mention, in terms of a reference, for the United Kingdom, they have 126 points on Erangel. So that is a clear standout for them on Erangel, but for Miramar, it's a little bit closer at the top.
Yeah, it's closer all around on Miramar. Miramar is a kind of a map that lends itself to more even footing fights. It just the way that the terrain kind of maneuvers around, and there's a lot more surface area. I don't think people fully understand sometimes how important it is to have extra surface area on the map. So like a lot of the terrain changes, which make it difficult to drive on this map, also have the added benefit of making kind of on foot, you know, 4-on-4 ground battles a little bit more fair in some ways for all the teams and players involved.
Thailand on our screens here, and I think we'll give them a shout out. They had such a fabulous win yesterday, mate. It was honestly so amazing just even being in the crowd. I was able to sort of be out there and really listen to them be so excited, and it was a great game as well to boot. It's not like they just won so convincingly like a 4v1. You knew they were going to win. It was a close standstill finish, and we got arguably the match of the tournament.
Oh, and both Sparking and Seoul had opportunities to wreck the dream of Thailand getting a win on their home turf. I mean, you know, Sparking in particular, again, I had a pretty long conversation with him, and he said that in that moment, he first of all didn't realize that Thailand still had 4 up. He like kind of misread the situation a bit, and he also felt like he could have actually won that fight if there was a moment where he either crouched or uncrouched when he didn't mean to, and he lost a bit of control of his recoil because of that. So, you know, it's little things. It's all the little things that matter in the heat of the moment like that the top players, you know, sometimes you don't necessarily catch it when you're watching it from home. So, and then Seoul just kind of whiffed on a few grenades. They went a bit too far. He didn't push off his own stuns fast enough that I thought he could have. So he also kind of didn't quite capitalize on the opportunity.
Continuing on, we've got Finland perfectly timed too, because we'll maybe bring it back to the game itself here for match one. Of course, no hot drops, nothing really happening at the map, but Finland well positioned over towards the western side of Al Pozo, which is currently where we've got the phase 1 circle. Now it's still early days, of course. Paper teams aren't maybe going to want to play Al Pozo just this early on. The question is, where do you go in an area that has so much unplayable terrain?
Yeah, it's hard to predict because the circle is pretty likely to either go like north, central. It likes to follow the road, the El Pozo road, the one that runs from La Coberia to El Pozo. Circles tend to kind of hover around that road. Now it can also go into the crater fields. It could go southeast of El Pozo. It can go into El Pozo. So those are like kind of the most likely zones. But again, anything's possible. We've already seen it this tournament that the circles on Miramar sometimes haven't done exactly what the statistics say they normally do.
Yeah, we've had some fun games on Miramar this tournament. There haven't really been that many dull ones. And yeah, maybe sometimes it does start a little bit slow, but even with this kind of circle, you can already start to ascertain that it's going to be an exciting Phase 4, Phase 5. It's going to be difficult to take certain locations. Sharp shot on your screen here. Of course, every time we see the United States early in these games, you do have to just wonder what's going on with them. And the tournament thus far, 11th place, 61 points. They obviously had that win. That was great, but outside of that particular moment, Paper, it's been a tournament to forget.
Yeah, there hasn't been that level of aggression at times that I thought we might be able to see out of them. It's been a little bit cautious, and I think that has cost them, and then a few kind of botched executions on some attacks that didn't quite go their way. I mean, I can remember one on Miramar where they led the way with some grenades that didn't even remotely get close to their targets. I think it was against Turkey, and we have our first knock of the day, and it's Brazil onto Finland.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I mean, we can maybe only ask for Brazil versus UK, but I'll take Brazil versus Finland. Not too shabby. Of course, for Finland, when you look at the leaderboard, 5th position, but realistically 3 points behind that 3rd place. And not only that, they're still in some kind of contention for obviously taking out the tournament. I've kind of cut the top 5 now and said that that's pretty much the pool of teams coming into today that I think can still win it. I think China, Australia, they're just too far gone now.
I agree. I totally agree. I mean, I think that you have to be within 40, 45 points probably to even have a shot, because you have to expect that Brazil and the UK in particular are going to put up some points. I mean, they're not going to zero out the whole day. There's no way with the way they've been playing in particular. So, you know, it has to be one of those ungodly days where you're winning, again, 2-3 games, putting up 50, 60, even I've seen 70 points on a 5-game day. So you got to come out swinging here if you're Korea, if you're Vietnam. And I will say an interesting kind of point to look at is that both Vietnam and Korea don't have a win yet.
That's true.
They've been playing super consistent. They don't have a win. Does that mean they're due for one? Are we going to go for the gambler's fallacy?
Well, in contrast, the United Kingdom and the Brazilians have won every single day.
Yeah.
A chicken dinner every day. So coming into the final game, and then they due for another one as well. So there's so many storylines that, you know, we're looking to obviously unravel and sort of even close here on this final day. Smash for Turkey, watches China close by, who of course have improved as the tournament's gone on. But boy, that day one was a really bad day one.
Clearly just not feeling each other. The communication and the kind of, you know, being on the same page just wasn't there for China. And I suspect a lot of that is just New Happy has a system in place. It's their coach. It's their two best players working together. Zhao Pian is their shot caller as well. You know, Akesleft used to kind of being a leader on his own team. He literally owns his own team. Like, people don't know this. Akesleft owns Peril. He owns Petrichor Road. So it's his team. And not only is it his team, he's the superstar on this team. So I think there's some kind of general ideas. Like Akesleft and Peril play a very different style than New Happy. New Happy is content to kind of farm edges, try to third-party fights, kind of do these hit and fades, whereas Akesleft is more, he likes to play center. He likes to play a little bit cautious early and then get aggressive mid to late game.
As we watch the United Kingdom with their rotation here, we should not be surprised that, A, they're coming in late, that they're riding the blue wall, of course,
Because they've been doing it all tournament paper. It's such a stark contrast to the team in second, of course, in Brazil, who have had good positioning, compounds, etc. The UK have been arguably the best team this tournament at pushing in, fighting, clearing out teams. That's why they've obviously got that top spot right now. They'll have to continue that for another 5 matches tonight. We'll see how it plays. I guess maybe that's why they haven't been doing as well on Miramar, where things are a little bit more open, and that kind of playstyle doesn't quite benefit them as well as it would say on Erangel.
Yeah, you got to really know the terrain on Miramar to be able to play that style. It's really challenging, and there are teams that can do it. Oh my god.
Hold up a second. Now, this is...
I swear I didn't drink a lot of coffee today. I swear.
I feel like at this point, though, Paper, it has to either hard commit onto Trailer Park or down to the south.
It has to go south.
It has to probably go south, but...
Yeah, and it could, you're right.
Still can go Trailer Park.
The circles have been wild, so it still could go Trailer Park. You know, Matchroom in the back, he's praying to the server gods, like saying, please send it our way, please send it up there. But it's going to be tough now. But teams like Korea, Finland, that are already kind of in this southern end of this circle are really well situated as long as they can defend their territory.
Yeah, and what it does do as well, the entire western side of this phase 2 circle is cut out as well. BHC spray onto Smashed, a little bit of damage. We've seen a bit of Brazil early on here to start the day. Of course, we saw that down from LFP1. It was a revive that was successfully executed for Finland, so nothing really came from that one. Brazil, like many teams, will of course have to sort of adjust their position here. Fischer, that's not really what you want to be doing. You want to push the car forward, not backwards. He gets run over by Silzen, but it was Sapao that technically gets the kill confirmation for Vietnam. For our first death of the day, it took 11 minutes.
That was actually one of the longer ones so far in this event. Now you've got Loki spraying into Turkey as they're kind of rotating out of them.
The minivan.
I know, they're heading into Finland's territory, though. This is rather dangerous, and you still have one member. It's a 1-3 split here, and it's Anonix who's going to be peeling out.
Yeah, and at that point, really smart. The nice thing for Anonix there is he obviously has the information that they're on their way. Loki, Sol, Lash, they're shooting. They're saying, okay, you got to get out of there. They're getting by us, that we're not getting knocks, right? So you need to fall back, play defensive. And that's probably one of the strengths that we've really seen from Korea at this tournament. Just their ability to be defensive, be smart, not over-aggress, and not go for greedy plays.
And it's all on their play caller, Lash. This is just Lash to a T. He loves to play this way. He's happy to play edge early and then try to make it work late game. You know, this time they're gifted a bit more of a center circle, and they're doing a really good job of, like you said, making escapes this entire tournament. Yeah, from time to time, there's been a little bit of miscommunication. I think back to that built a power circle where they took the rocks, like Toffees was talking about, kind of an unusual setup that they tried. They went down to the beach, and then they got kind of pinned between UK's firing lines and China in front of them, and Anonix just like blind sent it. With the rest, well, the rest of his team didn't support him, and had they supported him, I think they could have made that work. It was really strange.
I was about to try and count how many teams are on the southern side of this Phase 2 circle, and I realized it would be a lot easier if I count the teams up north, because there's only 4 of them. That means there's 12 teams in the bottom 50% of this Phase 2 circle, and keeping in mind a large portion, of course, out west is completely unplayable, so that's not even part of this Phase 2 circle. It is a very, very small Phase 2 circle, 30 seconds now from Phase 3. I'm actually somewhat surprised that we don't have any more action based off of this circle shift.
It is a bit surprising. I mean, I thought there might be some people kind of vying for some of the spots on Finland's mountain. You know, there is a little bit of room to kind of feel like you've got in there and you're comfortable, and then somebody swings around an edge and takes you out. China is just going to play the edges right now. They're splitting into sort of a 2-2, it looks like, but it's Brazil ahead of them. Circle's about to pop. This is going to be very, very interesting. It could go hard. Okay, it does go hard south, but it goes really southwest.
Yeah, very, and hence the west part of that south, right? You can see, again, how much it's unplayable. I kind of want to say like 35-40% of this is basically unplayable for Phase 3. Now, China and Brazil, they're going to have to fight, and they're not the only ones at this point, Paper. I feel like half the lobby is going to have to fight to get into this next circle for Phase 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an absolutely garbage circle. Like, let's just call it what it is. I love it. It's garbage, but I love it. China, yeah, they're going to have to do something, either breach through Brazil or find a way to rotate around them. And if you rotate around, you've got all these teams backfilling towards the Vietnam battle line.
I love this, though, from Germany. I think you almost have to hard commit onto this compound. Oh, Duckmai, good angle, catches Pains. I still like this, though, from Germany. This is probably the right play for the longevity. It just you know, it's not ideal that they've lost Pains. Otherwise, everything else, pretty good.
A lot of teams are going to have to make hard decisions here. You know, there is going to be some losses, some teams that have to crash compounds. They have no other hope. Germany's only going to lose one in this. They're going to take kind of a half-half split here with Vietnam. Saki did get knocked in the midst of all of this, so Vietnam going to have to find a way to get over to the building. So China, it looks like they're going to try to leapfrog ahead of Brazil, but this is dangerous.
Ooh. Yeah, and this is, of course, going to mean we're going to be seeing a lot more action for the fact that we've still got half the lobby not inside of this circle. Ming crashes his vehicle, and that might be his demise. Don't see him getting away from that one. And not inside of the circle, I'm not entirely sure, can't quite see it from the minimap feed that we've got. But Aixlef, Xiao Pian, Xiao Lu, they all make it to safety. They're in. And yeah, Ming not inside of the circle. Car has flipped over. Keenan now should get this down onto Kid X. Indonesia driving by somehow. Kid X stays alive. Not entirely sure how. Now we go up north. Thailand gatekeeping Australia.
All right, Nuren's here trying to pepper Australia a bit more with his SKS. Has found a decent amount of damage. Reinforcements now arriving for the Thai squad as he does get another shot to connect. He can kind of just barely see parts of them through the smoke at times, but now the movement has to happen for Australia. They have to get out of this position. It's Finland up on top.
Yeah, and Corexy actually helping out Tiggleton there, and he was able to get away. Australia did have Luke 12 get knocked down. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get revived. VHC finds the down onto RDK, which Haven is able to convert, brings the gap to 8 to the United Kingdom as Indonesia wave goodbye. They're the first team out here for our first match of the day. Finna knocked down by H-Win, and I think H-Win's got a little bit more work to do here to deal with Canada.
Yeah, 2 big points fall into the hands of Brazil early here to catch them up and win. Just going to get shot in the back there by Keenan with the mini, so he is down on the ledge. Meanwhile, Finland being attacked up top by Chinese Taipei. Grenades out, Corexy trying to hold the line. He's switching back and forth. Yanli coming from behind.
Oh, the nade gets thrown out. Underarm was a little bit too late. Yes, gets knocked down, and Chinese Taipei push forward. Kill Corexy. Finland lose a player. Leo's able to confirm that one. Now into phase 4, and it, of course, does shift away from the unplayable terrain over towards Argentina, Korea, for example, and Brazil, just outside of the circle. If they push in, if they wipe China, that's going to be a good spot for them for the long haul. Kickstart, nade, throws it, does it bounce? No, bounces too far away, and it was thrown over the top of Canada. Keenan has one nade in his hand, throws it back the other way, up top, doesn't find what he's looking for as Adam gets knocked down by LP1.
Yeah, Canada could use a few smokes there. Now Thailand trying to mountain goat their way up, but Mao Rush up and over takes a big chunk of damage. A grenade from Janky who's going to land on top of him. That's Beliza trying to get down off of this, but Yanli just in time with the M4 spray, going to get the knock.
Good push forward. Didn't have a nade, but Leo does. He could throw this down. Thailand actually just getting into the vehicle. Balmoth and Janku sending it out of here. Straight towards Monty. Needs to find 2 kills here, but he just doesn't have a chance to even peek. What a shot from Balmoth, and what a play from Thailand, but it's now only Janku that's left, and he cannot survive. Flood takes him down. Australia find the kills, but they do lose Monty for it. Now just down to Flood.
Yeah, the edge is sometimes not kind to Thailand in this event. They were great that one game yesterday. Other than that, it's been difficult. Japan now trying to defend UK. Run AXB going to throw some utility out. USA cleaned up by the combined fire of Canada and Korea. Now Vard did get the knock onto Luna. And Polly and others trying to keep the cover, doing enough damage to put Fex back behind the house. Grenade going to be out. That might be good if Fex pushes that corner.
Yeah, but Michael's got a very good angle, but Leo has probably the best angle. Germany get taken down by Vietnam, so they successfully defend their compound, which they were in, obviously, from basically phase 1. So Vard, Fex, Michael still alive. They lose T-Bone, but they've got 1 kill. Whereas Brazil, update for them, 4 kills inside the circle and could be pushing onto a wounded China who only has the 2 players. So again, Miramar shaping up to be a good result for Brazil, 6 points behind the United Kingdom.
Yeah, Tiggleton going to go down to the blue there as Canada still trying to work their way in on this edge, but you can see out in front of them is a long, flat plane that's going to be rather difficult. They've got a hill for now, but I don't know if they can get to that next one safely. A lot of teams are going to be watching it. Michael did get taken out. It's actually Leo from Chinese Taipei who's helping out Japan a little bit there. And now Brazil making it rain. They aren't going to pick up that point. It's actually going to be Diggory from Finland getting it, but again, Canada just has such a difficult situation in front of them.
Yeah, and big for Diggory to deny that point, not only to allow Finland to get a kill point there, but of course denying it away from Brazil. Shiva almost catches Vard, but he's able to get inside safely. Can heal up. They did lose Michael though for good, so now it's only Vard and Vex left alive for the United Kingdom. Tried to fire back to Shiva, and somehow they survived that nade. Must have been on the outside, and Shiva obviously did not really take that much damage. UK in a world of hurt here going into this next circle for phase number 5. They have to push out. That was clean though by Vard. Vex tries to check the close angle. Unfortunately though, Vard falls to the blue, and I think United Kingdom might be falling as well.
That was a disgusting spray from Vard. And all right, this circle doing really odd stuff. I mean, let me put it this way. If you run 10,000 games of PUBG in the esports mode, only about 2 are going to end somewhere in this circle. That's how unusual this is. This is almost island levels of unusualness. So
it is certainly unique.
Very much so. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I don't know a ton about this part of the map because games so rarely end here.
Okay, big moment here. Glorious has pushed up for Vietnam, and they've been aggressive in the past at this tournament. If he finds a knock, maybe he can throw Brazil off. But more importantly, if Brazil don't see him, if they don't clear that position, he could do a lot of damage to our team in second. VHC getting close. LFP1 is a little bit further up the hill on the terrain. So it's only VHC close by, Haven to the south of Glories, and of course the rest of Vietnam all still alive except for one. So a 3-team Vietnam. So Pao, Duck Mite further at the compound, Glories up close.
Yeah, Glories just has to worry about Haven first, and he hears the footsteps, just going to wait it out. Brazil not comfortable to push over just yet. I don't think LFP1 can see Glories from that position, certainly not with the shack and the hillside in the way. So if they push over, the good thing I think about the setup for Vietnam is that they do have the ability to hamper Brazil to protect Glories. If he has to run away, though, that's where things might get a little bit more difficult. Vex trying to find some way, somehow, to eke out some placement points, potentially.
I do wonder, though, if Brazil try and push onto the hill and they don't clear out Glories, does he eventually backfill coming behind them?
I hope so.
Cause a bit of damage. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that one. For now, though, over to Korea. They have 3 kills. Soul trying to do a little bit. Glories, though, gives away his position by throwing this nade, suspecting Haven's inside of the shack, but no, he was just on the outside of it. Then the sprint of VHC down, goes for the flush. That could be big. No, didn't get the flush. LP1 sends him back. Brazil, they will want to try and defend Haven here. There's a chance that they can get him back up. They've got the shack for cover. This is worth going to try and save their teammate.
Well, China might come and get involved in this as well. They've been watching the kill feed. They need points desperately to close up, and Glory's trying to close up as well. FP over the top. Spray's not good. The follow-through is better. Now the reinforcements have to come here for Vietnam. They're going to take this. Aches left striking from behind.
This is awful, though, for Brazil. Now they're suddenly separated, and they're going to fight 2 fights on 2 fronts. This is not what they want in looking to try and overtake the United Kingdom on a map where they need to do so. With VHC down, that's Xiaolu finding that one. The duo for China have been able to just tear Brazil apart with a bit of help from Vietnam as well. The Brazilians in second go out. They are still 6 points behind the United Kingdom.
This is great news for everybody else who's still in those other 3 spots that have potential to catch up. Sapao, decent spray onto Xiaolu. Xiaolu got to go for the heal. Sapao knows it. See if that grenade's going to be able to connect. Meanwhile, it's actually Vex harassing the backside.
Wow.
Great bounce for Sapao.
And keeping in mind, but yeah, the battle for third is well and truly alive now with Vietnam into that 3rd place position. With the likes of Korea, Finland, China all still alive, it could put the pressure onto the UK and Brazil. When it's all said and done, China, though, go out. Sapao, good clean play for Vietnam. Woo! A massive game so far.
Oh. What in the world is Anonix doing? Just going for style points there, I suppose. Sapao, the only one left in Korea.
Blinded.
Really smart move here to try to capitalize on this fight. Get some easy kill points. Try and see if they can snowball this. But Sapao holding really fast. Does some decent damage, but Soul there to cover.
Yeah, smart Korea. Really good. Not all just playing by the same angle. Able to, you lose one, but then there's another one above until they get the trade. 4 up still for Korea. They get rid of Vietnam. There's a chance they can retake that 3rd place. And of course, with Brazil out, big now for the likes of Korea. If they can go and clean up the rest of this lobby, find a win, suddenly with 4 matches to go, Paper, they will be still talked about as a contender for top spot.
Well, I wonder how well they know. I mean, Vex still picking up huge points here. The guy's been amazing all event. Him and Vard as well. Every point that they get puts them further ahead of Brazil now. Now they're 10 points ahead. Brazil wasn't able to put up many points. UK has enough that they're going to keep building on that lead. Smash going to flank out, try to take Vex down. Korea's going to try a rotation to the other side of this. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Korea trying to bust the compound and trying to take Argentina out.
Yeah, I think that might be the best play, although you've also got Turkey, of course, roaming around Quetpa. Lyron on the other side of this ridge. Assault pulls up Loki as well. And yeah, Fex, a big play here for the United Kingdom, getting them absolutely crucial placement points. Who knows when it's all said and done, the last match of the day, Pepe, it could come down to 1 or 2 points, and that could be a difference maker.
Well, the fact that he's still raking in points is just devastating for everybody else behind him. I mean, Korea would have loved for Turkey to gone up there and finish the job, but Quetpa, doesn't quite have enough of an angle there with the way that that car is angled next to that rock. You can't really see that well under it, and there might be a fight brewing here on the other side.
Yeah, I think Loki's heard those shots along with Anonix as Lyron does fall down to Loki. The Koreans on the move, and they know that Quetpa's close. Quick strike from Loki. That was quick and clean. They'll get the double kill onto Turkey. Now, they've just got Lyron that's left along with one more. Smash 2, they're in the vehicle. I'm not sure they're going to be able to survive for much longer here. Pushing onto Korea. A better chance for them to find more kills in a quick manner. They do so, but Martinson steals one of them away. Anonix got one, though, back to Korea, up into third.
Yeah, they position themselves just enough that they're not really in the sightlines of the Argentina players. Argentina isn't pushing any further forward towards the center of this circle right now. They fear something. I don't know what it is. There's nobody in those other houses. They don't want to push for them just yet. Meanwhile, Fex is just chilling. I mean, he's got this circle. Pretty sure this has to go like east, I think, for the next circle. But again, we're in uncharted territory. This is a very, very rare one. Meanwhile, Korea, has seen Fex, has spotted him out, so they're going to use the smoke to try to finish the job.
Oh, so close to Fex falling here for the United Kingdom. It's job done, though, for this game in terms of scraping points that maybe he should not have had. Loses that vehicle, circle shift on your screens onto the compound of Argentina. That's going to make it difficult for Korea in the long run. Of course, for now, they do want to get rid of Fex.
Yeah, so Korea is able to keep their vehicles in relatively decent condition amongst all of this, though. So let's see how they want to try to deal with this. I mean, Fex could just wait this out and die to the blue, to be frank. I mean, there's no reason for him to really go for much other than trying to harass Korea before the circle gets to him, because as soon as he has to come down the side of that hill, he's dead.
I do wonder if he can make it to the compound, get onto the sort of backside, and wait for Korea and Argentina to fight. Who knows? Anything can happen from there, even if he doesn't win, at least maybe trying to sort of, rank tank for a second place finish. That could be massive, even more so for the United Kingdom. But a tremendous job from Fex so far. Has got that lead of the UK up to 12 points now in front of Brazil, with, of course, now Korea starting to close the gap to second place. It's only 25 points, and they can still get more from this game.
Well, it just felt like it was a matter of time for Korea or Vietnam before they break through with a win. I mean, you can't be this consistent throughout this tournament and not eventually find that chicken dinner to line the pockets. And Fex now, again, he doesn't have much he can do here. And like you said, there might be a world where he sneaks behind Argentina, but that would be quite a fumble on the side of both of these teams. But again, there's always those moments where teams tunnel on each other. Yeah. They just get so focused on one fight.
And for what it's worth, Argentina, of course, had a win on day 2. And then suddenly, especially with this performance here, into the top 10, they're having a great performance as the crowd gives a wonderful applause to Fex, who did an amazing job, gets them some extra points. So a 9-point lead turns into a 12-point lead, and the game gone. That's a big result for the United Kingdom moving forward for the rest of the day, where it's going to be 2 Miramar and 2 Erangel.
Yeah, exactly. So the job now here for Korea is going to be getting information on Argentina's positions. What buildings are they in? How many are on each of these buildings? We know it's a 4v3. Right now we've got enough of a ridge that we don't have to overexpose ourselves. Let's not try to take too much damage. Keep those helmets and vests as healthy as possible. Next circle, I don't know what it's going to do. Could go anywhere, I suppose. And, just try to kind of hope that the circle drifts your way so you don't have to crash these compounds that Argentina's in. If they have to leave, you've got a great situation ahead of you.
Korea searching for their first win of the PUBG Nations Cup, and honestly searching for a little bit more too, because if they can find this win, get the 3 kills, suddenly the pressure that they can apply to Brazil for that second place, and who knows, maybe first as well after that, could be a Mets, and they get a huge circle shift paper for phase 8 moving forward. Now their chances of winning this game increase dramatically.
Yeah, if I know Korea, they're going to fan some players out as best they can to try to, again, encapsulate, create a concave around Argentina's position to harass the heck out of him, because Argentina has to leave that compound probably sooner than Korea has to move, so it's going to be rather challenging for them. There are probably going to be a fair amount of smokes in the bag for Argentina still, enough that they're going to be able to make a run at it, but again, it's wide open space in the middle of this circle. There's a road, there's a little bit of a defilade on Argentina's side. that's about all you got.
Keeping in mind, though, of course, Argentina just down to the 3 players. If someone gets knocked on the way out of that compound, it forces a 4 versus 2. Martinson trying to find Loku, gets to the tree, and of course has that vehicle there for cover. Great, inside of the circle. That's step 1. Not only the position, but the angle he will have looking into the compound too. Big result here for Korea.
And what's weird is it's actually pretty important what happens with this truck when it blows up. Like, how much cover is it going to leave Loki in that position? Silzen smart here to blow it up, because if it bounces in a funky direction, then Loki has a lot less cover to work with. And I really like what Argentina's doing here, being proactive in this late game scenario to make things potentially more difficult for Korea. Meanwhile, the other 3 grouping up for the push. This is pretty quintessential Korea here. I wouldn't be surprised if they just try to, again, encapsulate Argentina's position. I don't expect them to crash.
This is a critical moment, though. Going into phase 9, if Korea have all 4 alive, I favor them greatly. They'll get some more cover here as well. Of course, Argentina, they don't have to leave the compound just yet, but they're not finding these knocks. That vehicle, of course, now no longer really that great for cover, but for Argentina phase 9 paper, they will have to leave these compounds, and when they do so, they're down a player, they're running out to the open, they're going to have to rely on smokes. It's not going to be pretty.
Center circle's right on the middle of the road as well, and there's, again, a lot of angles that Korea's going to have to watch these exits. I mean, Silzen and Alri, they might be able to get over here, but again, Loki and Soul that are on the other side by that, I don't know what that is, the race course like checkpoint, they have the opportunity to potentially see this, so it is going to be a little bit challenging.
Right now, though, nothing coming to a head. Both teams with a stalemate. Of course, Korea have the advantage in terms of the numbers, but if Argentina find an early knock, then it brings it back to a 3 versus 3. Korea will have to move away from this soon. Ali, can he find the knock? No. Loki lands a tag back the other way. And now he'll force out the med kit.
I like that. It's like the backwards, like, all right, it's good. Oh, man, I mean, this is so challenging for Argentina, and I mean this in every way possible, not just the numbers situation, but just the way that Korea's maneuvered themselves inside of the circle.
He's in trouble. I think Lash K might be in trouble here.
He's on the edge. Yeah, you're right. He's right on the edge of the blue. The real question for me is how many smokes does Lash have left in the bag? None. None. Good luck getting out of this. These shots have got to be better.
Oh, doesn't land enough of them. Nades start to go out now for Argentina and putting the pressure right onto Korea. They do get that knockdown of the Hey, and Onyx with seed swap. Does get one, but loses his life for it. Ali, now it's actually a 2 versus 2 with Sol in the middle of the road. Ali peeks over, takes a bit of damage now. He's got Silzen though for cover. Loki, full health. Now in a 1 versus 2. Argentina have played this perfectly, but Loki, he just keeps crawling up. Ali is low. The spray's not sure where to look as he's blinded by the light of Argentina. They take their 2nd win here at the PUBG Nations Cup.
What a play here from Ali on the side to take down Lash. That busted things open for them. The grenades start connecting. Korea doesn't have any choice. The lines are broken. They have to get to the road. They try to. They're just not able to react in time. At that point, Argentina has that hillside in front of them. They're able to play much more defensively. They take control. They win the game. Very nicely handled.
Massive win for Argentina. Good result for Korea, but let's be realistic. The battle for that top spot. It's a 12-point gap now. That's already a small win for the United Kingdom. Let's go to our small host.
Wow. Well, he's not wrong, I suppose, but he's almost the same height as me. But Argentina is standing tall after this one, as we have South Korea a little dejected from the position that they have, but it was a difficult circle to play here for the Avenger. Not easy.
Again, it's been the story of the tournament. These circles are absolutely insane, right, guys? And, you know, the lucky thing is that once you saw the 3rd circle pop is because there's so much unplayable on the western sides of the rocks, they kind of knew where to go, so they could kind of set themselves up. But I will say this, UK being able to salvage a 3rd and that amount of kills from that is quite impressive. But Argentina with their 2nd win?
I mean, and that's the reality. So we'll start with Argentina. They got the win. They deserve the flowers for that. They definitely had some luck with the way that that circle shifted towards the compound, but the reality is Korea's onslaught on the top of that road was about as good as they could have played it, and Argentina was able to hold very effectively. That headshot from Ali at the last second there, that was a big move that opened the door for them to come out and play more aggressive. Argentina earned the end of that game.
Big highlights coming in from this game as well. All the teams thinking, it can't go more west than this, right? Right? And then it just kept going, but Argentina is saying that compound, some big fights going on in the hills as well. Korea, I liked a lot of the moves they were making on that kind of southeast side and trying to find themselves a spot.
Had they have had more utility than they did, and they were able to smoke up the rope and take off Argentina, that little bridge that they had that was a huge advantage, that would have been a different game. There are 4 versus 3 as well.
Yes. I mean, the reality is, yes, they had to burn all that to get there. They had 7 kills, I think, coming into that final fight.
Right.
So, congratulations to Argentina, but for me, my big takeaway is Korea has amped it up. They're turning it up to 11. They played aggressively. They took third parties. They walked through that fight that was happening between sort of China and Vietnam and everyone else, and they are in this, and I think they start a push.
They're here to have a big day. And we know that South Korea can definitely do it. This is a good start for them, but Argentina, more points on the board, more movement up the leaderboards as a whole. And to be fair to Argentina, they did move here through this game. They just found a nice compound at the very end.
There's a long rotation, of course, but
yes,
Korea's utility users there was the story for me. That was wild, right? But it wasn't enough.
He's like, I wish they had more, but they used 31 smokes. I mean, you can't physically carry more at that point.
No, definitely not. And overall, though, I mean, the interesting thing is that not many frag grenades used between some of these top teams.
Right.
There are a lot of just firefights here in this kind of area.
It's not like we've seen, the 12, 15, 16 grenades used. And this is used, obviously, not what you had in your inventory. They were managing to use this much.
But I think that speaks to what happened with this circle. A lot of the teams realize this is going to become a very strategic style to play. We're going to have to work without a lot of cover. Let's focus on smoke utility. Let's focus on positional placement. And that's the reflected in the lack of grenades and Molotovs.
Very open areas. We saw a lot of kind of long-range firefights. I mean, even Fex had sightlines on Sapao, who was on the other side of the circle.
Effectively, this road is also like, it's a river, basically, right? You have to cross it. It's coming up, and it's so open around it. The area that Fex had, also being able to steal that 1 kill, taking out, that's crazy.
And I think, go ahead. All right, so that's where we end up, right? We talked about Argentina's win. Korea's looking really good, but it is the takeaway. United Kingdom did have a very long way to go. They drop on the other side of the map, and they managed to survive a couple of losses and get so deep in this game.
I had my concerns when I first saw those circles, but then we started theorizing, well, at least they have that long rotation, Martin, to be able to get them towards the north of that circle and then down.
Yeah, and they're the last ones to do that rotation, right? So all the other teams that are in front of them, they can make the kind of easy mistakes of trying to get deeper. They're aware they're going to be the last team, so they're playing it like they're going to be the last team, and they're scouting and getting the information. The breach onto the Japan compound was what got them here in the top 3.
A win for Argentina, but not the biggest win. 15 points goes their way. Korea, Turkey, Vietnam, all with the double digits. And again, that salvage mission here from the United Kingdom pays dividends. I mean, if you get yourself this many points off this game, it's not too bad, especially for them in first. And actually moving that gap between Brazil a little bit wider.
Yeah, just a slightly little bit there, but them being able to salvage the game here, we're talking about it, Thomas, right? They're just salvaging the amount of points they're getting out of the Miramar, considering how hard they timed it. It's Miramar, they're getting points here. If they're able to get, an average of 10, 15, which is high. If they're able to get 10 each Miramar, they're going to be fine.
Yeah,
That's huge.
I will say, gentlemen, Toffees, a great way to start our final day here with an absolute veteran of the scene in Silzen.
It is. It's Silzen who gets player of the match because the team won. He put in the 2 kills. They locked up their position and played it well. Nothing to take away from there. Total leaderboard, though, United Kingdom does start to spread that lead just a little bit more. Brazil left the door open. Brazil needs points on Miramar.
And it's a nice move for Argentina as well. They move on to the left side of this board after the victory here, Martin, which is going to be bumping up their prize pool.
Yeah, huge, massive jump up there for them, and they're now only within 5 points of Australia. They have had a rough yesterday.
3 days, it feels.
Yesterday was absolutely crazy for them. So low amount of points.
The first day for Australia felt like a real nice, brilliant start for their campaign. It's not really materialized since then, though.
I
48 points and 10 yesterday.
They're a team that thrives off of chaos. I'm just saying they're used to that. That's how they play. And the reality is on day 1, they made the most of it. It's not working as well right now as the teams have gotten more settled in. But what I love is Vietnam and Korea are inside of about 23 points of getting into that mix of first and second.
Yes.
And the reality is both of those teams have shown us their potential to do that in even just 1 game.
No, indeed. There's Chinese Taipei here now gearing up into the next game. The breakdancers of the tournament here, Martin.
Yeah, and also one of the veterans there coming in. Leo, representing last time, have played a lot of tournaments the last 3-4 years on the international stage. And Yan Li, of course, we saw him yesterday with some absolutely insane bolt action knock shots from the car as well. I understand why some people are complaining about them being too strong, but it's simply just because the players are too strong.
And we'll check in with the U.S. currently in 12th place. You can see it on their faces, though. This is a team that is not going to be happy with that if this is where they end up. The reality is they got the middle of the map uncontested. They expected great things. Their fans expected great things. And I can tell you, being from the region expected better things.
Definitely. I mean, again, we've repeated time and time again here, Martin, that ultimately this is a team that can do extraordinary things on paper.
Kickstart with his own organization, with his own club, have been able to do so well individually, skill-wise, and also being able to pick up frags, pick up points. Been a rough tournament. I don't want to put it on him. In general, it's a team effort here. It could also, we've been joking a little bit about it, it could also be Sonic's hiding the stress from the other guys, so they can get easier 7.
I mean, they're not playing Sonic's PUBG. That's 100% apparent. So whether or not they're hiding it or they're conflicting in their calls, who's to know? All we do know is it's just not working. Now, and if it isn't working, what you do in the next 4 games is you just go all out. You try for some highlight reels. You try to represent yourself a little better.
All right, well, it's time, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Game 2 of the day here is ready to go. We're going back to the desert as we go over to the commentators who are the same height as me.
Yeah, just about. Maybe on a good day, James. You're a lovely lad. I love you. And of course, you're very happy about the United Kingdom. I'm excited, though, that we're heading back to Miramar once again, paper for what is match 17. Day 4, and 4 matches now remain for the PUBG Nations Cup. But most importantly, that battle at the top, the lead, has extended to 12 points.
Well, Fex might have just won this event for them. Like, that might have been it. That might have been enough points that Korea can't catch up, that Brazil maybe just doesn't have a good enough day here. That first game, not good enough. Korea needs to win that game if they're going to make a run for the championship, and that had to be a tilter. I can't imagine what they're feeling right now because that game felt very winnable from Korea's side. It had to with the way that they were controlling that circle, but once Lash died, the whole thing fell apart, and Onyx dialed up what I call a Gen G move, where they drive a car at the enemy and then the other members of the team try to push behind it. Try to use the car as a distraction. It didn't work out, so everything there just not able to go Korea's way. All the credit in the world to Argentina. They hit their shots at the right time.
Yeah. I want to know if we're on the same page here, because coming into today, I felt like Brazil needed 3 good games on Miramar. Yeah. Now, I feel like they need 2 great games.
Yeah, I agree with you. I totally do. I mean, I think, again, Brazil probably needed to be 20 points ahead coming out of Miramar if they were really going to have a shot with the way that the UK's been playing on Erangel. So that's not me saying that. That's Brazil telling me that. And so this team, they know what's at stake, and they had an opportunity there. That circle was not bad for them at all. They just couldn't win on those early fights, and now we have a hard shift up to the north.
Hey, let's go to Oasis. Why not?
I would love it.
And I do want to touch on Brazil's not bad on Erangel by any means. It's just that the United Kingdom have been so exceptionally good.
Right.
So that's why you mentioned a 20, 25-point gap going into those last 2 games should be able to offset all that greatness that the United Kingdom have been able to do on Erangel. So, of course, a big moment now for Brazil coming into this second match of the day on Miramar. 1 more to go after this. If they don't have a big game here, they'll start sweating.
Oh, no doubt about it. And they've got a very far circle away from them, literally on the opposite side of the map, like we talked about with Germany in the last one. Similar situation that Brazil's going to be facing here onto this one. I'd love to see Brazil take their time on this. I'd love to see a long westerly rotation, go all the way past El Pozo, through by La Coberia, somewhere around there, get on some high ground, get some information early, kind of calm down a little bit, and then try to, strike, make your moves in the mid to late game. And I will say that Brazil has bounced back nicely after some bad games previously in this event. Sparking seems to have a really good mentality for this. He's really got these guys pumped up even when things go sour.
A massive game from Sapao has him #1 for the kills from match 16. 5 kills, in fact, 659 damage. But Sol definitely takes my eyes there. 900 damage from 3 kills. That is a ridiculous amount of damage that obviously didn't quite get the full reward, but still a decent game for Korea and Seoul.
He's insane. He's absolutely insane. I mean, he's been cracked since I can remember, back in the Media Bridge Square days. Porosaurus and I were just pointing at this guy going, this is one of the best in the business. Please, somebody, a good team, pick him up. And then Donawa was the first one to go for it, feeling that he had that potential, and they were right.
Yeah.
They paired him with a player called Salute in Korea, that duo has been absolutely dynamic. And, Seoul's got great instincts. He's really talented in terms of positioning himself in ways that people don't expect. He has unbelievable spray control with the ARs in particular. So the guy's, you know, a monster. He's an actual monster.
Yeah. Of course, Australia on your screens right now. They were considered one of the contenders for the PUBG Nations Cup, of course, with names like Tiggleton, Luke 12, Flood, and for those unaware of Monty, a top player from the APAC region. It hasn't worked out well for them. After a pretty good day one as well, mind you, they averaged like 10 points a game on the first day, but day two, day three, nothing worked out well for them at all, and obviously the start today hasn't been any better.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at this point, you're just struggling to find any footing and trying to make a good ending out of the day. You know, just trying to see if you can have a little bit of something to feel good about on the plane ride home. It's been a tough one for a lot of teams, but we'll see if they can get it going here at the end. And I mean, you know, again, a lot of these teams are now looking. It's like we got to shut down the UK.
Yeah.
Can someone do it? Maybe someone has a good day like them and can get it done. I don't know. Because someone's got to stop that UK team.
Well, you say the teams that might be thinking that. I think there's maybe only 2 to 3 realistically Korea,
They
Vietnam,
want it,
Finland.
is what I should say.
Should they be in that sort of mindset now where, okay, well, I'll use Korea as an example, 36 points behind the United Kingdom. Now, if you hot drop them, say the next match, you wipe them out, that's 4 kills, they get nothing, and then you go and have like a 20 point kind of game, suddenly then you've got 2 games to go and you're in contention. Is that something that has to go into their mindset?
Sure. I mean, it's something worth considering, and also another thing to consider is like trying to do a rotation trap, right? Where you set up a barricade at a likely rotation path of the UK team, like, right? You know the UK team likes to come in from like the northeast side of circles a lot of time, right? On Miramar in particular. So set up a trap where you think they're going to drive through, see if you can cut them off, you know, cut down a few of their players, 2 or 3, and then really just hamper them for the rest of the game.
In saying that, I feel like the United Kingdom have done a tremendous job with 1, 2 players and been able to find some kills, get placement points. So they've really been scrapping and fighting throughout the entire tournament. Even if they're down to 1, 2, or 3 players, they're still a tough team to kick out of the lobby. 169 points, obviously the best evidence of that. We look at Vietnam on our screens, and boy, what a fabulous tournament for them. 131 points right now, only 2 points behind second place Korea. I had them 6th in my power ranking, so I'm not overly surprised, but there are probably many out there who are like, wow, Vietnam's really good.
Well, you and I both agreed on Vietnam as being an unbelievably talented team individually. Chlorides in particular has been absolutely insane in the last year. Just winning, you know, multiple MVP titles in the Vietnam PUBG League. He comes into the PCSs and plays out of his mind. He to me is a really superstar player. I had him ranked 8th. I mean, not too far behind you. I really am very high on this team. I was telling people this is a team that you have to watch out for. They're much better than people are giving them credit for.
What about Brazil, though? I don't think many had them high on their power rankings coming into this tournament, which I love as an Australian. We love our underdogs, and boy, they've been a story to behold. They obviously still believe that they can win this tournament. It's only 12 points. That's nothing. They'll feel confident. They got a really long trip, might I add you, though. Val del Mar is where they're currently located with 3 minutes to go all the way up to La Cobria. So a long drive up the Western Highway.
I like what they're doing.
A fabulous, fabulous tournament for them. And honestly, I just hope that we can have that sort of grandstand finish at the end of the day between them and the United Kingdom.
Yeah, they're making the rotation. I was really hoping that they would make, and this is exactly what they should be doing in this situation. And you know, you say you like underdogs. Is that because you're from down under? Get it?
Yeah, I get it. Don't know how funny that one was, but I get it. Look,
sorry, that's funny to me. I don't know.
Funny to you. What's interesting for me, this game in particular, is actually we have the map on our screen, is a lot of the games that we've had this tournament, the top teams, we'll say top 5, top 6 teams, have generally been kind of like center circle position early on. Brazil and Korea, Vietnam, all outside of the circle this early on into the Ps is actually something we don't see too often for the PUBG Nations Cup this year. So that's going to be kind of something I would say to keep an eye on for the rest of this game. These teams generally have good zone control. I mean, look at Brazil. We know that they've been able to catch 9s at this tournament. They've been getting good circle share. They're probably going to need that this tournament because they're coming in quite late.
Yeah, look, for Brazil, they're going to have to adapt to a new style because the circle today right now not as friendly, and so it's just a matter of kind of the experience and the preparation. I'm sure they have it. They're just going to have to kind of learn from some of the great edge playing teams right now, see what they do. You know, get in. I think for me it's get information early. Oh, Teddy, dude, Teddy's been absolutely nuts this event.
Yeah, certainly has. I thought coming into it for Indonesia, Nile was going to be the fragger for them, but Teddy's been able to really lead the way and has been available. Asset as Shimboy finds the back of the head of Kickstart. United States and their early games, again, just not going well. And Canada might smell blood in the water here, knowing that the United States have had a rough tournament, probably not mentally all there. You get the early down, why not at this point? Just try and kill them. Your brothers in arms. Kickstart trying to make his way over to H-Win. The smokes are out. So defending this well, the United States, of course, Shimboy probably doesn't want to get too overly aggressive because the rest of the team is not there. Only Adam is somewhat close by.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind getting a little bit aggressive off that knock, seeing if you can at least flush that out, maybe get another. But that's quite a bit of damage that Shimboy takes, so he's got to back off for a bit. Canada looks to me like they're considering retreating, just based on the way that the players are facing on the mini-map right now. And I think they did what they could. They got some damage done. Kickstart going to be rezzed by the USA, so they're going to take a little bit of damage, but they're not going to lose any players. Not the end of the world.
35 seconds to go until phase 2, and we're somewhat catching the end of this rotation for Brazil as they make their way past the crater fields. And I'm intrigued to see where they're going to send this one. Of course, La Cobb is still completely open, but it's far too early to probably send it in there. What about north of La Cobb?
Yeah, you can go up there. This is not unlikely in some ways. Like, there's basically kind of 3 zones that these circles want to go, either northwest towards La Cobreria, to the east of the Oasis, or to the south. Those are the 3 most likely. It's like you're making a peace symbol out of it or something. And so that's where everybody's kind of setting up right now. If you look, it's like a wishbone, right? And that's what everybody's kind of fanned out on the map, trying to play those as best as they can.
Oh.
And it's the northeast one.
Wow. Yeah, that one coming to fruition for the United Kingdom. Australia too, liking that. They had the 2-2 split. Argentina, fresh off of their win from the last game, will like that circle. And I'd say just about almost everyone else not happy with it. You know, go back to Brazil, who we've sort of followed along on that rotation. Well, no time to stop. Keep going.
Yeah, just drive through the Oasis and try to hide out. I mean, that's, yeah, they don't even get to try to pre-rotate. They're already in the vehicles anyway, no matter what. So now everybody's on the scramble because there's only so many places to play over on this, because it's the further east you go, the worse the terrain gets. And so teams are scrambling. And Japan leading the pack of teams, trying to get down that road, but you got the UK already positioned there.
Yeah, and Thailand in a good position. Of course, they're going to catch a lot of teams rotating past them. We just saw Japan go past them. China, I think Korea might also come into their sight lines. Very difficult shots to land, though. That kind of angle, that kind of distance. Of course, they're in the vehicle, so for Thailand, probably not expecting them to find a knock or a kill there. Fex does find one, though, and T-Bone. They're going to be absolutely loving this circle shift, and all of their teams making their way to this compound. Japan have essentially just fed them 4 very easy kills. There's only one left standing, and not even for much longer. That was far too easy for our top team at this event. Make it a 16-point lead now to Brazil.
That's just chaos and confusion for the Japanese team. I don't know that they were I don't know if they were expecting someone to be there. I think you should at this point in the game. Now Diggory's going to hit Xiaolu. Some pretty good mini shots, but really Japan there, that's an unacceptable mistake. You can't be doing that at this phase in the game, at this phase in the tournament. You know, they played great. They've got 2 wins again, just like they did in PNC 2019. But that right there, just you've got to either peel off early or commit to that attack on that compound soon.
I feel like, in fairness, playing devil's advocate, they were one of the earlier teams to start their rotation for this circle shift, so they probably felt like maybe they were in the lead to get to that compound, and at that point probably just assumed it was so far northeast that maybe for that last circle no one had made it home. But of course, as we know, the UK were there. Minute 20 seconds though until phase 3. Brazil continue their rotation and basically force north side of the Oasis, where actually Canada are already located. So it's not going to be an easy game for Brazil here. They're going to have to fight for this.
No doubt about it, but I love what they're doing. They're playing this exactly the way that I would hope they would. Now, the problem could be that you do have Canada looming in a big 2-2 split on the northeastern edge of the Oasis. Vietnam just kind of going to play edge here on the western side of things, head out to that warehouse, the Cobredia warehouse, just to the east there. They're just going to set up shop, wait this one out. A lot of teams going to have to do that right now. Circle probably going to keep going
northeast.
East, yeah, northeast, most likely. East in some direction, almost for sure. Circles can end actually pretty close to the top of the mountain where USA is, but for the most part, yeah, it should go east.
Yeah, and at this point, if it does at least go on top of the United Kingdom here for phase 3, I think they're going to catch 9. I think this could actually end up being a massive determining factor for the rest of this tournament. If they do in fact get this circle shift onto the 2-2 split they've got, those compounds, this could be a massive game for them to continue to extend that lead, especially in a game whereby Brazil don't look like they're in the best of position to do a whole lot either. So this lead could really go out into the 20-point kind of margin with only then one more game to go on Miramar.
And nobody's contesting Michael's spot. Now this does the unusual shift.
Wow.
Well, this is the story of this tournament. The circles do the unusual shifts, and now it's going to start heading probably more south. I say that, but there's enough room on the north, again, to the east of the USA, where China, Australia are, that you could fit a circle in there.
Yeah, I like that you're looking up north. I'm sorry, but I'm just looking at Thailand right now, and obviously the crowd, you may have heard them briefly. They got excited because they're in a great position for the circle shift, and being completely frank right now, maybe a little bit biased, but the Australians are sitting there like, again? Every single circle shift has been shifting away all tournament, and it's happened again, because arguably they and the United Kingdom, Germany, probably in that kind of area, they would have expected the circle to go to phase 3. But always expect the unexpected when it comes to these country circles.
Yeah, I would have said that Australia and UK had the best positions in that phase 2 circle. I would say that those are the ones I would want. And even like I was going to comment that the UK kind of getting away with one for free. Teddy just is absolutely wild. I mean, Strimsy steals it, but still, he got the knock. I mean, he is just wrecking people's days single-handedly for Indonesia.
Man, Strimsy's absolutely wild. They'll take it, though. I think with the way that this Nations Cup has gone for the United States, they'll take it.
They need every point they can get.
Exactly right. Well, 1 point now behind Chinese Taipei, fighting for that 11th position currently. Tiggleton putting a little bit of pressure onto China, who, you know, what's interesting here, these two teams in particular, in the scrims before the tournament paper, were colliding so much. They were fighting each other constantly, and I don't think I've seen them fight all that often here in the actual tournament. Maybe once or something.
Not that not that I can consistently remember. It hasn't been a storyline or anything like that throughout this. It hasn't been, some of these top tier teams clashing against each other. Honestly, it's been pretty much of a mix at the top of the leaderboard.
Shimboy landed the headshot. Now this is where it's getting really difficult for Brazil. And the Brazilian fans will probably start sweating a little bit here. Haven goes down. That's Karaxi, and it's further bad news for the team in second. Nice headshot from Shimboy, but he ran out of ammunition, so he has to reload, get back inside of the building. But LFP1, VHC still alive for Brazil, but boy, their chances of getting anything from this game just dwindle rapidly by the second. Adam putting the pain as well into Brazil. No kills, surely no chance for VHC from here. The solo player, that 16-point lead for the United Kingdom can vastly increase.
Gotta love the smart heads-up play there from Adam to drive that car behind Brazil's back lines. Now VHC has an opportunity, gets a little bit of damage into Finna. It's gonna be a car load up and drive out here for Canada, but you gotta worry about Finland. They are watching this fight. They are keen to try to get some points, because like you were talking about earlier, they need to catch the UK.
And it's job done, unfortunately, for Brazil. That they've lost 3 players now, so job done by Canada. Brazil, yes, still alive, but deep inside of the blue for VHC, over towards Oasis. I don't see really much of a future for them in this particular game. Circle, shift onto the UK as well. Northeast, like we maybe expected from the circle earlier. We see Australia now putting the pain to Canada. You mentioned them, of course. They needed to get moving, but it looks as if they've moved straight into the sightlines of Australia and away from Finland.
Yeah, this is just Australia making it rain now. Canada's falling apart. Shimboy just runs Finna over. He knew he was dead. There was no hope of getting him back. And great shooting from Tiggleton with that mini. That's the Tiggleton we know and love. And now Vietnam has to make their move across Thailand's sightlines. But right now, they haven't taken much damage. They might be able to get into these hills. Now, of course, up ahead, you can see Korea already on that prime top compound. This is going to be rather tricky. These hills are actually kind of exposed. There's some spots you can hide, but you will be shot at quite frequently.
South side of the circle getting heavily congested. In the minimap you can see 3 up for Turkey, 1 down now for Vietnam. And Duckmai and Onyx got that down with the SLR. Quetpa wanted to probably try and get that steal, but does not want to overpeak the area. The Murado is still there, a little bit of cover, but gets eliminated by Axlev. Duckmai goes down, now Sapout falls to Seoul. Big points here being collected by Korea.
Yeah, they really need these. I mean, again, the last game wasn't good enough, so this one has to be even better for Korea if they have any hope of getting into that top spot. Brazil is going to go down in the background in 14th place, so 0 points for them in this game, and that's going to extend the UK's lead even further.
And puts even further emphasis now on Korea to continue to have a good day. Only 23 points behind Brazil. You finish this game off strong, get some kills, have a really good result, and suddenly even second looking very comfortable for them as we continue to see Turkey on the outside. They will find the down onto Teddy, but stolen by Leo. So many steals
kills happening at this event.
Yeah, I mean, Korea now kind of thinking maybe they want to get out onto these ledges, maybe go for a little bit of damage. I could see them at least considering it. Australia now has to maybe fight Finland. Finland going for the group up and the move out, but Australia hot on their heels. How aware is Finland of this pressure? Okay, now they definitely know.
Definitely aware. Page, though, is he a little bit stuck over towards that little concrete building. On the move now, Finland looking to provide a bit of cover, get over to this position, and maybe look to just try and rotate past and away from Australia. We'll see if any knocks happen. You'll see it, of course, in the kill feed. Saki's going to go down here. That's Lyron. Turkey finding that kill. So that's Vietnam out in 12th position. That means Korea, of course, will stay into the top 3 and continue to climb and try and catch Brazil. Finland, this is a rough time for Page to spit out. 12 will capitalize for Australia.
Yeah, one of those tires got popped on that Murado, and that spun him out, and Page is done and dusted. It's actually going to be Aches left from China who's going to steal that kill, and now Finland scrambling. They have the edge of the circle. They've got a little bit of cover to work with, but it is not much, and they're going to have to commit smokes early to make sure that that position is safe. USA has a great position in a lot of ways. They can just kind of work down this hill. This hill is actually so tall, you can kind of get away with a lot that you normally wouldn't be able to, but they have China up ahead, and they're going to know. They're going to see them right away.
And they get the circle shift from the heavens for phase 5, and from the heavens of Kickstart throwing the nades on top of China. Aches left down, courtesy of Sharp Shot inside of the shack though. Very difficult to land the nades in there from the backside. Xiaolu pushed up and somehow survives that vehicle, almost flipping onto his head. USA don't get much, and now they're getting shot at. They have to feel like they have to fall back.
Yeah, I mean, those are long-range shots coming out from Argentina and Korea, who now have to make a rotation. That's Kalusia going to get Leo with the headshot there. He's pushed out, isolated, but he's going to get taken out from afar by Kickstart. Kick there, quick on the reaction.
He'll get saved.
Yeah, he should be okay here, though. You're absolutely right.
And then you've got the other 2 members of Thailand still inside of that compound as well. On the minimap, Norens is there. We'll see what they're going to be able to do. Maybe push up towards the USA, where actually Turkey are just making their inroads now too. So the USA, now of course they're not going to get pushed by China, but you do have to remember they're getting shot at by the likes of Argentina across the distance. Kwepa, he actually got knocked by Kickstart, but stolen by Inonix. Escalusia does not actually get saved because Chinese Taipei have pushed onto Thailand.
Yeah, they felt like there's an opportunity here for them to get kills, but there is good covering fire. Belmont gonna get a knockdown.
China pushed
onto Turkey. China pushed.
Yeah, they've actually come out and they're looking to collapse in third party onto the United States, and I'm not sure who's actually winning it right now. Xiaopian down, same with Xiaolu. Maybe only one standing for the United States in H-Win. 1v1 now with Ming Ming to see who can stay alive and move forward in this game.
Korea starting to flank out and cover the hills. It is going to be Nurens that's going to take Savior out, so looks like for Thailand on the other side of things, they're able to stabilize Win, taking a whole bunch of damage. Going to have to fling those stuns out, but Ming well ahead of it, well aware of what the situation is. He has a ton of damage, full health himself. It's going to take a heck of a shot here from H-Win to finish the job, and he does! How did he do that?
H-Win with a big result on the Ming Ming, but we now shift our attention quickly over to Korea. Chinese Taipei, Loki with a big nade onto Leo, has another one, throws it out, that's the last one, that's great. Onto Yan Lee, perfection personified, but Korea go out anyway. Mal Rush with a big time play.
Wow, what in the world happened in that fight? All of a sudden, Korea had a couple knocks, but Chinese Taipei just turned it on and was able to finish the job. The problem is now, the circle's here, it's phase 5. That means those 2 players out there are done. Win might be able to pick up one more point. He couldn't get it in time, but still, for Korea, not the result that they needed to have any hope of catching the UK. They're still in it. They're still 4 strong.
And 21 points behind Brazil. Make it 20, though, now. Malrush goes out to Michael. 7 teams remain as the United Kingdom continue to just sit on their thrones at the top of this leaderboard. It's almost a 20-point gap. And boy, Paper, I feel like they can do so much more damage in this game as well.
Oh, they've got plenty of space to work with. They've got great cover on the eastern side of these hills to work bottom to top, so I really like UK's chances of this, especially now. This is a very, very good circle. Thailand's got some work to do. They got to get up there. They got to fight at least Argentina to get towards the center of the circle. Then you got your boys from Australia up on the north.
I do feel like, though, if Thailand play the south side, if they will be vulnerable to the United Kingdom on the other side of the circle, that might be looking sort of down that road. Knockdown from Michael, who is having such an amazing
amazing tournament onto Martinson of Argentina, but such is the case of Miramar. Martinson should be able to get revived. That was a distance knock. 6 kills for the UK. A 20-point lead has now been established onto Brazil.
Michael's shutting up the doubters this event. He has put up the most damage, at least coming into today, in this event so far. He has been absolutely wonderful for the UK. Now continuing to harass Argentina from afar, and it's going to be Fex this time who finds the headshot and a knock, and Ali, he might be dead here. He is out on his own. The rest of Argentina is very far away and coming down that hill to try to get that res. That's dangerous.
Not sure that's going to be able to be revived for Ali RV as Bard makes his way over to the rest of the team of the United Kingdom, who are now all 4 united in this area towards the southeast of their Phase 6 circle, might I add. 23 minutes gone, but only 18 players alive.
Yeah, I mean, UK can just wait this out at this point. There's no reason for them to get hot and heavy to fight too much. Again, the further they get in the placement points, the better this gets for them.
Australia has spotted HWin, by the way. They're taking shots at him. You can see in the mini-map, he's just running out to that west side, and if Australia don't get him, Thailand will. And yes, Norens collects the kill point for Thailand, make that 3 for them now into the top 10, past Japan, 9th place, and maybe could still look to try and catch Argentina for a top 8 finish. We'll see what the home nation can accomplish in this game with their 3 players. They're not the only ones wounded. Of course, Argentina down to 3, Germany down to 2, as Australia look to push in onto Argentina.
Yeah, they're crashing in here right now. The opening knock for Monty is good. Argentina in a bit of disarray, and in fact, they're getting a little bit of help from the UK from afar. That's going to send Monty back. He is extremely weak. If that grenade's anywhere near him, he's going to go down. I think it's good. Nice one by Silzen, but the pressure so strong right now for Argentina. They're doing a great job holding this down, frankly.
Thailand, though, are wrapping on the western side, pushing up. Now, Luke 12's the anchor, watching that position. Janky, you could kind of just see on your screen in the backside there. He'll be looking to get involved, start throwing out some Molotovs, some nades. Monty's down. Australia, of course, being the team to try and make that aggressive movement first, means everyone else wants to collapse and third party on them.
I love the play by Australia. I think it's absolutely the move. Having that high ground position above Argentina, I think they thought that would have gone a little bit better. But yeah, like you said, Thailand now trying to hit them from the side. But something about this, it doesn't feel good for Thailand. So they throw some stuns and back right off.
T-Bone, Fex, Vard are wrapping up north, getting close by to Payne's, the solo for Germany. Michael stays for the incoming shipment of this crate. So he'll hold, and not only does he get the crate, but of course he's the anchor on the south side, making sure no one wraps onto his teammate, and it's an absolute hard feed for Michael at the crate. What's inside? Show us, mate. No, we don't get to see.
Well, level 3 gear and an
Groza. Nice.
All right, there you go. That is absolutely ideal at this stage of the game. In this situation, you love to have that beast of a gun to start mowing people down. And Australia here still aware that there's more members of Germany on the side. They're going to continue to kind of harass Australia a bit, see if they can find some kind of cracks in the defenses.
Oh, Michael now trying to put the pain into Argentina. Doesn't matter who it is. Blind onto Tickleton. Successful nade. Well over the top of Silzen. Continuing to take damage by Michael. Headshot. Knockdown. That is so impressive from that kind of angle through the crack of that fence. Michael continues to have such an amazing tournament. 8 kills for the United Kingdom. So much control with this circle. And Australia and Thailand pushing closer to each other out towards the west.
Janku here trying to hold the lines, and Australia doing a good job fanning out, and it's T-Bone, it's the UK. Again, they have complete purview over this entire circle. They're harassing literally every team inside of here at some point or another, and Australia looking to maybe try to hammer down on some position, but no matter where they go, it's going to be difficult. UK just sees so much.
Yes, and they've got no pressure on them at all. I mean, of course, Paynes is the solo for Germany. He's not really expected to do anything, but just sort of rat and see if he can get placement points. So the UK not only have to circle, but no teams near them, no teams pushing on them, and not even really any snakes close by that can maybe get a kill. T-Bone from that distance with a 6x mini down. Monty, he goes. Thailand still inside of the smokes with the blue pushing them forward.
That's just absolutely filthy. I mean, that is just 2 shots, and T-Bone just sets Monty down.
Thailand's in trouble here, though. The angle that the UK have on them is paramount.
It's
so strong. Once that smoke dissipates, they are completely out in the open, completely visible to Michael and the rest of them. They already got the knock onto Noren, Balmos, Janku. Not long for this world.
Switch over to the Groza and start peppering that smoke, and Australia just trying to hang on, keeping Argentina and Thailand just kind of pushed over on the side. They're just trying to work their way down the hill. Finally, Silzen's going to be down. Argentina, though, able to punch back. finally they are going to fall.
And then the down onto Flood though by Janku, who did just get then knocked by T-Bone. UK, this is the chance to just really nail home and get this win and potentially the win of the tournament. They've got such a big lead over Brazil now. Michael continues to just make life absolutely painful for Thailand. Australia can't get the revive onto Flood or Tiggleton. Now T-Bone pushing the Molotov over the top. Balmoth, is he going to be able to do anything? Still just down, not giving away his position. Norins goes down, he's gone. Only one left for Thailand. UK surely will find victory.
Well, UK now not sure where the last member of Thailand is. I think they thought that was going to be it if they could get that kill. Didn't happen. Payne's going to find his end as Vex has taken him out. Now, man, this is just, I mean, dude, what are we going to do here? UK's, they're running over this. They've got complete control of the circle. Australia's on the blue.
Lads,
I
think it's coming home.
Lads.
Michael knows where Balmoth is. Nade, is it perfect? No, just bounces away. Another one.
They know.
Last one. No, that two falls short. Balmoth is able to survive timely. Bard has, of course, got information on Australia. It is just a matter of moments before the UK are going to find their first win on Miramar.
This is it. They're not only are they going to find their first win, this might have ended the tournament. Balmoth, no choice but to go down to the blue. Australia here as well has nowhere to go. And there's no cover in front of them, but Luke got a big knock.
2 versus 3 as it stands currently. Depending on if T-Bone wants to go for the revive, they have the angles though, and it's so much pressure. Luke can't move at all. Forget the 3 Lions. It's the 4 Lions of the United Kingdom who are looking to bring it home.
And that may just be the end. The UK has taken such a huge lead. I don't know if it's possible for anybody to catch them at this point.
It will be a paramount task. It will be so difficult to happen for Brazil now. 30-something points behind the best team in this tournament as they find victory on Miramar for the first time. We find our way back over to the desk.
How do I bring it back? It's the UK is absolutely dominating this tournament now, and they put themselves even further ahead of the competition. Joining me, Toffees as well as Avenger. There they are, lads! They know it's going well. They know it's almost done.
Okay, the reality is it's my job to pretend that there's still a way to catch these guys. I say things like, hope floats, perhaps Brazil will rise, but the reality is after that game, the UK strapped stones to the legs of hope, and it is sinking rapidly for every other team on that leaderboard. They played well, they rotated strong, they showed no fear, no defense, and they are proving that they are the best the world has to offer.
Yeah, honestly, with this confidence that they're able to take in from this game, it's going to be hard to stop them. But then again, I would love to see it. I would love to see another team.
I'd kill to see it. I'd love it. I'd love it. Because I want to see you sad.
You all want to see me sad. That's fine. But I don't care because right now, the United Kingdom is rocketing ahead here at the tournament. And it's happening on Miramar where we had concerns for them, Toffee, but that has been dispelled.
We had concerns. I will say that North rotation's working very, very well for them right now. And the other upside for them on the North rotation is it's the worst possible circle for Brazil. Brazil drops dead south in every game so far today. They have had to move an impossible distance. And as you see, it's not working.
Yeah, especially when that circle 2 pops as well. We're looking at it and we're thinking to ourselves, this is going to be ultra hard for Brazil to make work. They go all the way north to try and make it happen, but it's so difficult.
And very early on, Canada set a trap to make sure they could get as many points out of the game as possible. And then the circle shifted away. Then Canada's going to be hard gatekeeping them because they don't have circle prio.
Yes.
So they're trying to get as many points out of that as possible. I would love to see the Oasis ending though. That would have been lovely.
Oh, that would have been, yeah, it's rare we get to see those, but that would have been great. But here are the final moments coming in. And as you see these final circles hone down here, United Kingdom knows they have so much control. This was arguably the most control any team has had of any circle this tournament.
I mean, they looked incredibly good. And they were also aided by the fact that just north of that sort of group of players, Australia was popping off. They got a lot of kills on the board. They played very aggressively.
Wow.
And as you can see, they also put in a lot of work.
No need for utility users here for the United Kingdom. We were talking about it, or I was saying this to you. he doesn't need that Groza. It's just going to be a DMR game because you have this ridge where you can play. They had multiple. First, the first one that was close to the road, then the next one that had a little bit of a higher ridge. That was perfect setup here for Team.
That was a highlight moment, Craig. He was hoping for an Orm so he could make it look more fun, I think.
You know what? I'm going to ask Michael once we're going to have a chance to hear. What is your thoughts once you saw this screen? It was like, oh my god, it's too easy.
It was a highlight for them, but it was also, I think, a highlight for a lot of people here in the arena. Thailand, again, putting up a really good performance, getting up into that top 3 yet again. And this is a team that, remember, after day 1, they were struggling to get out of sort of that bottom pack, and now they're really working hard, and I'm loving seeing it.
I will say this, though. Germany here being able to get one more point that they're able to get all of day number 1.
Ouch.
You know the interesting thing about that as well is that it's kind of nice to see it's Chris on the field, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously been a lot of speculation that they could have had a better team, but it's there's so many decent players out there, but unfortunately they didn't make it into the PCS6, so they couldn't get the qualification through that. Oh!
Well, top heavy is the way. 22 points for the United Kingdom, Australia with 15, and that's the only double-digit rockers for this game, because Thailand, 9 points. A good showing from the US for this game.
It's an honorable mention to the US and Thailand, 9 points apiece. Both came out and fought, and the US did do a good job, but again, there was just not a lot to play outside of. You either got the spot UK was, or you got stuck in that ridge chaos, and those teams put up a good fight. The kill numbers are relatively spread because of that. It's just UK. That's the problem.
We are the problem.
You're conquering the entire map.
Just like we used to.
Okay. Imperialism.
You know, we had an empire for a while. That's dissipated since, but you know what? This is very close to the 1K mark here for Fex as well. And, you know, at this point here, Martin, these are the kind of guys that are really going to be feeling it for this next day. So I'm expecting even more points coming in from them to extend their lead further.
You know what? Them having that day that they had yesterday, that confidence, that morale, and the synergy on the team is going to be so hard to stop. And that's what you see here. They have 31 points so far today in 2 games. Last time they were playing 3 Miramar, it was 32 points in total. So just 1 point ahead, behind that. But
here it is. The leaderboard looks dire for everybody else. United Kingdom extends their lead quite considerably up towards the top. And now, I think for a lot of people, they're hoping Brazil pops off in these next 3 games.
The reality is, you can ask anyone who plays, and they'll tell you that PUBG is a confidence game. The United Kingdom came in confident today. The first 2 games are going to make them even more confident. And I'm worried because Brazil, after that tough chase in the first 2 games, has got to get out of here, take this break, and somehow build themselves back up.
What I really hope to see is that we see a fantastic game here for Brazil, no matter what UK does. If they go out early, let's say that Brazil gets 24 points and UK goes out with 0, it's going to be less than 10 points-ish that they're going to be in with 2 games to go. That would be super interesting.
It's doable, and don't get me wrong, not to be me, but I hope UK does horrible in the next game.
Yeah, so do I. Boo-hoo. No, absolutely. Keep going, boys. Keep going. We will go to a break, and when we return, of course, we have 3 more games remaining. 1 Miramar, 2 Erangels. Will the UK keep it up? We're about to find out.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm going to be playing for Team United Kingdom at Nations Cup.
Super excited to be participating in PNC 2022.
Like everyone's going to be good players in the tournament, so just whoever has the best team player is going to be coming out on top. I feel like it's going to be us.
I think everyone on the team is like really good individually. Like everyone can wear their gunfights. I think that's like one of the main strengths of our team, and I think we all get along really well. So that'll be like good like synergy for our team, I guess. Word of resolution. Domination.
Pure domination. Bring back the trophy for Queen Lizzie. Up the boys. Fighting!
Fighting!
And that's no surprise, all considered. The way that we're going to see this play out, everybody knows what to expect when you're moving into it. Miramar is a little bit more fly by the seat of your pants and savior. Oh, VHZ, that's not the way Brazil wanted to start today.
Yeah, certainly not. Obviously, the talk of the town.
Happy with Australia right now, but you can see, they're still not in the best of position. They're clown carring inside of a car that is destined to explode any second. They're rolling, trying to get the shots, but it's Argentina that is just unloading yet again. Chinese Taipei tries for it, but does go down.
Show me where they do that at. Where they do that at. Show me where they do that at.
Focus inward. They need to decide, do we take the fight to Vietnam in the compound, or do we push the shoreline?
Australia's wrapping onto the two remaining players of the United Kingdom, brothers in arms, but right now enemies. And T-Bone gets both Luke and Flood. It's only Tick. Turkey has to send it down the hill. Vietnam trying to play defense here on this floor. He's good for one. Glory, well, why am going to be good for another? Glory, go for the finish. It's an instant wipe for the duo of Vietnam.
Drop it low to the floor. Where they do that at? Show me where they do that at.
In sole second place. And it's just going to continue to potentially grow. Argentina just stacking up all that's happening. Perfect time on the other side. Argentina just rolls right into the United Kingdom, and it's just like waiting arms.
Hey, bro.
Because I got a skinny head. Right? My friends always do this to me. They always go. And they make the noise again.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, wow. Look at that. It's like Transformers.
Yeah, boys.
We get some cheers, y'all. Pick up.
It's like the legs of the oh my god. Infinity roof.
Look, we're going that. You guys pay and we're going it. Alright, let's go.
You ready, bro?
We're going
Ferris wheel.
Bye-bye.
Still on the ground a lot before we get up there. Oh, my. Oh, my.
Wow, Bangkok's so beautiful.
Oh, these people are so dressed up. We're out here, we're having the PNC merch. It was PUBG, man.
Not gonna lie, I think we did a little better than Team USA. We got a little bit better.
You know, cricket's content, cricket's chirping. Those guys. This place looks beautiful, though. Oh. Aye, aye, aye. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is insane. On the bow of the boat. No shot. This is mental.
What's like cheers in Thai?
Chon. Oh, that was hella nice.
I wish it was alcohol.
Thanks, PUBG Corp.
Bangkok at night is such a beautiful city. Like, it's a completely different city at the day than it is at night. You know, there's crazy LEDs, art shows. Like last night we watched this whole laser water show and it was just like some futuristic stuff. It's pretty cool.
Sort of caught me off guard how like pretty the city is.
Oh, that's really sweet.
And like this cruise, I wasn't expecting this at all.
Oh. That's really sweet.
Very nice evening, I'd say.
Very nice.
Look at his plate, man.
I ate a
Look
lot
at his plate. It's literally empty. What do you mean?
Look at that. It's all cleaned up.
This is just.
I'm experiencing this is crazy. This looks like a picture.
This is beautiful.
Looks like a painting. Yeah, man. And the wind in the face and in the hair. Just, oh.
Yeah, no, it's very pretty building. Best venue I've ever played in.
It looks like some kind of like a heavenly kingdom. Like, that's such an insane photo. Oh my god.
Kickstarter has a very, my teammate has a very predictable playstyle, so if we ever run into USA, I'll just know exactly what he's doing.
Well, I'm playing against Strimzy and H-Win. I'm just worried because it would be really embarrassing to die to either of them. They're on the end of their shelf life.
Just say they're old.
They're old.
Yeah, just say it out loud. They're old. They're old.
But that sounds so taunting like that.
You ready for her to laugh? You ready?
Now, down to our final 8 teams. Placement points clear out the compound. They can spread it. They can set take out Flood and Tiggleton. A few more names as well. Sharp shot with another sharp.
I mean, our performance at PGC was obviously lackluster. I feel like I've been working hard and I want to redeem myself. At the moment, like, I don't think it'd be fair to even say I'm like top 10, you know? Like, I think there's a lot of other players that put in the work and they're dominant out there. Like, I'm not even trying to be modest.
He's literally trolling.
He's being very humble.
He's being too humble.
Too humble.
This guy's a gun.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Like, the longer the wait is for me to play the game, like, the more excited I get. And it's my first LAN, so it's gonna be a fun time. Just playing against the best players in the world.
And welcome back, everybody, to PNC 2022. We've got one more Miramar to go for the whole event, and I'm sad about that, but I'm happy that Matchroom is joining me here on the desk.
I'm happy too, because while there have been a lot of Miramars, this is the only one that I actually get to do through the entirety of the event. But it is the last one, because I know, I've got the controversial opinion. I love casting Miramar. It is so much fun. And so hopefully this last one's got some spice to it, because I feel like there's a couple of teams that could be after some points.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be. Someone's got to stop UK. Like, they have to bottom out the next 3 games. If anyone has any hope of catching them at all, It looks pretty out of the realm of possibility at this point, but we'll see if somebody can get it done.
There's also a lot of teams that are on that right side of the leaderboard that probably aren't too happy about that, so maybe they'll take this last Miramar, get some changes with it, and with the way that Miramars have been going, hopefully we'll get a fun circle. And by fun circle, I mean an absolutely cruel one that's going to be going to like some corner of the map we never expect.
Yeah, they've been really bad. And you know what hasn't been bad? What's been good are the people supporting this throughout the world. There's a public viewing event in Akihabara in Tokyo. We have some going on in Seoul. All across the world, there's viewing parties, there's watch parties with the streamers. So we really want to give a big shout out to all of you that are tuning in, whether it be on the main broadcast or whether it be on some of our co-streams or at some of the get-togethers. We love you guys. This has been a great event, and we couldn't have done it without you.
The audience is everywhere, whether it be online, just doing watch parties, or the physical ones with everybody getting together, have been absolutely amazing. Like, just seeing the community get together, and specifically, like, countries rallying together and, like, meeting up. You can see the fact that there's a whole bunch of them that aren't even, like, I guess, authorized ones, where it's just people getting together to watch.
bootleg watch parties.
Bootleg watch parties. You know, like, I don't know what you do when you watch TV or just something. Who watches esports with friends in real life, except for, I guess, Nations Cup?
Hey, that's the way I like to do it, man. I mean, get together with your friends, even go to maybe there's a bar.
It's almost like that's how Poro and I started doing this job, is watching esports together.
It's almost like how a lot of us kind of got into this. Yeah, well, I mean, we got one more Miramar for you guys, so we're getting it ready. We're going to get into the game. I'm pretty excited about this. I mean, I think the circles have been so bad, like so unbelievably bad, that I don't know what to do.
That's where we're going to get the fun all considered. But you can see we're doing the sweep through, everybody. We've got one last Miramar, and there is a lot on the table. Brazil, this has been their map, but it sure as hell hasn't been their map today. If they're wanting to try to pull out anything in these last few games, Miramar has got to be it.
All right, let's jump into it. Let's see what the playing path is going to give us. Let's see what the circles are going to give us. And let's see if anybody can topple the UK, because right now they stand atop by a very comfortable margin at this point. I was telling you, I saw Michael in the back, and I know I was going into the restroom in between, and I said, I'm not sure you even need to play these next 3 games. I think you guys are just okay.
They're feeling pretty good right now, especially with the competitors around them regularly going out. My thing about it, though, is it feels like every day of, like the last day of every international, Korea makes that like last minute push that nobody's expecting, and sometimes that works out in their favor and they manage to take that first place spot, but I feel like it might be a touch too late, but you never know. It is Korea.
Well, you're hitting me in all the right places right now. I'm feeling pretty good about that, obviously, but I think a second place is very much in Korea's reach. They've been playing pretty well here today, but I think after that first game, I am concerned about their mentality. They raked in a few kills. It looked like they might be able to do a little bit more in that previous game, but again, the circle shifts have been so wild. It's all about adaptability, and Korea's style is, at least for this event, been much more passive than maybe we're used to. Survival time has been great for them on this map. I mean, coming into today, they were the 3rd best point team on this map.
It's very weird to be thinking about Korea as like not an amazing top in fragger in this, as usually that's one of their main factors for it. A pretty friendly circle all together if you look at it. I mean, it's to the north, but at this point, everybody should know how to play the north of Miramar, especially at this event.
Oh, no doubt. This one's actually not too unforgiving of a circle in some ways. It's pretty likely to end somewhere north of San Martin. Hello, Niall.
You got some goals here that could be good or could be bad, especially whenever it's Anonix and Soul that are going to be next to you. Smash moving forward. Looks like he is calling in some reinforcements, but we got a good old shotgun fight to kick everything off over here on Miramar, it looks like.
Well, this is a fight that was brewing in the scrims and then never came to fruition until now. And I guess Turkey's just decided that enough is enough. They want to try to contest for some of this space near the vehicle drops of Chumacera.
Why not contest in the very last game for the vehicle drops? That's where you definitely should be doing it, right?
Yeah, why not, right? Like, you know what? You want to go out with this, in this tournament on a high note. You want to have some fun, and that's totally fine. I mean, Turkey's well within their rights to do that. This is Nations Cup. Anything goes, baby.
Yeah, I mean, try to get what you can. Turkey knows that they need points. I mean, just a few more points for them, and they're going to catch up to Canada. They could even surpass USA. So I like the mindset of this, but this is also a big potential, like, this could really mess up any chances Korea has to try to climb out of this. And Onyx going for the peek around has spotted out the opposite side of Turkey, but there is a slight defilade that's going to be providing some cover for it. Nox does have the nade, gonna prep it up, has to be careful with it, does connect with some damage, but not enough to stop what's coming on. And Nox now makes a sweep around, got the shotgun, and it's a back and forth Molotov. Slow everything down, but Soul is down on the outside.
Yeah, he's trying to get some help, and he just drops down on the back. That's 2 for Anonix there. Gets the pump kill. Here they come in the car. That's a third.
What?
Anonix. Ooh.
I love everything that's going on right now. He hears what's happening on the other side. Is he going to be bold? Is he going to move forward? He knows that he doesn't have a lot of reinforcements just quite yet. With those shots, looks like he's going to go for the flushes out on this. Is that going to pull away? Now, with those crawlovers, that might have revealed the position, but the res did come out on the other side of it. Lash did make it into this position, but has taken a smidgen of damage.
Meanwhile, by the way, Loki is up kind of messing with USA territory, but it's neither here nor there. The Tommy gun with the extended mag. Oh, and he gets a little bit. That's Lash with the M16. He can't find the follow-through.
Can we see Anonix get there to stop the flushes? The damage is starting to come out, and Lash is down and out for this one, but nobody's had time to get meds.
One bullet.
One shotgun shot left, goes around for it, and that's all he needed.
Unbelievable. Anonix with the pump shotgun, with the moves, with a well-timed molly, with a well-timed drop down. Gonna find some huge kills. Soul will be revived. Now, Korea is gonna lose Lash out of this, and that's kind of devastating, to be honest.
But there is this mentality that, you know, he is the IGL, and if you're going to lose anybody, sometimes losing the IGL is preferable because then they can kind of micromanage what's going on around them.
Oh, God, China's...
Oh, my God. With 10 life, they hear what's happening around them, and China is moving into this quite aggressively. I think that they were just trying to rotate. Hopefully those shots could have maybe gotten somebody away, and look at all that ammo that is right next to the crate.
I think China thought this fighting was happening at the church because they drove up in that direction. They drove towards the Church of Los, and now they're like, oh wait, they're not here. The fighting was happening somewhere else. That's what they were contesting in scrims. Why aren't they fighting at the church? It was actually happening underneath them. Now the problem for Korea, of course. What do you have left for guns, utility? Not much. I mean, there's that compound that was fought over is pretty sparse.
They have the potential of having the highest Uzi damage and Tommy gun damage in the whole bit.
You got that going for you, which is nice.
Yeah. I mean, it works out. And hey, they still had the chance to get more points here, which could have been the big problem.
I think we should have like special prizes for those like things. Like if you're the top Tommy gun damage, or like you get the Al Capone
just
award or something.
Really random, yeah. Like this is PNC. We're supposed to have fun here. Yeah, guys, there's money on the line, and everybody wants to play for their national pride. And you know we are playing sweaty as we move into different sections of it. But it is also Nations Cup, and we should be celebrating the fun of this because that's really what a lot of this is about: is getting the communities together, trying to make sure that you can like support each other, and really just like I don't know, just build up communication and everything across all of the regions. Like you should see these guys whenever we're going to the hotel. Everybody like immediately gets back to the hotel and goes back and does their VOD review and everything, but then they come out and they start chit-chatting with each other and like making jokes like, oh my god, can you believe like that shot you got on me was amazing. It's just really fun to see the camaraderie at this event.
Yeah, it is, and it started out super sweaty in some ways. I mean, of course, I think one thing people don't realize is that the vast majority of these players get along with each other. They all respect each other. They all like each other. And then
Finland.
And who else? Who else but the UK here? Now there is a knock on to Michael from Mexi.
Now how is Finland going to do this? They've been slowly being prepped up on and don't really have the capabilities to like assault as many points as they've been able to get. But hey, Brazil's on the opposite side of this one, and now UK, who has been harassing everything around them, might find themselves biting off a touch too much.
If I'm Brazil, I'm just saying we go for this. We have to take this fight. We have to shut the UK down right now. We just took one of their members down. We've got a really good opportunity here to finish what we started. You know, T-Bone was pretty far distended from the rest of his team, so for Brazil, they're going to be trying to suss out the locations. Yeah, they're going to see the cars now, and now they realize that there's no one else really here.
I mean, they're still sending it, though. They do not care. Sometimes you've just got to make the bold play and pray it works in your favor. And let's be honest, if there's one team that's going to do it, it's going to be Brazil. These guys have been just trying their hardest to climb up here and have been unexpected victors in a lot of ways, I think, and have really started to build up a lot of fans based off of their performances. Now, can they continue to find their way to maybe keep their survival in hopes of getting first?
And it has to be now, Matt. Like, it has to happen right now. So I want to see Brazil continue to just harass the UK and just push them into worse and worse positions.
Good read by
So
UK.
what if you don't get the kills? You push them into someone else and they get the kills? That's fine. You just have to bottom out the UK at this point.
And there is a chance of that happening. UK is going to shift over. Australia is going to be the opposite side of the hill stop that they're stopping at, I believe. Yep, are going to stop there, as Sparking is at least going to see where they go, but this is starting to get to a point where I don't know if you should probably continue to chase. It'll be too big of a problem.
Well, yeah, you've kind of done the best you can. If you go down the edge of that crater field, that becomes a little bit more tricky and a little bit more difficult. Denial, absolutely denying Belmoth this game. He just shuts him down with that iron sight SLR. Really nice stuff from him. And this guy was really good during PCS 6 APAC. I think the Indonesian team went under the radar a bit. And yeah, their performance here hasn't been too good. We've seen some really stellar plays from the likes of Teddy and Niall.
I mean, when we're looking at what happened with UK, we have to remember that a big section of what goes on inside of PUBG is that whole butterfly flaps its wings kind of situation. You know, just Brazil making the shift into this point now means that the United Kingdom has moved off of their very high ground point that they were using to try to collect information and has had to move into a lower position and now doesn't have the same rotation potentials that they might have had. And while Brazil didn't technically kill them, that might lead to a bigger problem for them down the road.
Yeah, exactly. And that's... It's the little things here for Brazil, and they have to keep really close track of the UK. They have to harass them the rest of this game. There's no other choice. Brazil has to shut the UK out for the rest of this game. They can't get any more points as best as you can control it. That's your only hope of winning this event at this point. So I'm really curious to see what Sparking and Brazil are going to dial up for us. Canada, meanwhile, just has kind of a 2-2 split in the center of the circle near Indonesia, just to the west of San Martin. Again, this circle pretty likely to end up somewhere around San Martin, whether it be north, west, or southwest. Those are pretty likely. I mean, okay, yes.
I want Crater Fields.
I do too.
Matt,
you know what?
Is in this.
With the way that this tournament's been going, I would not be surprised if this goes hard shift west.
If I know anything about PUBG, though, it is going to likely shift down into those fields that are southeast of Pozo. I don't know why the circle just likes to go that way, but no! Cabrera Crater Field.
Unbelievable.
Let's go.
It is just the tournament of chaos. That is all this is. Now, Brazil has a really weird situation here, Matt, because nobody's expecting this.
Yeah.
Nobody's expecting this circle shift. That's why nobody's up here. And so now, how do you do this? How do you try to leapfrog ahead? The UK's already on the move. Now they have a really good opportunity.
I mean, there's a lot of territory you can grab in Cabrera. The northern section of this is a lot more open than you think it is, but Cabrera does have a lot of different ways that you can exit out of this point. You can see Sparking getting some shots in on that replay, but I'm trying to keep an eye on what's going on with map rotations as we can see the UK, Australia, Thailand are all coming in. Looks like UK is going to stop on the outskirts of what's happening in Cabrera, which actually nothing's happening in Cabrera right now because everybody's got their eyes to potentially make it there. But the pathing through this, around that Crater Fields, the factory that's just to the east of this, actually has a very massive choke point that teams are going to have to try to go through, and you can see that that's starting to brew now. We got Vietnam and China all bumping into each other, and remember, Brazil is high ground on top of that.
That Brazil can't move right now. They're stuck. Because of their position, this circle could very well end up coming back towards them, leaving the Cooperativa area, coming back to the crater fields. There's a lot of space that circles can end up in, kind of on that ledge that's between La Cooperativa and the crater fields and that military compound that's in the other crater. You can fit circles in there, so it happens fairly often. Meanwhile, USA on the move next to Canada around sort of the middle of the two craters, trying to drive along that edge.
A couple of shots going to be coming out from the high ground. Brazil looking into what's going on with USA and Canada, try to force them on the other side of this. Vietnam is rolling through that hillside, but they're close to Crater Field, so no big problem. A lot of teams still forced to kind of play in the southeastern section. There are some knocks that are coming through just in the rotations as we're bouncing between everything. But really, the northwest half of this circle is still entirely open.
Yeah, it still could shift up there, by the way. So, look, for the teams that haven't gone up there, there's room. Like Japan has been taking their time. They just picked up a kill for it. They have an opportunity. Germany could also get through there. They're wrapping towards that northernmost road right now. I wouldn't mind seeing them go into the Oasis.
We've been talking about it like UK, Brazil, Korea, but I gotta say, Vietnam and Flores, he has been impressive.
He's super
event.
good.
I am honestly becoming a fan of the way that this team is playing and the way that these guys have managed to do this. There's been a lot of unexpected things in this. Specifically, if you're looking at this leaderboard, I would say that most people would have been assuming Korea to be around this position, but maybe, and then probably Finland. But everybody, I would say if you're looking at the top 5, there's 3 things there that you just probably weren't expecting.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, this has been a great tournament to really showcase some of the talent that, in these regions that we maybe didn't get to see come to fruition on different teams for whatever reason, and now here that they're able to show that individually, with 4 players put together at the very least, they can hang with the best of the best in the world. And now Seoul trying to maneuver underneath Indonesia's spot. Indonesia, man, this is kind of weird. I think they saw at least one Korean player, but I don't know if they know Seoul is right there.
Yeah, they're like looking way out, and I don't know if they're expecting this to come up back behind him. Anonix has got so much information that he's feeding back behind this one, and I love this very aggressive Korea saying, we need every point we can get because who cares? It's almost like a first or last mentality coming out from them right now.
Oh, exactly. I mean, the Korean coach, Sonic, should be telling them that they need to farm points. They need to farm the edge. They need to do whatever they can. Now, this circle centers up, so this tells me that this circle is super likely to end just south of La Coberia, maybe southwest, somewhere in that vicinity. Could hard shift west, but that's the most likely spot it's going to go. I don't even know why I talk about it anymore because this particular tournament has just been an absolute aberration.
It's important if you haven't played a lot of Cabrera to remember that there's a giant wall that runs through there that is probably going to be a fairly important aspect of what's going to be brewing with everything. There's also some low ground pathings that's going to be going around that factory position. And Nox finally is going to get some vision on what's going on, but Kid X gets the knock on the Soul. That means that Korea now is on damage control on this one. Jumps down and gets the flush to say, no, you can't sneak up on us like that.
I mean, that was just quick and easy for Kid X. What a spray. Gonna take down one of the best performers in this tournament so far in Seoul. He's top 5 in every category in damage and kills, and just shuts him down. And Korea down to just 2 players, and any hope they have, frankly, of catching UK is basically dashed.
Yeah, I mean, that screwed over their entire plan, and now we're just going to have to head for the hills. United Kingdom finding themselves very close to Australia as they're the 2 teams that are holding down Cabrera at the time. So let's see how this one continues to play. Cabrera can kind of contain this, but Australia's got, I would say, a very aggressive split going where they should have some vision on each other, but this is a lot of the city to try to control.
Yeah, UK trying to get inside of the warehouse, or the whatever you want to call it, and they're able to get in there just barely, but these are precarious. These are difficult to get in and out of. There's a lot of exposed directions that you're going to be facing when you try to move from them. So we'll see what that's going to look like in the long run. Chinese Taipei still sort of proxy battling. Savior, hello? Hits a bunch of headshots there on the Kane.
Just don't go near Savior if he's in a car right now. He has just so many clips of just beating people as they come through. Polly's going to go down as well, and Japan looking like they're in some serious trouble now as Chinese Taipei has done a great job of maneuvering around this point. Keep in mind, this is not inside the safe zone, so both teams are trying to finish this one as fast as possible. Shiva's going to go down, and now it's just on the hopes of the star player that has been performing for Japan time and time again, but there are a lot of 3rd and 4th parties coming into this fight very, very quickly.
Yeah, Luna is trying to hold on for dear life, but Savior here going to win the battle, and it is going to be Japan going down. Good fight here for Chinese Taipei. They're able to get a few more points, but the Blues are already there. It's phase 3 Blues, so they got a little bit of time. They might be able to get one up. I'm not sure. It looks like they're going to go for it. Meanwhile, Korea has to try to rotate with just their 2 survivors. Now, the funny part is there's a ton of space in the middle of this circle that's been left open because everybody's kind of fighting on the edges, not sure exactly what this circle's going to do.
Loki giving me flashbacks to flying cars there for a second, but it looks like everything's okay. Korea's going to go ahead and find themselves a good spot to hold down. I mean, this is actually a fairly strong dip that they can find some use out of. Could you at least provide some survivability for now? And it's going to just interrupt, just like you were talking about. And this is an awkward situation because we still have a lot of potentials for this to shift. Awkward rotation point. This hillsides around where we see like the USA and Korea are a lot more complicated than you think they are.
No, it is. And the weird part about this is that typically these circles do like to leave La Coberia in the long run, but this is no typical tournament. Hey, it's Chris coming through here, doing a ton of damage, not able to get the flush. Grenades exploding around the flanks of Argentina. They are completely surrounded by Germany.
Finland's on the outside of this also taking some shots, but this is just going to be a compacted Argentina. Threats on all sides around, but Haynes is going to go down. Chris does line up into Martinson, gets him down. Chris is going to go down, and it's just a quick back and forth between every single one of them, but at range, Mixie picks up Haynes and is going to go ahead and take that kill point.
I respect Chris with the M249 there. I feel it.
Best gun in the game.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. That's the biggest clip. It's got to be the best gun.
Right.
Duh.
I mean, it does also feel really good whenever you just let loose with it. It's not always about having the best gun. Sometimes it's about the best gun in your heart,
I'm going to say is prone with it with a 3x, and you'll start wrecking people, that's for sure. Germany.
Good try, good try.
Yeah, a good attempt here. Now, Ali RV, he's under pressure and trying to survive for Argentina. VHC and Brazil doing a good job, getting some big knocks, trying to work this edge. They're doing a pretty good job of it. They've been harassing a lot of teams, causing a lot of damage.
I mean, this is a great gatekeeping position. Thailand does want to approach from here, but they're going to find themselves now dealing with Indonesia. Indonesia does have the high ground and a closer inside track, but that just puts them into Brazil. Really, Thailand can potentially rotate out of here, but Finland also has some vision of what's going to be happening, and it's just a quick exchange between a lot of what's going on. I think that Thailand doesn't have any options. They just have to go ahead and send it past this, hope that Finland can't get them, but that's just going to open up more opportunities for now Brazil to come up, flank back behind Indonesia, and should be able to pick up some pretty nice kills.
Yeah, JQ kind of came into that dip pretty hot and ended up stopping his momentum. Now, they're going to be continuing to drive right into Finland. Now, Finland wasn't at the outskirts of this compound, so Zingyu's out, but Corexi from the side seat just shuts him down.
That was a bold rotation there and didn't necessarily pay off for him as they come through. Now just one member up, nade at range, but look at the hillside and how many members can look down and what's going on. They have got to be so careful. Gets a look back around, a good shot! Mixie is going to go down and get flushed.
Oh, that's Galusha. Great shooting here. He did a little bit of damage to Corexi with those grenades, but he's under pressure now from Indonesia above. They're going to hear this shooting. They're going to want some points in the bag if they can help it. It's going to make Escalusia fall back in, and the blue is coming, and it's phase 4 blue, which ticks rather fast and makes it really difficult for those players to fight from.
Here's the fight that's been brewing for quite a while now. Going to look through, and Thailand is going to get eliminated. But, I mean, I got to say, they should have died probably 3 times before that and still managed to find ways to get points. As this fight brews up, Brazil moved into the low ground position and is looking up at an Indonesia that's to move in, and Cabrera is where we're going to end up going. Brazil knows that they need to finish this fight quite quickly and move into a much better position. Shots do come out, and there you go. LFP picks up the first one.
All right, let's see if Brazil continue to rake in a few more here. Corexi underneath all of this, Indonesia in the fray. Nile, a little bit of an overwatch position, but the grenades are coming and they're doing some pretty solid damage. If one more connects, he is going to be down. Well, it doesn't even matter. They get an angle with the M4. They're going to finish off Indonesia. Brazil on the hunt, on the move.
This could also be a secondary problem. UK saw those fights that were going on, is now trying to move into China. They did manage to take down Exlif, which could give them the opportunity to continue into this push. They have to be careful as USA might have some vision into it, but Finland also making the move into Brazil at the same time. Good peek back up, and LFB shuts down that play. Now can we see UK continue their push?
Yeah, they're doing a great job here against China so far, but they're returning. Ming Ming gonna get barred. Now Vex and the others trying to respond, but Salpiad gonna get a big knock here, and finally UK does go down.
That's a big problem. They picked up 2 kills, but Brazil has been fighting on the outside of this, already sitting at 6, Korea at 4. This is these teams' opportunities if they want to try to catch up.
Yeah, Brazil has to win this game, and so does Korea. I mean, they can feel the pressure. They know it. They know what it's like. Korea in particular, with already 2 down, it's going to be rather difficult, but they've been making some good maneuvers. They've been getting some good information to work the edge of the city. Now, USA barricading Brazil here as they're trying to get through, and I mean, Kickstart is a really nice angle here to watch the kind of peekaboo that Brazil's going to be playing.
But Brazil doesn't inherently have to go this direction. They can shift back to the north around Cabrera. See Canada having some problems with Vietnam looking back down in their position on the outskirts of everything that's going to be going on. Argentina is eliminated while all of this is happening, and Canada still back and forth between these guys. They're trying to find a way to work in, but neither one can move. We're in mutually assured destruction territory right now.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to go for the res here onto Sapao, but Vietnam, I think, has just a slightly better position with this ridgeline in front of them. It's going to take some good shooting from Canada to get out of this. Sapao back up and running, going to be going for the heal. Duck Mai doesn't even need to shoot Flores. He's just out of his mind. That's his 2nd knock in this fight.
All right, starting to get the throwables out between them. What do? You know the fact that the zone's coming in back behind you. You've got to move. Pressure is mounting. You know you need a big game. Vietnam still thinks that they have a chance to go after Korea, but they need to get these points right now. Canada striving for whatever they can because you know there's a little bit of banter going on between them and USA, and there is a chance for Canada to catch up to them based off their positionings right now. But finally, Vietnam makes a shift inside of it and is in a gatekeeping point on Canada, and this is going to be bad.
I love what Hisaki's doing, throwing the stuns out ahead of Canada's rotation path. You can see that everything in the kitchen sink has been thrown at Vietnam, and it doesn't matter. They've run out of utility. They may be running out of time. Canada down to their last player, and the angle could be found here by Clories, and it's Finna out in the blue, and yes, indeed, it will be Canada going down to Vietnam.
This circle is going to be real interesting. Vietnam and USA fighting on the outside of this. There's been a little bit of a rivalry going over there with them.
A little bit.
Just a small one that's been happening. But Brazil also does need to move inside the zone. They're going to be around Canada and Australia with the remnants of Korea all playing in Cabrera proper. So this is going to be a lot of very important fights.
No doubt. Korea taking their time, working into the school, working the edge of everything, trying to play out to in on the city. Still quite a bit of the city in this. Again, circles tend to want to move away from the city. So that's why you're going to see a lot of teams and players want to get the edge of the safety. These are the last compounds left, so they're the safest spot. Now, and it's been identified by USA and Vietnam. They're going to see the Korean players, but that doesn't matter too much. They kind of expect that somebody's going to be in here. But Australia has a real tough task ahead of them, Matt. They have to go through Brazil, potentially China as well, to get into the circle.
The only thing that really can be favorable for them is Brazil is kind of focused in on what's going on with China and hasn't necessarily looked back into Australia's direction. They could move back to this point. But whoever wins this fight over here is going to find themselves in a very strong position. Thing is, Vietnam has the high ground off of it, but looks like they don't want to over-aggress. And I do understand that. They have the high ground, but it is a profile position up on top of this hill, so those low ground teams can hit them. And so instead going, yeah, we might be able to get USA, but the cost could be too high.
Yeah, it's really hard to get out of this city. There's quite a bit of open territory near that road that you have to cross. And Australia has found a beachhead. Oh, Brazil's just like, all right, let's try to barricade them. Let's shut this down.
Monty's got the side on it. He did feed the information over. Brazil trying to make this move in, still on the hunt for kills as they want to try to approach on this one. They know that UK is down. This is going to be their opportunity. I like the cheeky angles that we're trying to see from it, but Australia reads it, steps away. The problem is the blue zone's coming in back behind this. Australia is going to have to move into here. China also hears what's going on, is content in staying in their position, but could have some side views on what's going on with Australia at the time.
Yeah, once the kill feed starts lighting up in that fight, China might opt to get involved when keeping Vietnam honest on the side. Now Australia trying to flank out wide into the crates. Now, this does expose them a bit, but with USA and Vietnam fighting up on the hill, Luke's just going to barely able to get behind that particular package just in time.
This is a very important fight for Australia as well as China, who are only 1 point separated between them. Smoke's now down, using those to bypass around what we see Brazil's defensive line going to be, but Sparking is still down to the south of this and can see. Meanwhile, we also have USA and Vietnam that can take shots into this. Brazil prepped up the nades, gonna toss it in. Is it gonna connect? Goes too far. Molotovs are gonna go out to slow down the approach and the escape from Australia.
I mean, this is a nifty little maneuver for Australia, but again, they're going to be watched from the high ground by particularly Vietnam right now. Tons of utility thrown in their faces, so they're not able to push any further forward. I mean, trying to get down off this hill is going to be so difficult. You're going to have to get a big knock on at least one of the players that's been holding the front line for Brazil.
Australia managed to make it in the safe zone just by the skin of their teeth, but they still need to move forward. Brazil is holding this one down and has got to be careful. The whole time that they've been focused in on what's going on with Australia, you can see that China keeps moving further and further south, getting into the center of the circle. But now, here it goes. Vietnam says, okay, it's going to be too hard to get down this hillside. Just go. Oh, my God. He's just rolling on his head. He flies into Never Neverland. He was almost alive, but he is going to go down to sharp shot.
Oh, my God. That is maybe the furthest I've seen a vehicle just slide like it's on ice. Now, Clories has been knocked by Nguyen. USA in a great position here to harass this movement by Vietnam. They're trying to get under safety. There is a tree in their own vehicle there, but that's about it. Kickstart took some damage. Gonna have to use the med kit. Korea, China, Brazil, all still in this circle inside of La Cobraderia proper, but Australia still has to try to fight their way in.
Good shot coming out from Kickstart. That's going to open up the doors. Long-range nades could be dropped upon them, but what's USA going to do with this one? Bounce, not going to make it far enough to be an issue, but Shrimzy finding some angles onto Vietnam, continuing to harass. Fight now starting to break up between Australia and Brazil as well. Key fight that's going to be going on, has to step away from it, but Monty is doing a great job on putting some work into this one. Haven's already down and flushed, and Brazil is starting to find themselves in a problem situation. Only 2 members up at the time. LFP is playing to the south of it. That means Australia has the numbers and has now surpassed fast. China on the leaderboard. Sparking, though, could be the problem. The spray cones up, picks up one, gonna go ahead and try to flush it out. And now, how well can these two coordinate? Because there is a push coming in. Australia wants it, looks in, tries to jump down through it, but no, Luke's gonna read it. Now there is just one up for Brazil.
Yeah, VHC actually dropped that pump shotgun. Oh, he was gonna keep it, that's one. Oh my God, can he find another LFP there?
China's coming in.
Here comes China for the third party. Xiaopian gonna strike from behind.
They know that they need to finish this one up. It's a big opportunity for them, and they do take them down. China now usurps the position that Australia just picked up. That means we've got Korea, Vietnam, China, and USA still alive.
Vietnam here, I mean, I'm really impressed that they've been able to hang on just behind that truck and basically nothing else. And Korea now trying to move a little bit more central, trying to take the corner of the school, and they're going to find it and just pass over a few drinks there to get ready for this next circle. And Phase 8 is going to drift into China's direction. So it is going to be 3 members of China, 4 members of USA, 2 of Vietnam, and 2 of Korea trying to take this win.
I mean, you can see where we're going with that. Like, did you see how wide open that whole terrain area was?
Oh, this
You've
sucks.
got the buildings around where China's at, and then you've got a slight path where kind of Korea is. But USA, Vietnam, near on nothing to work with, and USA understands that they want to get these shots onto Vietnam. So maybe whenever a firefight breaks up between China and Korea, they can use that opportunity to move down, because that's about the only option they have. That firefight is breaking out, and Loki is already down, and that spells big problems for Korea.
Yeah, and Onyx going to go for the grenade to try to protect his teammate. The grenade from China comes up short onto Loki, and China knows that they've only got 1 member left on Korea, and they know that they can push in and finish the job. Shotgun in hand there as they try to round the corner. And Onyx going to pre-fire with mollies around there to block the door. I mean, this is pretty cute here with the way that Onyx is blocking. Usually you see smokes, but he's actually going to opt to invest some mollies into this defense.
I mean, it gives them enough time to get the reses onto this, but China now has to be very, very careful. USA making a shift in. Vietnam's already lost some damage on this one. USA just coming in, full barrel, throwing everything they had got, and we can see Vietnam tries to hold it, but no, only Shrimsy goes down, and they have to now pick him up and run for the hills. China is caught up and looking to Korea, so this could be an opportunity for USA.
Yeah, Korea's buying a lot of time here for USA to make these movements, and now they've got that hillside next to the road all to themselves. They have firm control over this circle and potentially this game. China still trying to figure out where the heck Korea is, but in Onyx, if he goes up on the roof, Xiao Lu should have a good opportunity. He doesn't, and Onyx opts to just stay behind the wall. And you know, for Korea here, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. You got to either try to fight through China or the USA, and Onyx looks like he feels like maybe trying to get into USA is the better option.
I mean, with China making the push into the west, Korea has got to move down at this point, and that means that they're in a pincered position right in between China and USA. But note, USA does have a recess on the opposite side of their hill, so they are technically the ones that can be easiest and closest to the center as this is going to start to collapse. Nonix does get the drop onto Lu, so maybe Korea can fight their way back through this one. Nade is going to connect. Ming Ming does not go down, though, so Nonix has got to figure out what he's going to do. Is he going to use the opportunity that has been provided to him to maybe reposition, or does he go after it? Looks like he's got his eyes set on USA instead, and he's going to make the play into it. He doesn't have throwables, but this is going to be a big, big problem if he is not careful. There is a massive amount of USA players on the other side of this hill.
I don't know what Onyx does here. I mean, as soon as China kind of crests over that hill, they might have an angle. He does have enough of that rock maybe to cut himself off. He's going to hear the footsteps of the USA players. That's why he's angling towards them. China here, if there's a heavy fight, and Onyx might be able to get involved late and try to sneak this win out.
Yeah, I mean, he's moved into a position that he's actually looking into China's direction. This is going to become a full 5-man firing line into China as they're trying to move out of this point. And Onyx wants to use what USA is doing here to provide some more cover with it. Does peek over, but it's going to be the same time China looks into this one. So Shrimsy does go down. Now it's a 2-team fight all up against Onyx as he has everyone's attention.
Oh my goodness, there's shots being traded in every direction, and Onyx is going to confirm the kill on Shrimsy. He's got a knock on Xiao Lu right now. Is this going to be another superstar play for Onyx?
What is he doing?
Another one. Can he get it?
Oh my
Sharp
God!
Shuts him down.
USA had the position, but Onyx just demolishes him. Sharp shot. Now looking into what's going to be happening. He gets spotted, and China picks up a game that should have been a big problem for them.
Well, that's huge for China. That's going to shoot them way up in the leaderboards. It's been maybe not the performance that was expected, but better late than never from the superstars from China. I mean, what a game there at the end. What a fun finish.
Man, I love Miramar. It makes for such good games. we've been seeing that time and time again here, the foot pushes, the capabilities that these teams know how to do this, but now we're moving over to Erangel, where everybody knows every inch of that map, and it is going to be hyper dynamic. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to our analyst to get us prepped for everything that's going to be going on in these last 2 rounds.
Right, thank you, gents. And Korea not getting themselves the win towards the end, but Inonix having huge impact on towards the USA, and China able to take it from there. Joining me top is as well as Avenger. China finally with some win on the board here, Avenger.
Yeah, a lot of fans out there for the pickings. They're hoping, they're dreaming, but it's not going to happen. It is mathematically impossible for China to win, but they can jump up quite a lot here with the amount of points that they're able to get. They can try to snip up into where Finland and Vietnam is in terms of total points.
He just came in as the hope crusher. It's like, they gotta win. Well, it's not enough. But it's right. It's true. I mean,
true, yeah.
And the same goes for our second.
picket votes.
No, I understand it. The same goes for the second place team. US had had a good game. China had a good game, but the reality is they didn't start fast enough.
Fantastic macro from USA with the drive-by, with them being able to take the terrain that they were. But you can tell they're feeling in a rough situation. They're feeling like they are not able to perform at their highs at the moment. You can tell in their decision making.
And overall, though, for me, that was America's win. That was USA's win. Inonix, the spoil. It feels like every time you guys are so close, somebody sneaks up and it causes you a few problems.
You know,
spanner in the works.
There's something to be said for maybe we should need to get better at finding that one threat, but there's nothing. But the reality is, there's nothing you can do about Inonix. Inonix is just that good. You saw. I mean, I think he was blind when he looked over the top of that hill and shot one of the guys. So it is what it is, man.
I thought it was going to end their period. I think he was blind.
That's it.
But then again, that's also one of the reasons why out of the 64 players asked, 11 of those said, who do you want to be the teammate with the most? Inonix.
Oh, yeah? Oh, absolutely, absolutely. An excellent name to choose in that regard, but it will be China's chicken dinner here for this game. Our final Miramar here of the tournament. They round it out. And again, it has to be said, as we take a look at some of the moments from this game, all these circles are so annoying for people.
Can we just get a cheeky Picado or Graveyard or Pachinki now that we're going over to Wrangle here? Something normal, something in the middle.
Right, it kills me that we're saying, can we get a cheeky Picado, right? Can we maybe just get a random Picado, something in the middle, something hopefully center? But at this point, I don't even know if it matters anymore.
Right.
UK, even when they don't end up in the top 5, are performing incredibly well, getting into a good late game spot. And while China is finally cutting loose, I don't know that it's going to be enough.
And there was a moment here where we're thinking to ourselves, Martin, this could be Brazil. If they get themselves some momentum here, if they get a few more kills, get the win on the board, they could catch up, but it wasn't to be.
No, I was really hoping for them to step it up and take out Australia, then take on China. They would have had, 15 or so kills, and if they won it in the end and also took out USA, it could have been something like, a 10-point behind United Kingdom with 2 games to go. That's very possible.
Definitely, but the win will go to China. That's our final Miramar here. Now we have 2 Erangels come in. China on the board, and you've got to remember, some of their players are actually the world champions at present, so it's not been the best of times for them, despite high expectations, but it's about time we got a win from them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst of times either. It's just, it was a rough start, and I think that they're doing some good things now. They're fun to watch. I will say, though, Brazil, they're looking better. They're still, remember, rotating all the way from the south. This is not an easy game for them. They got deep. They fought off some good teams. And honestly, if they had been Australia was so confident. You saw Tiggleton vaulted the fence, for crying out loud, and they went in there with so much hubris, and it worked out.
Opening knocks.
Yeah, they were getting in there to get the flashy plays. They're getting into there to make sure that they were winning against these guys that they've had a rough time against for the whole tournament. But again, these circles here and this pull-up, I love that from United States. They were able to do that quite well.
Dislodge them very nicely. But again, it's that time in the game where it's Vietnam o'clock, because they continue to survive forever. They're so good at it.
I mean, that is incredibly impressive from them, and they're doing it with more and more players up every single time. And the fight, I mean, they almost beat US in that drive up. That was very, very close. They had a player in the off angle knowing that was going to happen. He just didn't connect the spray transfer to the third, and I think it was that close. So Vietnam, for me, has been one of the most, I shouldn't say surprised. They got 4th last time, right? But
yes,
they have been performing well above what I expected.
I mean, you have 2.5 years, 3 years between that time. Those moments are forgotten in that time, and then you come back and you're like, Oh yeah, we are now reminded once again why they were able to do it there. But as you can see in the scoreboard overall, 18 points for China, 11, 11, 11 for USA, Korea, and Brazil as we continue on.
That's an interesting three-way tie for match standing there. I will say this though, I've been extremely impressed with not just Sapao being able to come here back 3 years later, do it, and Sapao everyone.
That's right.
But it is Ming that is going to take the player of the match.
Definitely so. And again, you know, when we look at him, he is a world champion. Not too much surprise, but I think the biggest surprise is that we haven't seen him in this position until just now.
Yeah.
I mean, that goes without saying. He got 62% of the kills in that one. Even with this win, you know, outside of me, it was a little quiet initially, but again, it was a tough circle. It was ending in not a city finish, but close to, and they played it better than anybody else did.
All right, well, total leaderboard again here, Martin, and not much has shifted for the top.
It is time for quick math again. It's 25 points difference down to United Kingdom from Brazil there. But I will say, though, the interesting thing for me is that we have Korea, we have Vietnam, we have Finland, and potentially China, if they have a good game here for the next one, to have a 3-4-way fight for third place.
Oh yeah, very, very close in that regard. I think when when you look at kind of Finland, Australia, the momentum has slowed a little bit. Of course, we got some Australia here just now, but they were expecting those guys to be challenging for the top three.
They are. Now, I will say Australia has been turning it up, China's been turning it up, the US has been turning it up, and those are all teams that are actually kind of close to each other. So while we have talked about the top two have separated themselves, maybe this thing is won, the middle is not. It is still very open over the last two games to shift up those positions.
Argentina on 8th place with 92, and all the way down to Japan, 76. It is one good game for any of these teams. They will jump multiple places.
And of course, Finland here at the moment, looking for some better results, I think is fair to say.
Yeah, Finland, they had a extremely rough day 2 and day 3 compared to their day 1. Almost half the points. They were able to get 25, 24, 48 in day 1. And now here we're looking at a total of 11 points after 3 games. It is not where we were hoping them to see them after their performance on day number 1.
Has Mexi stopped trolling you?
I don't know if you're looking here at the kill proportion, 16%, but actually, you know what? I love this guy. He is so much an OG that I have played competitions against this guy, right? I've been dominated by him.
Well, of course, here is China at the moment, and I think that, you know, we coming into, I guess, the mid portion of this tournament here, Toffees, we expected maybe the ramp up, and hasn't quite hit it, even though obviously we just got a win on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there's something to be said for some of these teams, or these regional teams that are made up of heavy hitters from major players throughout the world. They often don't have the synergy that some other teams do, because if you talk to them, they're going to say all of our playtime is dedicated to playing with the team that we train with. We don't really spend a lot of time with other teams or other players, and so it takes time to adjust and find that rhythm. Whereas, you know, you look at Brazil, and they're like, every time we don't have a practice, we're pubbing together, like because we get along so well. So I do think when it comes to events like this, Vietnam, Brazil, they have that advantage.
It's the same case with the UK lads. They're playing usually DJ hours. They're playing 4 8 a.m. Michael starts his stream at 1 a.m. local UK time, right? It's absolutely crazy.
And we thrive on banter. There's no way we can't get along. But anyway, let's get into it. Gentlemen, thank you very much. It's the penultimate game of PNC 2022. It's Erangel time, the grassy pastures. Let's head to the commentators.
Thank you so much, Galaris. We have made a switch on map, but guess what else? We've made a switch on casters, and I am now joined by Toby. Moving into our last 2 games, Toby, you ready?
2 more matches left to play, and while it might look like a stretch for Brazil to catch up, I saw something in that previous game. As soon as Brazil realized where United Kingdom were, they were on the hunt. They know what it takes for them to win the game. They can have good games, but they need to eliminate Brit. And in order to do that, of course, I mean, before coming into this one, I was worried that the gap down to the teams below was going to keep them from trying, because yes, you can go for first, but in doing so, you might also lose second. Now, I think with the gap that they still have down to some of the teams below, they're going to go in. They're going to go all in.
I know the song is God Save the Queen, but I think that everybody in this lobby is hoping for the fall of UK again early this time. And can they manage to do it? I mean, this is their map.
It really has been so far. It really has been so far. And while I'm not going to pick sides, I would say for the sake of everything with this tournament, this game. Go out early, UK. This game.
just to make for a phenomenal final match.
Look, if somebody manages to get, I don't know, 15 kills in a win, you're just going to be tied.
Who?
Okay?
I mean, yeah, who would do that, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Brazil. But Brazil does drop very far to the west in this one. Plane path was down around Georgia Pole, ending around Military Base Islands. That means it is a southwestern plane path, all considered. Now waiting for that circle pop to get an idea on where we're going. I wouldn't be surprised if it's avoiding, hopefully, the north, because we've been getting a lot of that north and east. And ooh, Toby.
Not only is it a melee game, but we have 3 teams down there already. So bridge camps, well, we don't know if it's going to happen. I'm going to say this, though. Given how late we are in the tournament and that some teams have very little to lose at this point, this is where teams start throwing in those curveballs that you don't usually see at the early and mid stage of the tournament. Taking a look here, of course, at the previous game, and believe me, there's got to be a sour taste in the mouth of the US players, because once again, it's the solo player that ruins the win for the United States team.
But as an American, I could say at least it was Korea this time and not Vietnam, because I think that USA should get an unofficial reward for being like around that top position where Vietnam is, because half of their points, I think, are USA.
It kind of is. Having said that, I'm not explaining this phenomenally. Solo player lived life. There's only so many things you can do. His ability to be gone over on so many occasions, incredibly well done by him. I must admit, though, I am a little surprised that US opted to cross over to begin with. I thought they were going to sit back. They knew there was going to be 2 teams over there. I thought they were going to sit back at least for a little while longer and let Anonix be forced to focus China instead of allowing him to focus them.
I think it was the couple of shots that Anonix took to China that they thought that they could third party. But Anonix, again, such a smart player, had a good read onto what was happening there. Thailand already making their run across the bridge. There is Silzen that could maybe do a bridge camp, but you can see Escaluzza already over here, just waiting, holding down a point, but it looks like this may be contested as Fisher is also around where Escaluzza is.
Escaluzza dodged and weaved to make his way where he is, and I don't even think, I mean, look at this, Silzen hasn't given up his position just yet.
Shotgun in the car.
Please drive by shotgun Silzen. Now that would be one for the books. Shots fired, one shot connected. At this point, I mean, if you're Janko at this point, you go, guys, didn't you say the bridge was free? No one's been shooting. Shots come in, but fortunately no damage done. Having said that,
there's a lot going on. Nurins tries to go for the hero play, but Fisher says, screw you. Takes 2 of them down, and that is going to be a big problem for Thailand, as now Argentina controls a big section of this. While this is happening, though, I do want to point out, opposite side of what's going on, UK Vard is on the eastern bridge, and Chinese Taipei did move forward to maybe bridge camp.
Exactly, slowly making his way on over again. I mean, we've seen UK do bridge camps themselves, so they know what they're going up against, and Taipei sitting, as you're saying, Matcham, right on the other side, ready and waiting. That could clearly make for a troublesome situation. Back towards the west bridge we go as USA make their way out of Pachinki down towards the south. Silzen still alive and kicking up by the bridge. Will he go for shots this time around? I'm not sure. He is alone though, so I'm not expecting a full-on fight. But look at that Vard, not only knocked, but down early once again. UK taking casualties in the beginning.
That means the fact that UK has to stop, and this is going to be a 2-point bridge camp, one to the north, one to the south, most likely. And now USA, I like this play. It's slow.
Smart.
This year has just felt like the year of bridge camps. We didn't get them for a while, but then all of a sudden, they are just all over the place.
You would think that when we make the bridges wider, that people will then go, well, now there's too much space, now we don't care for it. But then because we add the bridge, like the staircases on this side and the railings, people go, well, now I can sit in hiding on the bridge.
Now I have a defensive wall.
Now I'm looking very good. And I think that's, of course, added to the reason why we're starting to see more and more of these camps.
Poor PewDiePie. If he had just waited a little while longer and then taken that fight at the bridge, it would have ended up better for him. Hey, look, I've been around in PUBG for a while. I can make some old school jokes every once in a while.
That is true. Team slowly starting to make their way on down. You can see here, I mean, out towards the east side, Chinese Taipei, they want points, they want them for free. Setting up shop here. I don't think Leo is going to make a move whatsoever before teams make their way over the bridge. Now, Watt went down early. That's, of course, going to mean that UK ain't going to move either. But UK right now are posted up towards the north matchup, so they might kind of be the first roadblock for teams to run into.
This is, I guess, a traffic jam waiting to happen for a lot of these teams. I like the fact that UK is at least shifting to the west a smidgen more, maybe play around Shark Fin, because we pretty much know that this is going to go military. We might get some shenanigans where it goes on bridge. I mean, if we get a bridge circle, I'm not going to be sad.
North.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could, but...
It can. Small chance, but...
Are you now evil with me, Toby? Is that what
we
you're
are
running?
that late in the tournament that I've been converted. To some extent. To some extent. To some
Join
extent.
us.
Here's Evart making his way on forward, thinking all is good and dandy. Here comes Savior, over the top he goes. Easy peasy, nothing but sometimes that just happens, and it's going to happen all across the tournament for multiple different teams. For UK, though, in this case, having just gone out early with only 2 points in the previous games, that is just not the time you want to have that happen to you.
And this is actually a pretty smart move, making a shift over here, because Chinese Taipei is going to be mostly watching the bridge for defense. While this is happening, Argentina is holding the other side of it. USA is trying to make the move around. So USA is going to get a pretty much free shift over to this beach, and nobody's there.
UK all the space in the world. Now this does of course mean rotating by bridge, by boat I should say. You don't have your cars with you. So should this next circle go hard south, they need to make the run on up to the roadside. We know that there were 4 teams on the island to begin with, so I'm not sure if there are going to be cars available, because Germany, while they rotated out of military base itself, has taken some cars around this area already.
I'm going to tell you guys, make sure you open up the map stream. There should be a button to where you could, I guess, squad watch it while you're doing this. Because it's going to be very important to watch what's... Oh.
We're really just looking...
Just the saddest
Hello,
of
Bart.
sad.
How does Lobby feel?
It's almost like that medicine could have saved him. Just leaving it for him, like, oh, maybe that could have changed everything. But going back to what I was talking about, the Western Bridge now has Argentina to the south of it, USA to the north of it, and to the north of them in the hills is going to be Indonesia.
It's almost as if that potential traffic jam we talked on the East Bridge has now just gone full swing over
because
towards
Chinese
the West.
Taipei is
the
leaving the
East is open. Taipei, they were sitting around. They were very patient, in my opinion, but no one came that way. Once UK turned around, once they realized, we could also just take a good position on the island itself, they opted to leave, and now East is open. That's your same match in West. That's going to get real chaotic once more teams start coming that direction.
I do want to point out that Brazil did make a rotation down to the south, so that we got control over that. Most teams leaning into playing the northern section of military base along those hills just due to the... I guess we tend to end there more often than not, but it does feel like, again, this year we have been kind of moving into that western side. I'm not saying that it's all RNG, but it just sometimes feels like the circles move in certain directions.
Sometimes we tend to become a little superstitious. When we see the same things enough times, to start thinking, wait, but is there a system to
You know that
this?
some teams actually do have rituals during Circle 1 and Circle 2
for
to try to get the circle to summon to them?
Whenever we say pray to the circle gods, it's no
They
joke.
really do.
People pray to the circle gods, because apparently that's another belief, I suppose.
Well, Australia looks like they're going to start their rotation in, and Turkey making it hard for Finland. As now Finland's going to have to be more and more worried about China. It's going to be back behind them. Turkey doing a good job on just finding opportunities around them.
I mean, we're talking about bridge camps. Might as well do a potato camp while you're at it.
Sure, why
You know,
not?
I mean, there's only going to be so many approaches teams are going to be coming into the south here from. Potato being one of them. You set yourself up kind of in the middle of things, so you block off the Pachinki field, you block off the overhill side of Potato, you're going to get a freebie. Just like that issue is now, that I believe that the Finnish players actually stopped at least for a second, so Turkey can't really make that further move just yet.
This is weird. Okay, so we're way over here in those hills just south of Pachinki, where you can see the China just moved. At the hills just north of the crossroads for bridge is where Indonesia is, and they were taking pot shots at them at range. Usually you want to lure somebody into that direction, but China going to lean into playing edge. It's been working well for them so far. Korea, you can see making their rotation, praying that it goes north.
And not only do they shoot north and obviously alert China that there are people south of them, they also alert USA, if they didn't know already, that you actually have a team sitting just up on the other side of that hill. So while USA might have been looking south to go, how are we planning on cross the road ourselves, or the bridge ourselves, they're now fully focusing north to say, wait, there's teams coming in behind us, we have to be ready for that.
Finland been having some troubles on this rotation so far, and it looks like we could see Finland trying to hold this down. Korea does look like they're going to camp on the other side of this. China did see this rotation. We've got just a second or two before we see absolute chaos or just a continued bridge camp. And yep, continued bridge camp is going to be happening to the west, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of our northern teams make that shift over to the eastern bridge.
You would think at this point, especially with the circle being this far west, that now the eastern bridge is going to be looking very, very good. Hell, even ferries. Take the ferry, jump out halfway, and see where it can take you.
So, looking in, most of our teams should have... I say that most people would go to the east. It looks like Indonesia is just shifting in. China's going to use that opportunity to move right in back behind them. Finland is playing right along the coastline. Looks like they're thinking about going for a swim, but Korea might be providing overwatch on that, and that's going to be a problem.
Finland started rapping, but I think they heard the cast from Korea. You see Diggory very close. As I said, I was going to say they heard them. I don't think they have any clue whatsoever. Issue is Lyman from miles up behind on the hillside spots Lash. So now Korea realizing they could potentially be fighting on two fronts if they alert Finland to their position. And Turkey pulling up on this.
What did Korea do to Turkey? Because they seem real pissed at them today. Anonix just looks back in, drops one easy, but the rest just crash into the building complex. Now, how can Korea defend this? And keep in mind, this is a big opportunity for Finland as well. Molotov's going to come in, and Anonix is going to go down, and now there's just 2 up for Korea.
Turkey very, very nice engage in that one. While losing one, they keep their calm and they find 2. Loki trying to make his way on, and Soul still in calm, making his way over to help Smash. Folds, peeks out, but peeks out early on his own. Teammates nowhere near to help. That's good flash coming through. Finds the second one as well. Well done, Loki. So far, solo army, but Soul is there to help now as well.
1v1 across, and is he gonna get spotted? Loki does go down, and now it is a big problem. At range, there is still 1 more member up for Korea, and so it's gonna have to be another 1v1 lined up. Is Soul gonna lean into it? And he does. It looks like vengeance and the potential of saving an Anonix is on his mind.
That is a good thing. It bounces off his head, off his helmet, and somehow they both stay alive. So P2 finds one, but not gonna get the second. Turkey stays alive, and while there was an opportunity, Matrim, for Finland to third party this, they said, you know what? We're going middle anyway. Let's do it while they're looking the other way.
What are the chances that the PUBG physics will bounce off the head? I mean, my lord.
Oh, no.
Glorious looking in, making another team's life hard as they're going to be trying to figure out where to go. In Finland, I think, might just become mermaids for a while.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't know it was going to be fishing season this early, but yep, indeed. Finland in trouble as they try to make their crossing. Headshot, not what you want to have happen when you have no way of getting to safety. Remember now, though, we do have the opportunity to still rest players just because they go down in the water, so they're not down and out instantly as they used to be in previous tournaments.
Look at Finland, Page's
I mean, they have about 15 HP between the both of them.
Yeah, I mean, that was a nerve-wracking approach, to say the least. Vietnam just ahead of them. Australia, don't worry, the car should right itself. They're down to the south and pretty open around there. Should be okay. Looks like China is doing a boat scout. They have spotted one out, and really the canal is an opportunity here.
Yeah.
But I think most people are really just kind of watching the very far northern section of the beachhead, so you do have some opportunities to rotate there.
I mean, China's been sitting in, you can see them still. I mean, they were sitting in Ferry Pier for a while, scouting on forward while all the commotion was happening further east. They've been looking down towards the south side compounds, like on the, I suppose, northern shore on the west side of military base. And as we can see on the map here as well, it's completely free, so they're going to have the most easy rotation of all the teams that have made their way over.
I do want to point out there is one team that's missing, and that's going to be Japan. That's on the opposite side of UK to the east of that position. China is coming in on their boat now, and again, no surprise, moving into the hills. This is a very fun section as it is a lot more vertical than you would think just looking at the topography of the map itself. But really, it's kind of a battle between 3 different hillsides and the low ground to the north.
Despite the fact that we've lost 10 players already, it's kind of felt like a slow start to a melee game, in my opinion. A lot of attempted bridge camps, only one of which really amounted to anything with the early kill on Tavant from Xavier. Other than that, it's been people playing very patient. Again, we're at the latter stage of the tournament. Only 2 games remain. And while you might not get first place, believe me, the prize pool increasing with every single team you take out is huge. So these teams, they want to go out, they want to find the free kills, they want to get the kills in there where they don't have to risk dying themselves. And that's why we're seeing so many teams sit so patient. Had it been early in the tournament, a lot of teams would have called it already and just crossed on over.
So with this, bridge camp to the west is still going on as Indonesia, who was to the north of USA for a while, is still trying to figure out how they're going to come into this one. USA still holding down. Keep in mind, Argentina is still to the south of this bridge as well. So we're in a recipe for some fun. China did make their cross, sees what's going on, and is on the opposite beach looking into what's happening with USA and Indonesia.
USA, do they know? Do they even know that Argentina is ready and waiting on the other side? I guess we'll find out in just a moment. Turkey hops in the water, starts swimming across as well. Should be all right in doing so. Issue is, of course, Finland. I mean, they knew they were up there, and they're backing off from our rush now. Peeks on over. Doesn't spot one initially now. Does Luke down, Tiggleton down in an instant.
Now it's on to Flood on one side of it. He's going to go down. Just one member up for Australia, who has been slowly and steadily sliding down this leaderboard after a phenomenal first day. You know that they want to make an impact on this last day. Now just Monty up. That said, no member of Australia flushed out yet. If Monty can somehow win a super huge firefight and save his teammates, he could be able to turn this one around, but this is a massive amount of pressure on his shoulders.
Sure is. Japan coming in on the other side. Maybe that's going to help them out. No, as a matter of fact, Tiggleton flushed as well. So no help to be found there. Look at this, Leo. 13 bullets in his barrel. Not a whole time spent looting. They went to the bridge early, they held it, and it could potentially come to cost them if they don't get some more loot real soon.
China here's what's going on back behind this. Oh, sorry, Japan here's what's going on back behind this one is going to be moving up into Chinese Taipei. They have to be very careful with this. The hillside is kind of complicated to move through. Leo is looking at what's going to be happening, but Japan's not taking too big of a damage. Finally does have one of their members go down in Shiva, but I think that they should be able to make it to Manor. Don Lee might have a different idea for that one, though, and takes off another one.
Finds the first one. I gotta say, while Taipei might not have had... Oh, let's hold that thought for a second. Here comes USA. Sideways, they try to go. Left, right, make the way on over. Turkey, in the meantime, ends up drowning as they couldn't make landfall. Martins and Nate slumped on forward. Can't find anything. Now they find one, finds two, as USA starts taking casualties on the West Bridge.
Argentina's trying to reinforce on the other side of this, but China at range is taking shots. The circle does shift into the center to the east of what's going to be happening. Argentina is very aware that they need to finish this quite quickly. USA has been waiting so long to cross as Argentina on the opposite side. This is a fight that has been waiting to happen for oh so long, and neither one is aware that China's going to be coming up back behind them as voraciously as they're trying to do.
I mean, if you're USA here, you're thinking you're fighting. How are there so many Argentinian players in this area? And as you were saying, rightly so, Argentina, no
Indonesia!
clue that you have them
Indonesia's
on the
coming back behind this!
Indonesia is pulling up on this one as well. Everyone wants a piece of the Western Bridge. It's going from chaos to utter insanity.
So now we see USA going out, Indonesia still being gate-kept, can't make any movement. China being the beneficiaries for everything that's going on, slowly waiting for their time to cross around this, now finding angles onto Argentina, but that could provide an opportunity for RDK to maybe survive this. China now making the push, holding down what's going on. Brazil now in some trouble on the opposite side of this one. They're caught up in a fight with Canada. One member already flushed out and Haven down.
So many attacks coming through. Spark, unfortunately, can't quite fight Finna, so forced to back off. Keenan is down. Res ain't coming in, at least not right now. Taipei will fall in the end of things. VHC peeks on over. Sparks 2. Takes damage in return and has to back off as well.
VHC looking down the hillside. They know that they need to stay alive. They know that they need to get the point. Sparking picks up one. Looks back in. Can he pick up the other one? And he does! Canada goes down and somehow Brazil stays alive. I also want to note, after Chinese Taipei went down, Australia did pick up one of their reses.
Gets one back up, Sparking, 4-0ing, of course with the help of his teammates, but the leaderboard states it, 4-0 Canada. A lot of points coming in, a lot of needed points coming in for Brazil as they try to continue their climb up after United Kingdom.
Paulie trying to contend up with what's going on with Thailand. He's going to go down. UK getting spotted out as they're making their approach into Australia. Luke's down again. Michael on a smidgen of health, just trying to stay alive. Thailand, here's what's going on at range, and everybody is having to move away from it. UK's T-Bone is at very far away from everything that's going to be going on, but Escaloosa is going to be finding some stuff. Belmont does pick up Luke 12, and maybe Thailand might have an angle onto this.
Still a 0-point game for UK and Brazil, clapping their hands, seeing UK players fall into their knees. Now, things might not be over just yet on that side, but down towards the west, China opted to back off the bridge as they realized there was nothing more to come for. Brazil, though, is where my eyes are right now. They have to make a move, and seems to me like they're going straight in the direction of China.
Right now, China is looking into Argentina's direction, seeing that one at range. Brazil is going to be coming up the hillside right back behind them. We do see that Fisher takes himself out. Brazil sending it in. They often find sneaky ways to make it in the circle, but they are so weak. China, high ground on him. One nade could do so much damage to them. Brazil has got to be careful, but it's going to be China that's just sneaking up back behind him. Nade is prepped. Is it going to connect? Is it going to roll down the hillside? Was it cooked enough? Goes a little bit too far, but it doesn't matter. The shots connect, and there's only one up. Make it none up. Brazil is out.
In a split second, China takes them out. They didn't know they had them over the hilltop, and down falls Brazil. Indonesia, right to follow. RDK couldn't make his way all the way on in. And now, the two remaining Finnish players forced to take a fight here to China. First one falls down. Kirexi peeks over, spots the second. No more bullets left in the gun. Einstein peeks on forward, finds one, finds two. Finland out in sixth.
China now encroaching onto Vietnam's point total time and time again. Does need to get these reses quickly and has to move into a direction where Germany could be trying to gatekeep them. Vietnam, the team that they're trying to chase, to the north of that position. So this is a very influential firefight. Do note that Thailand is sneaking up back behind Germany and could provide an opportunity for China to push.
China, such a good game in the last game. Fight their way all the way through to a victory now. 8 kills, all 4 still on their feet. Sure, there is a move to make, but a move that I would say is doable. Again, as you were saying, Matcham, depending on what Germany does here to try and hold them off.
Should be noted that there was a lot of points that Brazil managed to pick up, but UK is still in a strong point on this one. Feels like we're starting to see the #1 spot be cemented. Floris is going to go down. Michael finding another opportunity in this one. China is just trying to watch what's happening, but UK is now moving to get center control of the circle.
Michael is the savior of China, and Ixlift even takes it away from him, as if he wasn't being helped enough from Michael. He steals the kill too.
China is like, we need these kills right now. You're fine, UK. Let us have it.
China has made their way all the way up into 5th, and if they manage to take out Vietnam here, they could potentially get 4th place with this game. So Pow peeks out. Ixlift instantly there with a headshot.
This has the capability of being a game where China can usurp Vietnam and maybe start encroaching on Korea if they have the opportunity for it.
Yes.
Vietnam can get distance, though, and now maybe catch up to Korea, who is already out. And Vietnam has been having a great day. Germany gets vision on what's going on with China. They're in a line running down that hillside, and it is getting to be a big problem for China. There is just too many people in the hills.
Chris peeks on through, finds one, Pains finds the other, MCON gets the flush in return, so 1 down confirmed on each side. Germany tries to stand strong here. They found 2. Ixlift is on his knees as well. Just Ming left alive. Nade, good, but not good enough.
Germany finally finds their firefight, much to the chagrin of China, and that vehicle is saving their ass right now. China just wants to try to reset onto it. Germany continuing the nades tossed out, but do note that Vietnam has flanked back behind China as well.
Bounce off the wrong direction, doesn't quite find it. Asar wants to get it. Chris is there to help as well. He was only here as a coach, now here as a player. Zapal peeks in return. Headshot received in the other way now. We are in phase 5, remind me. So that blue chunks, and it's going to get even worse just 10 seconds from now.
China knows that they need to make the move. The couple of shots that they did manage to put into Germany means the fact that they're trying to assault, where we can see Chris holding down, and my God, he just unloads on top of him. But here's the thing, Vietnam isn't stopping their approach. They know that there's a weakened squad in front of them. They're trying to find the angles into it. Hisaki gets some damage, does get the knock. Germany is out, and Vietnam is feeling like they can take on Korea's point position.
China comes close, but Vietnam will do everything they can to separate themselves even further. Just 1 point up to Korea, and should they go out and win this, they might even be close to Brazil.
Let's see, Vietnam starting to slow this one down, moving back to the north, realizing how UK is moving through this one. A big X factor in everything that's going on is still Thailand. These guys have managed to pull out some miracle plays before, and the way this is looking out, it might be UK versus Vietnam with Thailand, the third party.
We got to keep in mind as well, UK, the first team to lose a player this game. Vought went down before anyone had even finished looting, and still they managed to stay all 3 alive. They fought their way through the east side of the Millie Island and has managed to get all remaining 3 into this one. And now, not only sit in a good position, but they have the center of the circle, they have the high ground, and they have all the vision in the win.
And UK break 200 points, trying to get that last hit in to see if they can get a knock into it. Again, they have so much control in this circle. Vietnam still eyeing where Thailand is. They need to make their move into the zone, and you can see they get vision. It's about time to take those shots. You're not going to give them one much better than that one. Oh, that one hurts. Thailand now knows they are in some trouble. Belmont, the last one up, and I mean, he's just got to move away from this one. He can maybe sneak into the circle, but that's about the best I would try to do in that.
I think Belmont is very, very nervous that Vietnam is pushing off of this, but if Pusher's coming in late, there would have been time for the rest. But now, of course, it's going to be too little too late. Zapao, good headshot coming through to take down his Galusha to begin with. I thought he had him dead to rights in the street side, but no. Zapao, the savior, manages to keep Vietnam up with 3. UK, in the meantime, not really opting to aggress on anything here.
His crawling was just trying to buy more time. Finally, it does connect. The fishing with dynamite finds its target. And now, Belmoth, you've done actually an amazing job of distracting Vietnam long enough to allow UK to just take the whole rest of the circle.
Thing is, UK is not in a hurry. UK is in a spot right now, and that's the reason they only have 1 kill. Had this been a middle of the tournament or UK in the middle of the pack, they would have been out hunting. They would have been actively pushing all of these different fights.
Vietnam right now, yeah.
Exactly, which is exactly what they have to do here. They just need right now to maintain that lead over Brazil. Right now, placement points outweigh kill points.
Vietnam now ahead of Korea with that last kill, so tied up, but due to the way that we see the tiebreakers work, that means that Vietnam is in control of this one for the time being. They want to try to pick up this game. You know that Korea in this last game is going to come out swinging at everything. So Vietnam needs to pick up as many points as they can. UK doesn't want to give Brazil a chance. This is their chance to close the door, say, we get this. Everybody else is now fighting for second. And a lot of this hinges on Belmoth and how he plays this.
We've seen Snakes and we've seen the impact the solo players can have regardless of how many players opposing teams have remaining. I'm seeing Belmoth with a level 3 vest and 3 nades. If Vietnam does anything to push down south, if they take the fight to UK first, it's looking very likely that Thailand's Belmoth would have an impact. Having said that, look towards Fex, look towards Michael. None of them moving an inch.
Haisaki is moving to the north for Vietnam right now, while the other two are still continuing to look for where Belmoth is. I think they might know. I don't know.
What makes you think that?
I think he's in some trouble, but he has himself a pretty good weapon to unload onto somebody, and really, if he just continues to stall out, that's going to make this so much easier for UK.
And even if they start lobbing nades, I mean, how much utility are you going to be willing to sacrifice on a solo? He's prone, he has level 3 gear, it's going to take, unless if it's going to be right on the money, it's going to take at least 2 or 3 nades to take him down.
Keep in mind, Vietnam doesn't know how many are alive, if they're solos or whatever's going on the opposite side of this. They've been trying to probably track what's going on, but remember, UK lost a member really, really early, and since then has been kind of quiet with what's going to be happening, because every single time we saw Vietnam fighting, it was around the time that UK was. So now we're going to have to see if Belmoth can connect into this. He takes the shots onto him, but T-Bone's already counter-moving around this one. He is aware. Now here's this Vietnam, though. They need to clean this up quickly because they've got to move. Finally takes him down, but it is time to move. You've got to make it in the safe zone, and you've got to figure out how you want to assault UK.
Exactly. Thailand, solid performance once again, making placement points, but now the fight comes towards the east. UK has been sitting here ready and waiting for the final battle for a while. T-Bone, level 1 helmet and an M16 goes to show how passive this game has been for UK. They've been backfilling as best as they could, now in a very, very, very winnable to a 3v3. Make that.
I like the way that we see Vietnam trying to spread out on this. They are aware, okay, there's probably somebody that's already got control of the circle. We were having to deal with what was going on the outside of this one. They are moving in. They have been fighting a lot more, and that could be a big detriment for them as, wow, we're getting really sneaky. T-Bone moving into this one, trying to hold down that high.
Issue is, as you were saying, Vietnam has no vision, no knowledge of what's happening out towards the east. That could be a UK player right around the next hillside. They don't know what they're doing right now. Is that they're looking at the map saying there is a good chance that there's at least one of them inside one of those buildings. We're waiting final circle. If it shifts away, at least then we know it's an open playing field. Haisaki, there's a crate.
On the opposite side,
It's
crawling
looted, though.
forward.
Sorry, bro.
Like how he's coming into this one. It's almost like Haisaki and T-Bone have the exact same idea. Like, okay, I'm just going to move into this slowly in the circle. Again, giving UK that extra little bit of a boost. Haisaki hoping that maybe this would give him some cover, but I mean, you can see they just have no idea where this is lined up at.
No one's showing their hand here, but believe me, once that first bullet is fired,
is there
this
smoke at
game is going to
distance?
be over in a second. I think so, yeah. Fex smoking off the roof side. Don't want to allow for any angles towards the northwest, and it's pretty crucial, honestly, because if he starts shooting towards the southwest, Haisaki, perfect angle to shoot him from the side. Doesn't happen, though.
I love this. You can see that Vietnam instantly reacting what's going on, shifting into position around this, going, okay, we now know where at least something's going on. They're on top of this roof. We can get to a high position around it. Now it's all up to the peak battles, and right now it looks like UK has the authority in that.
Vietnam's got the high ground, and we know from experience that comes in pretty damn handy. Sapao already once saved a teammate in a crossing. Can he save Haisaki from the fire from Fex? Now Michael up on the same roof here as well. They're looking for info. They don't want to make a move before they know where all of the opponents are. Headshot comes through, but Michael stays on his feet.
Doesn't go down, so Vietnam cannot move forward. This is just a giant fire waiting for that little bit of a light to kick off everything. Once somebody goes down, this is going to turn into a full-on rush. Haisaki using the smokes, navigating it in. Keep in mind, Vietnam's having to move this whole time. At their back, Haisaki gets some more damage, but still not finding that elusive knock time and time again.
Ridge is too steep for the Vietnamese players to get a good angle on down. And every time you peek it over, you know there's going to be UK players ready and waiting on the other side. So you get 2, maybe 3 bullets to shoot. That is your element of surprise. That's when you have to back off. That's why we're not seeing any knocks coming through just yet. Circle's going to end on the dot, which means Vietnam, high ground position in their favor, but UK are going to be forced to make a play on up, and here they come.
Here comes the King of the Hill fight. The due center of this hill is going to be where this is all going to end. No more sneaky compounds, no more nothing. You're just going to be cresting this hillside and hope that you've got the right angle. Vex for UK is to the north of what's going on, but T-Bone and Michael doubled up. On the opposite side of that, Vietnam holding a strong line across, hoping the fact that they can maybe crossfire. Holding these angles could give them something, but you can see all leaning into cover right now, and UK isn't taking the bait yet. This is actually pretty evened up. I think that Sapao might be the first person to have to move, and this is just UK waiting now.
So much on the line here for both teams. UK really could separate themselves coming into the final game against Brazil. Vietnam, in the meantime, could encroach on Brazil from the bottom. Let's see here. Imcut spots one. Information coming across. Vex, are you going to set up the flank, or are you going to go as a three-man stack pushing on forward together?
Smokes now coming out. The little bit of information was enough to start making some moves. Vex knows what's going on. Nades haven't connected yet, but these smokes are getting close, trying to navigate the nades. Vietnam staying alive, but it's going to be Haisaki. He lines up the first one, but there's a counter on the opposite side. It's going to be Vex that finds it. Now, trying to cling to life. UK loses another one. Vietnam trying to see if they can navigate. T-Bone now in the smokes. Close, sneaking in, trying to see if he can be sneaky, pick up another one, turn this into a 1v1. He does it! Vietnam picks it up!
3 kills for Haisaki in the final moments of the game. Keep in mind, Haisaki only lives to see that fight because Sapao rescued him in the crossing earlier on in the match when they got peeked on over by Thailand. So great teamwork from Vietnam to bring that one home.
I mean, where do you want to start? Bridge camps, counter moves, shifting, high ground positions, China making the assault on one side, UK trying to cling to life, and Vietnam now taking over Korea's position. Guys, analyst desk, have a field day with that one.
That's right, as we have got ourselves Vietnam vindication coming in from them after so many high placements. They are able to convert a chicken dinner here at the penultimate moment. Game 19 goes to Vietnam. Toffee's Avenger joining me here. It feels like this one was a long time coming.
Feels like the first time, but it feels like it should not have been, right?
Yeah.
Because they have been playing so well. They've been on nothing but an upward trajectory. And that, when you talk about these events, Martin, is what you want to watch, right? It's about how a team starts and then sort of, do they maintain? Do they go up? Do they keep the good mental state? Vietnam, even though they had some rough starts at the beginning of this event, never gave up. It just got better and better and better.
They have had such a good performance here. I'm so happy for the guys, honestly. Them being able to get in here and replicate the performance that they had in Nations Cup 2019. Just one player that played back then. Clarice have been an absolutely outstanding player for me. And also, their consistency in terms of placement has been through the roof.
Yeah, definitely has. To take a look back now at game number 19. And I think it's very apt that they not only close out this game, but then they close it out against the UK in number 1.
Yeah, except that I wish it wasn't the UK that were closing it out. I mean, I'm glad they didn't win. But the UK has been absolutely phenomenal. Vietnam making nice plays, but this really seems like this event has been kind of the story of the top 4 or 5. It seems like at some point these teams just ran away, whether they understood the lobby better than anybody else, I don't know, but it's been top heavy.
And that barrier that you're mentioning here, the top 5, it feels like China is now coming for that position here. It was maybe a little bit too late to be able to make anything really shake up in the top 3, but oh my days, they're really blasting.
Yeah, and on top of that, if they're able to have a great game, if any in the 3rd to 5th placement here, if they're able to have a really good game and the others flop, they might be able to change the placement up.
They might, but Vietnam is defending their home strong here in the placements, as we, of course, have them getting the chicken dinner. Great stuff by them to deal with this. And another different circle. We have had so much variance. A military circle coming in here. Toffees couldn't have asked for it anymore.
You know, when the plane went across the map and I immediately, like, there was no way it could be north and there was no way it could be Milta Power, I rejoiced. And then it goes to military. It has been absolutely wild. You know, Brazil was like, I guess that's acceptable, but they were hoping just once to get something on the west.
I was hoping for a swamp bidding, to be honest. I'll get over to the Brazil, get over and get the UK out early so we can have the last game without any, or with a question, is somebody able to make it?
Yeah, that is fair, that is fair. As we take a look now at our top 4 from this game, obviously Vietnam, we mentioned China as well. Germany showing up again. I can't help but feel like This might be a little bit of a It's Chris factor, looking pretty good.
It also helps that they drop in the middle of the military
That
base.
helps too.
That definitely helps going. And we saw some teams doing, I don't want to say questionable plays, but maybe something that you wouldn't necessarily do if you were at the top 5. We saw a lot of bridge camping, a lot of late rotations, and that opened the door for those teams who got to military early to do well in this match.
I will say though, when we see this plane path here and it ends over the military island and it's kind of southwest kind of far, you see all these teams change their alt drops. They're like expecting it, right? And you should have some sort of advantage there. I kind of like some of the flashy plays we saw, and I gotta be honest, I like that United States they camped the West Bridge.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen more bridge camping. The changes to the bridge, the fact that you can drive down below, has definitely made it a little more viable. And they got a good fight. They picked a good fight with Indonesia, but again, United Kingdom only getting 1 kill is kind of, opens the door that maybe there's a world where UK goes out fast in the last game and we get to watch Brazil go on a hunt.
Yeah, lost one early, but there you go. They're still able to salvage themselves 7 points through this. Vietnam, 20 points, and they're going to need to defend because, again, it feels like China is a little bit on the warpath right now. 13 points go their way.
And also Germany being able to step up here and get
Yes,
8. I am really happy to see that they're able to have a good game, both kills, get 4th placement as well.
Agreed.
They now have had with 1 game to go, they now have had their best day so far here in the tournament.
Yeah, very nice to see, of course, as we come to a close here for the games, and with 1 more left to go. Haisaki, it's about time we get to see.
I love that name.
Wow. yeah.
In general, the Vietnam guys have fantastic names. Clarice, obviously.
It's
he's heard about you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and then and then Sabao.
Sapao has one of the best names in the entire game, I must say.
It sounds like the way that he plays, hitting you in the face, getting out there and taking those fights. I absolutely love it. And Cloris, as you know, has been a thorn in the side of America this entire event.
Indeed.
And so is Vietnam, and they're winning all of the showdowns.
Yeah, Sapao is like from the old Batman comics, gives them a big Sapao. But I'll tell you who else has given them a big Sapao. It's the United Kingdom. 200 points now. And I don't think anybody else is going to be breaking that.
More than 10-point average a game. That's crazy. But I will say this, though. We've had a game where we had 27 points. So that could happen. So they need to go out early. And then they could be if they had a record-breaking game. But then there's also the other case here. Vietnam, Korea, 9 points apart, fighting for 3rd. And China and Finland fighting potentially here for 5th place.
There's still a lot to play for coming into this final game here.
There's lots to play for, and for the teams on the bottom, I think there's also a lot to be said for maybe go make some flashy plays and change things up. And I do think the teams in the middle are going to be very aware in the last game of what those teams on the bottom sort of might do to mix things up a little bit.
No, definitely. 1 more game, 1 more Erangel remaining. Any thoughts before we finish things up?
Yeah, our bottom half of the leaderboard is also 4 teams, 9 points difference. Again, massive prize pool changes here once we're coming in to the last game. If they are able to close it out with a good amount of points, they could step it up.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Break time now. Do not go anywhere, though. We have 1 more game remaining to crown our champion here at the PUBG Nations Cup 2022.
Gotta be the best.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
Hello.
I think this is like completely comparable to cold sauna in Finland. So it's like sauna all the time here when you're outside.
Yeah.
It's that hot.
Honestly, I just want to go back inside and go in the golf. It's too hot here.
Oh, look who it is! What's up?
Hello,
Paige
boys.
and Diggory from Team Finland and my FaZe Clan teammate Diggory. How's it going?
I mean, it's pretty cool, at least. I can't wait to absolutely destroy Paige. It's going to be fantastic.
It definitely will.
It definitely will.
Finland's going to get smashed by UK.
I think it's gonna be Finland favorite against UK. There was a tournament before we traveled to Thailand, and of course, Team Finland dominated UK there. So UK garbage, yes. Yeah.
Finland garbage.
No.
Yeah. Finland trash.
PSG, let's
go! Woo!
Ooh. Okay. It's actually pretty beautiful. It is a really beautiful venue.
They should hang like a banner off with like me on it. Like a big banner. You can just see me.
Oh, it's so hot. Can we go back in the side? Oh, food. We're getting food.
Ooh. Oh, papayas are good, I think.
Anyone dig in?
I'm going in.
I think it's pretty good. Surprisingly good with a spicy salad.
It's a bit spicy.
Yeah, it's kind of spicy.
Ooh, shrimp. Are you ready to taste?
Okay, we do it at the same time.
All at the same time, boys.
Wait.
There you go.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, then how do you even eat that? You just take it and like... Oh!
Is it good?
I would say the first one was better.
Yeah.
Yo.
That's like a
Chicken curry.
crab curry.
What is this white one?
Crab, onion.
Yeah, onion, that's what I... The curry makes it so good. Everything with curry is tonkatsu, curry chicken, la tonkatsu.
Yeah.
I ate tonkatsu yesterday. It's so good.
Tom yum.
Tom yum.
Tom yum?
Yum. Yeah.
Load of salt.
Good.
It's good?
Oh, it's spicy.
It's spicy?
Oh, spicy. One more try.
Is there meat in there?
Last year Finland come last place, so what do you think you're going to do different this time?
This time, at least minimum UK will be below us, so 15th, okay? And UK 16th.
What are you going to do differently?
I mean, I don't know because I didn't play on the last PNC, so I cannot really answer the question.
Nothing different. What's it going to feel like to like lose to Team UK?
I mean, that's just your own fantasy.
Yeah, that's your fantasy, not ours.
It's going to happen. The only thing we do is like we camp them on the bridge. They get really mad, and then they play work. So yeah, we camp in the bridge every time.
My goal is to win the whole tournament, obviously. I think if your goal is not to win the tournament, I don't know what you're doing here. And the only thing is important is winning.
I would say like my personal goal is definitely top 5. In Team UK now, we got a better roster than last time. So I really feel like we can do it. Yeah, I think that would be my goal. And I'm really excited to play.
Fighting!
Let's go, guys.
Let's get at it.
And that's no surprise, all considered. The way that we're going to see this play out, everybody knows what to expect when you're moving into it. Miramar is a little bit more fly by the seat of your pants and savior. Oh, VHZ, that's not the way Brazil wanted to start today.
Yeah, certainly not. Obviously, the talk of the town.
Happy with Australia right now, but you can see, they're still not in the best of position. They're clown carring inside of a car that is destined to explode any second. They're rolling, trying to get the shots, but it's Argentina that is just unloading yet again. Chinese Taipei tries for it, but does go down.
Show me where they do that at. Where they do that at. Show me where they do that at.
Focus inward. They need to decide, do we take the fight to Vietnam in the compound, or do we push the shoreline?
Australia's wrapping onto the two remaining players of the United Kingdom, brothers in arms, but right now enemies. And T-Bone gets both Luke and Flood. It's only to...
Turkey has to send it down the hill. Vietnam trying to play defense here on this Glory's good for one. Glory, well, YM going to be good for another. Glory's go for the finish. It's an instant wipe for the duo of Vietnam.
Drop it low to the floor. Where they do that at? Show me where they do that at.
In sole second place.
And it's just going to continue to potentially grow. Argentina just stacking up while that's happening. Perfect time on the other side. Argentina just rolls right into the United Kingdom, and it's just like waiting arms. And all around the world, we can see that we are getting prepped and ready to go, getting everything situated. Matchroom, Toby together for our final game. Toby, looking like it could be a lads night. Brazil best bring something.
Indeed it does. Brazil, 20 plus points needed in order to get it. But having said that, while UK went far this one, back-to-back games with UK players down early.
Dude, I've got my eyes set. Vietnam going crazy right now. Korea, we've got the Korean casters right back behind us. They're like, they are about this. They know that Korea can try to get this one back. There are so many moving factors in what we're looking at right now, and everything is just continuing to mount. All of this, trying to hit this culmination in this last Erangel match.
One thing's for sure, as always, this is going to go right down to the final game match.
You can see all around the world, we've gone back over to Tokyo. Tokyo have been proving themselves to be quite dominant in different sections of this one. I will say that I was not expecting Japan to bring out so many different variables inside of their games.
People have come to me and asked, like, who do you think is the top improvers over the course of the tournament? And one of the first that comes to mind to me is Japan. The way they've been able to step up in terms of aggression, allowed themselves to start fighting. I think it's impressive to watch from a region that has always played very much on their back foot.
But it's also kind of hard because, I mean, Brazil, UK, these were like not the favorites coming into this one. Instead, our favorites are the ones that are in the chase just trying to see if they can scramble for third. China, wants to show up back onto this one. Korea never wants to leave anything back behind. And you can see all of the different streamers that are going across everything where you can watch in. I mean, Janku over there, you can see there's got something going for himself. And every single time you can hop in, support the streamers. We appreciate it because we're all just one big PUBG family.
So many streamers and content creators having supported this tournament from start to finish. And as you're saying, it's all across the globe. Of course, I mean, sits with the name of the tournament. It's just amazing to see so many people who might not be that active anymore in competitive PUBG still out there supporting the competitive scene. It's absolutely phenomenal.
Lots of 4 AM guys got everything going right now. Feels a little bit bad. Used to seeing them at events like this. It almost feels weird to not have like Boliang and everybody else.
You got infantry up there as well. I mean, these are players that we see every single year at the top tournaments, not represented here. But it goes to show the depth that some of these countries have when it comes to competitive PUBG. It's insane to me. Like a country like China, multiple other countries can have so many that highly skilled players.
And there has been a lot of people that are waking up at very awkward times. Like, it's a 12-hour difference from where I normally live back over in the USA. And I've seen Americans that have been waking up early doing streams with this. We've seen it over in like Europe. Time zones be damned. Everybody wants to get involved and be showing different stuff and show their support and just be talking about all the cool stuff that's happening in this event.
And it's been phenomenal. From start to finish, this event has been absolutely phenomenal. We've talked about teams that we expected things from, that hasn't performed, teams that has come out and really impressed that we might not have expected all that much from. But overall, I think one of the big things to me, also given that it's my first live event of this kind, the fans. The fans have been phenomenal.
Okay, I've got to ask. This is your first LAN, and now you're coming here.
Audience,
You get to cast the last match of Nations Cup in front of a very active audience. Like yesterday, you saw when Thailand won, they were running around with flags, they were dancing around. It was nuts. These guys are supporting every team on every big play.
I know the fight's for the top right now, but Thailand's going to win last game.
Really? You're just calling it, just throwing down the gauntlet right now.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I like it.
I want that to happen anyway.
I want to see it. It would be good. This audience deserves it. I mean, the Thai players definitely deserve it as well. It has just been so good to watch. And yes, guys, I know you're in there. It's like, when are we going to get into game? Guys, we got a lot of stuff to work through, and we're almost done with it. So, Toby, before we jump into this last round, what do you think we got to hit?
I am worried now that Brazil has been closed up on by both Korea and Vietnam that they might not want to dare go full on for UK. Because had they had a 20-point gap down to the teams in third and fourth, they would say, you know what, nothing to lose. Let's try and take out UK early because we have to deny them points in order to make sure that we can even remotely have a chance to catch up. Now that that's not the case, I'm not sure, but I'm very curious, and you guys should be as well, to see what the early plays from Brazil will be in this game to come.
I mean, if Brazil wants a chance to try to get into this one, they have got to start early, and they have got to get as many kills as they can. They have to hope that UK can get nothing else, but it is time. Let's kick this one off. My God, the audience is so loud. Last match, game 20, and we have a very southern plane path.
Are we going straight back to Millie, or is it gonna be even worse? Because we've had that twice already. Are we going mill to power? Because there's a team sitting out there. Thinking of which, we have had 2 teams win games around mill to power. Which 2? Brazil and...
This is going to be
United
ridiculous. Are we also going to potentially see a Quarry? I'm an evil guy. But Quarry is like, I don't know, like the full Sith dark side of enjoying.
I don't mind Quarry.
Oh, dude, it always feels like it's so hard to navigate, and specifically for the players because it's just such a, like, there's so many different moving factors around it and so many sight lines that are blocked. You never know what you're getting into.
I've always considered Quarry the Miramar of Erangel.
See, I always think of it's more like Stalber. I don't know. Stalber just has that same feel to me.
Because it's a mountain.
Yeah, well, it's just got all the verticality that's inside of it coming through. All right, we've been talking about where there's some potential drops. You can see that's going to be Thailand is going to be looking to take some shots at Canada as they come in. Argentina coming around Japan. Turkey is going to be making play towards military base island, follow it in alongside of Germany. Brazil is going to go to Mill to Power. Chinese Taipei and Finland both going to the north.
Now, Brazil lands by themselves in the spot they usually go to. That is to be expected. But keep in mind, we know, they know, and I'm sure all of you viewers at this point, 20 games in, know who their neighbors to the west are. And they now know with this circle popping that the only direction they're going to be moving is into the team they're trying to take out.
Okay, so yes, we have the canal that goes through here. We have military base island in play. But we also have the fields that are to the north of Ferry Pier that causes such a big problem. You can see that we did have a skirmish breakout over here, trying to see who can get everything together. Turkey has one of their members down, and we have shotguns coming out, and that's about all we can find around this location.
Japan, Argentina fighting for extra points. There is a gap from Argentina up to Australia in 7th, but for Japan, if they can get kills here early, they got Taipei 2 points ahead, USA 4 points ahead, and only 9 up to Thailand. So get 4 kills here, get moving, and you all of a sudden find yourself in a much better spot on the leaderboard. But before that happens, you have to take out Argentina.
Coming in, you can see near on nothing to work with. These guys coming in, Silzen got the Uzi, man. Takes out the door that is going to reveal some positions inside. There's some polys on the other side of it. Remember, he has the shotgun, but there's a follow-up shotgun, so this peak is going to be big. He's got the IR prep, steps around through it. Uzi's coming out, goes up the stairwell, shotgun comes out, does hit it, looks back in, and picks up, trying to stay alive. Poly does go down, but reinforcements are coming for Japan.
Silson, what are you gonna do? No helmet, does find one now, 3 bullets in the shotgun, looks around, tries to stay put, notes that the Japanese players are right out the door, spots one, doesn't hit it, helmet gone, back down to 18 HP, Kane comes around the side, finds one, Martin with a shotgun in return, finds one as well, 2 down from both teams, flushes now, starting to come through from Argentina as well.
Martin's on the other side of this one. Fisher's finding a good angle for it, and now it is just Keen, the last one up. He's got himself a scope, but definitely not going to need it this close range. He wants to see if maybe he can find the time to get Poly back up, but there is no options. We're in old school launch PUBG tactics, running into the bathroom, getting ready to close the door, watching your teammates crawl around on the outside, feeding the information over to it. Martin's going to exploit it.
And the first team out of the equation here is Japan. Again, valid effort from a team I did not have many expectations from. They've played aggressive. They've shown me that that region has really got to be respected. But here they fall out in 16th, only 3.5 minutes in.
I mean, again, they were a lot of people whenever they talk about Japan and specifically like, oh, Japan doesn't do FPS games and everything else like that. They have been making massive strides. They've always enjoyed FPS games just in a different style than what we enjoy, and you're starting to see them switch over into more Western styled FPSs, and I just love this trend because every single time Japan competes, it's fun to watch.
Exactly. One of the things that I think have really helped improve that factor is Americano and Korn. I mean, I talked to Paperton about it as well. Americano and Korn coming in to the Japanese scene with that Korean background. I think that has helped push and shove some things around. And curious to see how that can, in the future tournaments as well, impact things. Of course, here, previous match highlights coming through. Brazil struggling. They do manage to get down Canada. Solid 4-piece for Sparkin, but would go down to China right after.
We've been talking a lot about Haven, but Sparking, you got to keep your eye on him as well. He's so hard to contend around with. We do also have a weird situation that is brewing where we've got USA and Indonesia stacked up on top of each other inside the game. Brazil is making a rotation around. They do need to move to the west, but you can see it's getting pretty feisty inside the game itself, so we might want to keep an eye on what's going on over there.
Yep, exactly. Good 4-piece coming through. Vietnam here as well as we jump over to Haisagi. Previous game, 4-piece for Sparking in the early game, 3-piece for Haisagi. Of course, Nate's coming through. All of the teams helping one another. Vex, first one to go down to an 8, and then he swings out around the smoke, finds 2 immediately after. And again, I mean, going back to it, Haisagi, he would not have been there had it not been for some Powers insta-double headshot up towards the player from, I believe it was Chinese Taipei. But what an important win for Vietnam in the previous one.
I mean, that was just such a close game right there. And T-Bone, he can win those. So
he wins those.
Yeah,
more
I
often
mean,
than
he
not.
really does. While this was happening, I believe that we did see the fight that was going on with Indonesia, forced Indonesia to step away with it. I think that they only have 1 player left. USA picking up the kills inside of that one, getting some very needed 3 points.
Yeah, RDK, sole player left alive for Indonesia here. Again, tough tournament for them. But honestly, I think they came into this hoping for a very good experience, and they have been cheered for all the way through. RDK, it's going to be a tough one, but curious to see what you can get out of this one. 56 players still alive as we go ever so much closer to phase 2.
I mean, RDK is actually kind of in a good spot. There's also a lot to be said for whenever you're coming in and the amount of just knowledge you can get from other players and you can take back to your region, to your country, to really step up what's going on. Hisaki having himself one hell of a day today.
Absolutely phenomenal. And I mean, I don't think people counted out the potential of Vietnam coming this high back into it, but I think no one thought Vietnam was going to be in a spot to potentially take over Brazil coming into today. And while there is a little bit of a stretch there still, it is not impossible for them. They just had themselves a win. We know how they can thrive off good momentum. I want to see them go right back into it and get a good result here too, because they are only 14 points down.
I guess try again. If not, you don't first succeed. UK over on the Eastern Bridge, which is not inside the safe zone. Looks like they're patiently waiting for what's going on. And I don't know if anybody's going to come over here, but it could be Brazil. Brazil is playing Milta.
Imagine.
They may rotate into it. So that could be the plan that UK is prepping.
Imagine the backfill. The backfill down towards the crossroads from Brazil. If they have any idea at all that UK might be trying to pull this off, they go in, maybe through Milton, maybe around the back, and try and set up. Issue is, they have to be expecting, I mean, I would be thinking that UK would be doing this, but in Milta. I thought they would be setting up to try and take out Brazil, because if Brazil dies here, they know 100% no one is going to be able to catch them. But that's not the case. They want kills towards the south.
See, just patient faces waiting right now.
They're just
See if
chilling.
They hear anything? I mean, that's a good way to beat. This also gives them some survivability, not having to test what's going on in circles. Looks like Brazil is leading to the north of Milta. Gonna wrap around that one. We'll have to see if they make the cut down to the south as they move through this one. But I think that they've got their eyes set just to the west of Farm, just how close that position is.
Let alone the fact that, I mean, one thing is they might not hop all the way down to the south bridge, but once Argentina makes that, once they cross the bridge, once we see UK in the kill feed, if they're close enough to hear the kills, or to hear the shots, they'll go instantly. If they're close enough to see the knocks, they know they are nearby. And there are only so many places UK and Argentina could be fighting right now. So I would expect to see, if we see this pop off anytime soon, Brazil 180 down and hold them on the bridge.
Yeah, Brazil's just got such an open space. Everybody is playing just to the south of Pachinki. That's where almost everybody is stacked up at the time. So I don't think that we're going to see Brazil bumping into anybody. But if anything, they're getting more aggressive. Like, I mean, VHG is driving around with a revolver right now.
You might as well.
This is the theme of what this game's going to be for Brazil. They know they need to get every single kill that's going to be moving around them. And it's just got to be just full up balls to the wall to see what they can get.
Exactly. Brazil had a chance to go down and hold out UK. Now they might be running into Vietnam, the team that is actively trying to hunt them down. So we'll see how that's all going to pan on out. Argentina seems to me like Martin is expecting maybe teams to wrap down towards Millie. I mean, we got to keep in mind, while everyone is sitting up north, there is still the military hardship potential here.
Korea finds themselves in Chinese Taipei.
Ooh.
Quick exchange between them. Savior and Lash both going down inside of it. Soul's going to go ahead and flush out Savior. Now let's see if we can get some defense on what's going on, because keep in mind, we've been talking a lot about Vietnam, but Korea, these guys can pack a punch, and there's the potential, some points to be had, and you know Korea wants it right now as well.
Korea does not want to fall here. Lash already down. One more player down to low HP. Believe that to be in Nonix. Finally, heals do come through, but not the best position to be in. Tires popped by the second.
Brazil hears this. They're moving to the north, and they're going to try to third-party this. Australia also sees it all the way across Pachinki.
They need kills, and they need them now, and if you have a chance to third-party, you might as well try and execute on it. You see they're already out. Circle does shift west, so Millie not in play. The crowd goes wild as Thailand gets one going their way.
Okay, shift's coming out. Haven sees what's going on with Korea, tries to line it up, gets some damage. Are we going to see Korea get knocked yet again? Gets the line back into it, but VHC goes down. Yan Lee finds angle on top of him. Now Chinese Taipei starting to rest in. We're starting to see everybody go down over here. VHC already low on life. This is going to be a big problem. Korea now flanking around back behind this one. They know that they need to get more kills, and they've got to take on these weakened teams. Do line up into another one, and LFP is down.
LFP gets knocked. The flush has yet to come through. As I say that there, he falls. Brazil needs all their players on their feet in order to be even attempt to make this play, to make this catch-up. On the other side, Haven finds Mao Rush. More kills going in the favor of Brazil, but damage has already been done.
While this is happening, Australia is also stepping away from their hillside, moving into Pachinki. They're trying to stop this. Sparking lines up another one, takes down Leo. This fight needs to end quickly, and Brazil knows it. Now starting to make a move around, hopped inside of the vehicles.
We've seen vehicle run-bys be a problem for Brazil in the past, but right now they are on fire. They've been lining it up, jump out, running out, trying to spot Yanli. He does go down. Brazil already sitting on 4 points and have to continue where a weakened Korea and Australia are already waiting.
It is a hunt for points to catch up to the UK. They found 4, they took 1 casualty though. How will that impact things from here on? And also, both the wounded Korea and Argentina heard all this. Are they going to try and see if we can keep them off? Are they going to let them pass on through? In the meantime, out on the water we go as the ferry brings the German players from Sosnovka to the main island.
Everything has kind of calmed down for a second. UK going ahead, leaving their bridge. They're going to cut out. Argentina still just chilling down on military base island. They're the only ones over there. Indonesia does finally get spotted. RDK is going to get eliminated, ending their turn.
And if there's a team that need these points, these potentially 3 points, again, Vietnam just saw Brazil get 4 points. They need to catch up. Issue is Mexi is styled in with his SKS, finds Cloris, who's now left very, very much alone inside that shack.
We've been talking a lot about China, but guess what? Finland's only 4 points back behind them. And every point right now is going to matter, and they want this one so bad. Can he hit this shot as it jumps out? It could be so important. No, not going to get it, but hey, they already know where at least 2 potential kills are.
Yep, well aware of the position that Vietnam finds themselves in now. It's not necessarily the worst for them to be where they are. In the meantime, Seoul from Korea peeking back on over. Haven sticking around for a little while longer here while the rest of his team has managed to wrap around. But as you're saying, Australia has seen this, and UK ain't too far away either.
I mean, Australia hopped inside of vehicles and were counter-moving alongside of Brazil for a second. You can see Tiggs already running back, but it's going to be UK coming in and now cutting off the path that Korea was going to potentially try to take.
Tackleton just shot into the ground too, so Vard should have had the audible cue that there's people around there. You can see UK here. They were playing aggressive all the way through this tournament, but the last 2 games, they are not in a hurry. Stay 4 alive. Yep. If you outlast Brazil, you can claim points later on in the game. They are not in a hurry whatsoever.
It is such an it's not insurmountable, but it is such a ridiculous task to get as many kills as Brazil needs to get, but they are playing it the right way. Already sitting at 4, they're roaming around, but here's the problem. They're roaming very far to the northwest, and guess what? Nobody's there.
But the circle's going there now. Wait and see.
See how this one goes. Australia looking down into USA. Korea's going to be following up back behind Brazil. Circle is going to go. Fairy Pier.
Is that a caster curse? I'm not sure. Could not go further away from Brazil. Having said that, though, they do have a pretty clear line to make their way down towards the southern side because
Argentina
really is out west. Argentina.
You've been waiting so long. Forward. They wanted to bridge camp, and imagine if they died to a bridge camp. Tries to get the shot. It says no. Silza just runs right in. This is chaos. Argentina's trying. They're just using cars to mow down everybody in Turkey.
Why shoot people when you can run them over? 2 down already. As Turkey gets caught by surprise, they were the ones sitting ready and waiting, but can't get anything going their way. Silson does get knocked. You see Quetpa forced to make a leave.
Thailand's coming in back behind this. They are going to hear what's going to be happening as Turkey is going to be trying to regroup. Vietnam making the roam in. USA is going to be coming alongside of them. There's a big wide field that's going to be in the north of this that nobody's going to want to play. There's the hillside, though. The hillside is where everybody's going to be trying to crash into. China now bumping into Finland, and this is a pivotal fight.
Dual barrels in hand. Page able to get on in. Finds one. Xiaolu falls down. Able to get him on out, but they have knocked players off their own, making 3 added, and the Chinese cavalry has arrived. 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. Page, all that's left alive. Finland comes back in, finds one, almost gets the second, peeks on out and gets the second as well. Still 1 more player left alive, though. Einstein peeks, he does it, and Page single-handedly annihilates China.
Here is the opportunity for Finland to jump up there. They have the capabilities to surpass China. It is not going to be too difficult. Just a couple more kills. But guess what? There's a new party that's going to be rolling on, and that's going to be Brazil jumping right in. But good shots coming out, and it's going to be Vietnam that takes down Avon, who's been so impactful.
If there's one team you do not want to be giving these kills right now, that is Vietnam. Brazil heard the shots. They thought they were running into a one-person Page, but they run into a 4-man strong Vietnam instead.
There is the capabilities that Vietnam can turn this around and take Brazil's position if they can pick up these kills. Page, go ahead, find out what's going on. Brazil is eliminated, and this is just a mess all across the leaderboard.
Brazil came in from the hillside. Again, we saw the circle was far away. This was their first approach. They heard shots. They knew there was something going on in the compound. Usually those fights will be where Vietnam are. They saw China out. They saw Finland take casualties as well. They thought they were in a 4v1. They got stomped by Vietnam.
Oh, and here's a very big problem.
Now the UK knows Brazil is out. That means that they can do whatever they want, and they're trying to assert their authority onto Australia, but USA has a different mindset, trying to crest this hillside and see if they can find an angle to what's going to be happening. H1 does open up onto Luke 12 and knocks him down.
Australia thought they were the ones to backstab UK. Instead, it's USA peeking on over the top. Finds one. Monty is there for response. No, as a matter of fact, finds T-Bone down below, so the fight is still going on all fronts.
Sharp shot does manage to get a knock onto Monty. Australia finding themselves very, very pinched. UK on the other side of this one. Tickleton trying to find his way out, but it's going to be Kickstart that gets knocked onto him. Just Flood, the last member up for Australia right now, trying to gather some more points, just at least win a solid fight, because Australia is trying so hard to counter these last couple of days.
Solid plays from USA to come in, stab, then back off. Stab, back off. Constantly make sure you have the blue to play around. Sharp finds one. One more flush comes through. Flush goes down, and that is Australia out of the equation, but USA ain't done here. Bart Folds gets the flush. 8 kills already, and we're only now hitting phase 4.
USA, where has this been? Michael's on the side of this one. Last one up. Goes for the spray into Sharp Shot, but that was a quick spin. He does get the knock on a Sharp Shot. Trying to survive. Does get the flush as well, but is going to go down. USA, with Thailand short on their heels, needs to pick up more points to get some distance from them.
Top teams out. Vietnam still alive with 4, with the only compound left in this game. They are 13, make that 14 points behind Vietnam as we speak, but look at this. USA, they have set up shop. Vietnam sitting tight, but Thailand will be the next ones to have to make a move.
You can see Korea hiding out in a shack right now. Thailand's looking in between whether they want to go Canada's side or USA side on their approach, but Vietnam has control over everything that's going into the field to the northeast of their position. Germany is inside of Barry Pier still, and they're taking some shots at Argentina is going to shift them away, but the big influencing factor right now is the Vietnam-Korea survival match that is going to be happening, and I don't know if anybody's going to send it Vietnam's direction, and that's what Korea really needs.
Making a play for the field, well aware there's going to be people shooting. Issue is didn't think Soul was going to get an angle down below. Page in the meantime, from up the hillside, he was down in the compound, has managed to sneak his way away from there. Up the hill, now starting to shoot as well. They're 1 point down from China, who are already out.
Does Korea get the kill on the Shrimpsy? If anybody manages to take that, that could be absolutely huge. Thailand trying to make their push in, but Canada is just holding the wall on them right now, looking down into a barrel of fish. Germany's on the back side of it. Thailand just finds themselves in a terrible position with nowhere to go.
Only so many angles of approach for Thailand, unfortunately, forced in between 2 teams. Now, I'm still looking up towards Page because look at the leaderboard on the left-hand side. Finland, very good position, but Soul in the meantime, 1 of 2 players left alive here, trying to do everything he possibly can to keep Korea in contention for that 3rd place spot.
You can see Korea knows that they need all of these points. USA has a stack of vehicles over there. Vietnam, very aware that Korea is trying to step out and get some more points. Don't forget about Page. He's still alive. He left the compound that Vietnam is presently in, all the way up into the north and trying to pick up more points. They're only 1 point away from China right now, so this fight is big for every one of these teams.
He needs 1. Belmont falls as well. Noren's single player now left alive for Thailand. This next shift, if it has got Vietnam written all over it, I'd be scared if I was Brazil.
Germany is now making a move as well into Canada. That's going to be happening in the south. Circle does pop. A lot of fields still in play, but the hills are going to be the big factor where a lot of these teams are going to be bumping heads.
Let's see Germany. 2 players across already, but they still have 2 yet to make a play. Sugar, Chris trying to find angles. Chris steps up, finds Shinboy. 1 down from Canada. Finna running to the rescue, but will Chris spot him as well?
Here's the problem. Never forget about Thailand, though, either. Norns is still alive. Adam playing the low ground into this one. Looks back over to It's Chris and sees a potential point. Wants to play it quiet. See if he can explore it. Nope, never mind. He says, that one's mine. I'm going to go ahead and take it. Get some more from the crowd right now. And Germany's got to figure out what's going on. Norns taking some damage. The Blue's going to be coming in. This could be a big problem for him if he's going to try to survive off of this. Loki and the rest of Korea still looking in as somehow everybody's surviving off of this, but Page has got to move down into a low ground point, and that's a big problem for him.
Let's see. USA only casting a busted BRDM for cover. Noren's trying to find more. Knows there are players in the area. He saw the knock on Canada up before. He knows there's 1 knocked on the other side. The circle is moving in Noren's. This is your time to make a move because you will not get another chance.
Germany is counter-moving around what Canada is doing, so that might provide an opportunity to move as he can get these shots in. Looking in, Dunker is doing a good job of evading the bullets. Noren's got to make a decision. Does he stay and hold him, maybe do some more damage to Germany, or is he going to push into the potential firefight? Adam looking into Germany's position. It's going to be Finna that spots him out, and he's trying to fight his way back into this one. Noren does get the shots on Finna. He's got a path into the safe zone. He's wrapping around what's going on. Canada pushing down now into Germany's position.
Oh, the hipfire headshot from Shinboy takes out Germany as they fall. Out they go. Shrimsy out of the car as well. Soul on a whole other level with his gun right now. But Cloris from inside the cover of the compound shoots him and forces him back inside the
car's
shack.
blocking Shrimsy's knock though, so they can't get the flush onto it. They know that they need these kills so badly. While this is going on, there's still a lot of counter moves that are going to be happening. USA here's this firefight trying to move in. Nurens is still alive and looking into a weakened Canada, but doesn't want to make the push.
Noren's 4 points away from Thailand, or from USA right now. If he stays alive long enough, those placement points will get it up there. Issue is USA still alive as well. Shrimsy, though, does fall as H1 and Kickstout now make their way up towards the fortification as well.
Do they know? Keenan's looking around. I think that they've spotted going for peeks around. This is a very complicated pathing to move through, so he's trying to use that to his advantage. Going for peeks. Noren's already taking a lot of damage, trying to make sure that they can hold this one together. You know that the Canadians are trying to see if they can get some more kills of their own to try to catch up into where Japan is going to be at. If they can manage to win this one, could be big, but it's going to be another pickup for Noren's. He's trying to find it, moving forward, the blue right at his back. This guy is trying his hardest to win for his country.
Doing everything he can, but in the end, he will fall to the salute of the entire arena. Thailand out, and you can hear the crowd. They are proud of every single one of their players that have played so far. America immediately there to follow. Argentina still on their feet, and here they come. Shinboy down instantly.
The circle shifts into this direction, so this is a massive fight for control of this circle. Argentina does lose one of them inside of it, but Canada's just trying to stay alive. Adam does go down. Argentina at 11 kills and still on the climb.
Australia. All of a sudden, that 7th place spot does not look guaranteed. Martinson will get the rest on up to Fisher. Vietnam, despite all the commotion, still yet to make a move. Haisaki now finally makes the play on out, but look at the players left alive. Even with the win coming their way, they will need practically all of them in order to beat Brazil.
Vietnam in this position, Korea's got so few passing options and they know it. They wanted to get some more kills out of it, but it's just been so hard to find them just due to the nature of the terrain here. USA even shifting away from them made that so much more problematic. Now Argentina getting this foothold in place means the fact that they could potentially step up against Vietnam, but Vietnam is so strong right now.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I kind of want Vietnam to take the fight to Argentina, but they need to beat them fast. Because if Loki, if the Korean players manage to make their way on forward and do damage, I was just gonna say, towards Vietnam, that could be troublesome. The thing is, they know Korea has to make a move, and here they go.
That's the big problem for it. Vietnam has no need to move into Argentina yet. It's Korea that's got to move. They have got to dance through these bullets. Juking through. The aim for Vietnam has got to be the best that it's ever been to close the door on the potential of this. Somehow Page is still moving around through the back of this because he could jump up right back behind Vietnam.
Imcott spotting him is phenomenal. That could potentially be the deciding factor, because if Page gets to live free and comes in and backstabs Vietnam, that could easily be game over. Issue now is that, as you can see here, the positioning behind the Havel. No, the Molly as well. They're going to go down. Vietnam does find one, though. 1 kill goes to Vietnam as they get ever so much closer. Now it's 9 points behind Brazil.
Finland is right back behind them. Vietnam is aware of it. Argentina getting more aggressive inside this, being an unexpected factor for it. Every single one of these teams have an opportunity to get some type of movement. The thing about it is Page is going to have to put in a lot of work and get near on every single one of these kills and a win if he wants it. You can see he realizes that at the point. He's got to try to start making as many points as he can. Haisaki has spotted him, but doesn't manage to get the knock.
They managed to get away. They managed to get to the hills, but look at Fisher. Fisher has wrapped around Argentina, playing a daring style of PUBG. They themselves have a chance to gap Australia if they find 5 or make that 4 more points to break the tie. Page, headshot comes through, still has plenty of mets though, so he's alive at least for a second. Issue is the blue is coming his way.
Page is providing some type of opportunity for Argentina to counter move around this, but Dolores has just got to beat onto it. It's going to be Vietnam that does pick it up, and now the pivotal fight to really decide how this leaderboard is going to cement.
Vietnam and Brazil will tie if they win this game. They will tie at 177 if they win this game.
Okay, Fisher playing it quietly, waiting. Vietnam has been very aggressive, moving around. And Cud is going to be walking into a very dangerous territory. The blues right at his back. Silzen takes some shots into him, but Fisher does not pop up. He does not reveal himself. Spao on the other side with Glorious now moving into an area that Martinson is going to have control over.
Martinson all on his own. They're playing the wide flank system here. They're trying to sheep herd the Vietnamese players together for one single final stab. It shows Argentina are you spread too wide. The Vietnamese pack is running east, and they've got the dot of the next circle. So Argentina, Silson, Fischer somehow needs to regroup with Martinson.
A 3v4 in this position. You can see the numbers do slightly favor 56% for Vietnam right now, but the lineups between it, Vietnam, they need so much out of this one. Argentina just needs a few kills. There is a world where we could actually see both of them
They could both
climb.
jump. They could both jump.
Vietnam doesn't want to show their hand, though. You can see it's starting to get pretty nervous. It's been quiet for so long.
You know what, guys? This is the final game. Take your time. We are not going anywhere before this game is over. And there, as you're saying, Matchroom, there is so much on the line for both of these teams to come out victorious in this final game.
Fisher hears the shots, and he's lining up at Caloris' direction. But that means that Haisaki and Nimcud might have an angle onto him. Martinstein still playing out with a little bit more of a vision field. Is not going to get too much out of that. The circle is closing in right now, so that means that Fisher and Imcud are going to have to make a decision on how they're going to move around this.
This is a game of chess. The issue is no one's moving their pieces right now. Everyone's strategizing, and as I say that, Fisher, realizing the blue was on his heels, have to make a play on Argentina. While they wanted to see if they can get kills from the split position before, they now are forced to regroup. They sit on the east, and they can all but pray for the next and final circle to go in their direction.
Argentina needs to get a knock before they can even make an equal footing fight. And that means that they do have their backs against the wall and trying to figure out the best way to get that. But Vietnam, aware that they have circle control, what is Argentina going to do for this?
No vest for Fisher. They've been fighting up close, whereas Vietnam has been able to sit back in the compound and take shots from a distance. Utility and Kevlar is going to be in the favor of Vietnam. But as you can see here, because of the way the land lays, no one has clear vision. No one dares to wrap the north side. Let's see, the circle keeps them both in. It could not be more equal between them. Question here becomes, who makes the first play? Haisaki currently flanked off. Him and Silson playing the same role. They contain on the southern side, not allowing for anyone to push forward.
Argentina has not as much of a hill to play, though, so they don't have as much free movement as Vietnam does. Haisaki's point to the south is really big. If he gets spotted out, that means the fact that the doors are going to cope open for Argentina. Fisher sees him, starts taking some shots, and almost gets the knock, but the tree is going to survive. Keep him alive.
Crucial. You can see now Silson trying to make a play to see if he can get an off angle on the tree as well. Shots fired once more, but nothing connecting, as I believe Haisaki has made his way back to safety. Look at this. So much utility. 3 nades on Zapao, 3 nades on Imcut as well. They've got the utility. If this becomes a smoke battle, it could go Vietnam's way, but now they're forced to move so much closer to one another. They've heard footsteps, and they're ready and waiting.
This is a massive stack on Vietnam and could spell a big problem for them. Argentina could just find a good peak angle, maybe find something to work with off of this one, but Vietnam, very aware that they have control back behind them now, going to use a vehicle and bring it forward for cover?
I mean, that's all the cover they're gonna get, so I mean, why not? You know they're not close anyway. I'm just worried for Haisaki. Do not give up the southern flank opportunity for Fisher. We've seen that he's been looking that way many times. At one point, it's going to force everyone right into one another, but there's still enough time that a flank could be attempted from Fisher. So Haisaki, look south, because they could be coming your way.
Counter moving around this one right now. I believe that the Tiecaster's asking for the audience to get some cheer and support this last firefight. So if you hear that popping off back behind us, that's what's going to be going on. As it's still patient, waiting for these last couple of seconds for the circle to close. It's just massive tension. And for all of these players, you know it's just nerves upon nerves mounting more and more.
Both these teams waiting for the opponents to misstep. Make a wrong peek too hard. Expose yourself in an area where you have no chance of returning fire, but none of them are budging. No one willing to risk anything before they're forced to. Issue here is Vietnam has the hill. They have the space. Argentina are playing with their backs against the wall.
They have to figure out how they're going to move. Vietnam does not have to move first. It's on to Argentina. How do they want to make this move? Throwables now starting to come out. You can see Vietnam prepping the nades. They know that Argentina needs to make the move into them, so they could just go ahead and prep it. Try to get some weaknesses out of it, but this stack for Vietnam could also
also smell their doom.
Fisher jumps into a car. This could be the Hail Mary. This could be the final send that could potentially grant them the win. No. Uses it for cover, brings it a bit further forward. But that car won't last you much longer because the circle is continuing to move on in. Smoke's deployed, but Smoke's about to fade out as well as the utility now starts coming through for Vietnam.
Doesn't hit enough to be super scary, but it's going to make it to where you can see Silson step back. Blue zone does some damage. This wall is causing a problem. Caloris looking into it, and it's Argentina slow rolling around, but it's going to be continual nades. That one looks like that's going to land pretty close. Doesn't do enough damage to be a problem still. It's just a continual red zone falling next to Argentina, and they're dodging it. Time and time again, the smokes are out. Can they continue to press, or is the nade barrage going to be too much?
Oh, one nade is all that's needed for them to take it. This could be the one bounces far, but they're still alive.
How many nades does Vietnam have? You can see trying to creep forward. Now Molotovs coming out in utility. No nade hitting enough to create any opening for either squad yet. Lawrence, he goes down. Fisher finds the angle. Vietnam though gets two on the other side. Martinson, last one up. Moving in, seeing if he can find a way to make this work. He is surrounded and outnumbered. He knows it. Creeping in, he's got to find it. Get some shots onto one, but in the end, it's going to be Vietnam.
What a game. They will tie. Who will end up in second? I'm not sure, but what a fight back in this match right here.
Damn, these guys deserve it. They were climbing the whole way, but let's be honest.
Here they are, your champions of PUBG Nations Cup 2022, United Kingdom!
There they are, the United Kingdom. They are the champions here for PNC 2022 after an amazing performance here. Toffee's Avenger, what a performance. They are now the champions of 2022.
Turning it around from last time with a 15th place to now being the champion with two players that were the same and a coach that played the last time.
It is a heavy trophy, but they are strong enough to lift it, just like they were strong enough to dominate this field from the get-go. There was never any question in their mind, and now there's none in ours, that they are the best team when it comes to the entire world.
The Queen be proud, ladies and gentlemen, here of the United Kingdom. And as you said, it was a difficult, turbulent time in 2019. We get here 3 years after the fact, and the United Kingdom is able to raise the trophy here. They are absolutely elated with it. It's fish and chips all around.
Yeah, and I'll have to be honest here. This is such a heartwarming moment for these guys.
All right, it's time to hear from the champions as the United Kingdom has taken it.
Hi! Okay, so could you please step forward over here? Let's step forward and have some interview. Linton ka! And this is some member over here. โอเคนะคะก็เดี๋ยวทางนี้นะคะเราจะขออนุญาตสัมภาษณ์เนาะวันนี้กับแชมเปี้ยนของเราสักเล็กน้อยนะคะโอเค so เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตเริ่มที่ทีโบนก่อนเลยแล้วกันนะคะทีโบนนี่ก็เห็นว่า FC เยอะเหมือนกันสำหรับงานนี้ก็แอบถามว่าคือการแข่งขันนี้ต้องบอกว่าเป็นการแข่งขันชิงแชมป์ระดับโลกนะคะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ในวันนี้ได้เป็นแชมป์นั่นเองค่ะ
So this is gonna be the interview for our champion. The first question gonna belong to T-Bone. So we would like to know, how do you feel when you won this international championship?
I mean, pretty good, obviously. We knew he was gonna win anyway, so what can I say?
ก็ในเมื่อเป็นที่หนึ่งนะคะก็ต้องรู้สึกดีอยู่แล้วค่ะ
สั้นๆนะคะแต่ว่าได้
สั้นๆง่ายๆได้ใจความ
โอเค thank you T-Bone แล้วก็ต่อมานะคะ Facts is your turn ทั้งนี้นะคะต้องถาม Facts บ้างนะคะว่ารู้สึกยังไงต้องบอกว่าคือเรารอคอยกับการแข่งขันนี้มา3 ปีเนาะกับการแข่งขันแบบนี้แบบ offline match นะคะก็คือรู้สึกยังไงที่ได้กลับมาเล่นแบบ offline match
So since this is the first offline match after 3 years, how do you feel with this match?
Oh, it feels amazing to be on the stage in front of the crowd. Like, it's something really special, and Yeah, it's really great to be here.
เขารู้สึกยอดเยี่ยมมากเลยค่ะแล้วมันก็ถือว่าเป็นแมตช์ที่ค่อนข้างที่จะพิเศษสุดๆไปเลยในเมื่อเราได้แบบมาเจอออเดียนซ์ที่น่ารักแบบนี้นะคะ
ค่ะ thank you Fax นะคะต่อไป Michael is your turn ทีนี้นะคะถามไมเคิลกันบ้างต้องบอกว่าครั้งนี้เนี่ยสามารถทำผลงานได้ดีมากๆถ้าเทียบกับเมื่อปี 2019 รู้สึกยังไงในเรื่องของผลงานที่ดีขึ้น
So what did you improve after like on the PNC 2019 you went to competition of the Korea, right? So what are the things that you improve apart from the previous match that you had?
I mean, obviously a different team. I think the caliber of player is way higher. We have a really good game plan coming into this tournament. We knew what we needed to do. We had some problems on day 2, but we fixed it really fast. And yeah, after day 2, I couldn't really see us slowing down. It just felt really strong. And yeah, it just seemed like we had everything we needed to do to win.
Yeah.
ค่ะก็คือสำคัญที่สุดก็คือทีมที่น่ารักนะคะแล้วก็แน่นอนว่าวันที่2เนี่ยเขาเจอปัญหาเล็กน้อยแต่ว่าก็พยายามแก้ไขมันให้เร็วที่สุดค่ะแล้วแชมเปี้ยนก็เป็นของเราอย่างที่เห็นนี่เองค่ะ
โอเคนะคะ so what I have some question ทั้งนี้นะคะก็สำหรับโหวตนะคะต้องบอกว่าเนื่องจากว่าเขาก็เป็นแบบ leader ด้วยเนาะก็ถามเขาว่ารู้สึกยังไงกับการที่ได้แชมป์ในตอนนี้ค่ะ
so now is your turn Bart how do you feel as you're one of the champion right now
Oh, it's hard to put into words how it feels to win this event, but it just feels amazing, especially with the teammates I have here. I wouldn't want to be here with anyone else.
แน่นอนว่าต้องรู้สึกสุดยอดอยู่แล้วนะคะโดยเฉพาะถ้ามีผู้ร่วมทีมที่น่ารักอย่างนี้ค่ะ
น่ารักเนาะมีความแบบคิ้วกับในความสมาชิกในทีมนะคะทีนี้อยากถามบ้างว่าเนื่องจากโหวตกับไมเคิลเนี่ยเขาไปเล่นใน PNC 2019 นะคะทั้งคู่ซึ่งตอนนั้นเนี่ยเขารู้สึกอายุแค่แบบหลัก10เท่านั้นเองหมายถึงว่า10กว่าขวบอะค่ะประมาณแบบ15ขวบอะไรอย่างเงี้ยเราเรียกว่าขวบหรือปีดีขวบดูน่ารักเนาะจะว่าประมาณ15ปีนะคะซึ่งอยากจะถามเขาว่าจากการที่ไปเล่นในปี 2019 เนี่ยพอมาถึงปีนี้ปี 2022 คิดว่าตัวเองมีอะไรที่พัฒนาขึ้นบ้าง
For Vod and Michael, so what are the things that you improve apart from PNC 2019 that you went? So, like, what did you learn and come to improve in this year? Since you went on the PNC 2019 with Michael, so what are the things that you improve after that year?
Yeah, for what?
For Michael and Vod.
That it can be both of you.
Yeah, we have the best IGL T-Bone with us.
Oh, that's why. โอเคเขาบอกว่าจริงๆคือสิ่งที่มันเปลี่ยนไปสิ่งที่มันดีขึ้นก็คือเขามี T-Bone อยู่กับทีมเขาก็เลยมีสิ่งที่พัฒนาขึ้น And is there any improvement in yourself if you just like compare in 2019?
I'd hope so, honestly.
เขาก็หวังว่าจะมีอะไรดีขึ้นในตัวเองเหมือนกันนะคะซึ่งอันนี้เขาก็ยังไม่รู้ตัวเองนะว่ามีอะไรดีขึ้นนะคะโอเค just that's it okay that is quite a cute answer ต่อมานะคะทีนี้ต้องถามว่าคือสามารถทำคะแนนได้สูงมากๆนะคะถึงต้องบอกว่าแตะ200คะแนนคือมันแบบเกิน200ไปอีกนะซึ่งมันสูงมากๆคือมีกลยุทธ์ไม้ตายหรือว่ามีแบบเป็นเขาเรียกว่า secret อะไรหรือเปล่า
So since you got the point over 200, what are are there any like special tactics that you keep remain this position, the first place position? Whoever.
Yeah.
We haven't really had any special tactics or anything. We just play together. We keep a good environment. We keep it loose, and yeah, that's how everyone just plays the best.
ค่ะก็จริงๆไม่มีอะไรมากนะคะไม่มีเทคนิคอะไรเป็นพิเศษแต่ว่าพยายามทำให้บรรยากาศในการเล่นด้วยกันเป็นบรรยากาศที่ดีอะค่ะคือมีทีมที่ดีแล้วก็สร้างบรรยากาศที่ดีในการเล่นร่วมกันนั่นเองค่ะ
โอเคขอบคุณมากค่ะทีนี้มีอะไรจะบอกโค้ชไหมใครตอบก็ได้
So this question for anyone, but are there any messages that you would like to tell the coach?
Tell the coach?
Yes.
I'll just say Justy, he's been a big help. He's helped us keep a good mood, a good atmosphere as well. That's what Fex just said. So, and he's always a good laugh. So I think that's important. Have fun when you plan, and yeah, thanks, Justy.
ก็คือโค้ชถือว่าเป็นอีกส่วนหนึ่งที่ช่วยในการซัพพอร์ตทีมได้เป็นอย่างดีเลยค่ะแล้วก็ให้ความรักให้การดูแลให้คำแนะนำที่ดีค่ะโอเคแล้วก็สุดท้ายแน่นอนนะคะวันนี้ไม่เกิดขึ้นแน่นอนถ้าสมมติว่าเราไม่ได้รับการซัพพอร์ตจากแฟนๆนะคะดังนั้นก็มีอะไรจะบอกถึงแฟนๆของเราสักหน่อยไหมคะ So this question for anyone as well what are the things that you would like to tell your fans
I mean, I didn't think there was so many like supporters of the UK and also people from the UK that even watch PUBG, but like watching Twitch chat, Discord, Twitter, there's honestly been so much support. It's been so crazy. And it's just been an honor to play for the country. Everyone here, I just love the support, so thank you for that.
ได้ๆค่ะขอบคุณที่ซัพพอร์ตทีม UK ในทุกๆช่องทางนะคะ Okay, thank you very much and congratulations to United Kingdom. Okay. Woo! And see you once again in the award ceremony, so you can take some rest for a bit. Okay, bye-bye. See you once again, United Kingdom. See you. Thank you very much. นะคะก็เดี๋ยวหลังจากนี้นะคะเดี๋ยวเรากลับมาเจอกันนะคะสำหรับพิธีการมอบรางวัลนั่นเองนะคะซึ่งเดี๋ยวตอนนี้เราไปเช็ค final result นะคะจากทาง analyst ของเรากันก่อนดีกว่าค่ะ
Fantastic scenes here from Bangkok in Thailand as the United Kingdom has won something. It's a rarity, but here we are. We are got ourselves 203 smackaroonies to be able to put ourselves at #1 here, Avenger.
And as a record compared to last Nations Cup, actually a far, being able to put up more than 10 points per game here, securing it quite early on.
I want to point something else out. UK did great. But Vietnam passes Brazil.
This is huge.
They tie at 177, and if you're wondering at home, because Brazil had so many kills, as of June 2nd, the tiebreaker became placement, not kill points. And because of Vietnam's consistency, they actually got second.
Unbelievable. And think about this all through the tournament. We look at PNC 2019, they got themselves that 4th place. Now we're thinking to ourselves, wow, they're doing great. Good for them. But to take 2nd place off Brazil here, Martin, what a triumph for Vietnam. What a triumph.
Honestly, them being able to step up and do this here in a country that is somewhat close, you can hear the fans here. It was fantastic to see. But
indeed, we've got our MVP as well, the kill leader of Team UK. Vard will be taking that spot, and he has been miraculous throughout the day.
Nothing is too hard for Vard. He performs well, he gets the kills, he makes the calls, and he seems unstoppable. He's one of the most prolific players in all of Europe, and he proved that here, leading the UK to victory.
And has been for a long time here, Martin. There may have been lulls in Vard's performance in terms of which teams he may have been on sometimes and things like that have held back his performance. But overall, we know him as an extremely gifted player as a whole.
Among his peers, he is looked upon as one of the best mechanically skilled players in this game.
Yes, correct. Very, very impressive here by Vard. Congratulations to him for crowning himself the MVP. You know what? There's not been enough of it. Let's take a look back at the highlights of the United Kingdom.
More victories. And the thing that you're going to see with the United Kingdom is they came to play from the get-go and they never let off the gas. Even in the end of this tournament, when we get to the last 5 games, it would have been tempting to play a little safer, to lock down some angles, to go late to the circle. They did it. They played their recipe from start to finish, and the dish that it created was magical. They won chickens after chicken.
Yeah, 4 chicken dinners here for them, and I love that slight joke that we heard from Vard as well. Is T-Bone was just the best RGL. Now that he is not usually RGLing on heroic pages.
Yeah, no, indeed. And as the UK comes together, of course, you've got heroic members, phase members in there. Vard obviously coming from Liquid. It's a crazy culmination of members that when you look at this, as they come into the tournament, you're expecting big things of them, and they're able to deliver.
Absolutely, and I think you brought it up with T-Bone taking the lead on this, doing the IGLing. He's got such strong players, prolific players, To get them to follow in line and to answer and to play together, I mean, that shows a synergy, like you said. These guys pub, they like each other, they know each other, and you could read that because these are all superstars. And to be honest, as we saw from other teams like Australia and USA, getting superstars on the same page isn't always that easy.
It's been a benefit for them to be playing together, be hanging out on Discord, be hanging out, chilling together in general, just having a good vibe, having a good synergy, and they've been grinding coming up to this. They've been putting in, 5-6 weeks, if not more, of scrimming together to get to this.
Our country's so small, they go to the local chippy together, mate. It's easy peasy for them. But yeah, we've got ourselves, I mean, the thing that I think really turned it to their extreme favor here in this tournament, we saw as they came out on Erangel, blasted it. Miramar was that concern, that question mark, but they fixed it, moved on, claimed the trophy.
And you can see them lifting it in the air proudly, and it is much deserved. They were the strongest team, and that question was answered long before now.
Well, gentlemen, any final words?
Honestly, super excited to be here again. First time in years to be in front of a crowd.
Yep.
And it's just goosebumps once they blow the roof up, yelling for everything.
Toughies. For the Queen! For the Queen! Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in around the world. It's time for the ceremony here as we crown our champions. Goodbye.
เอาละค่ะแล้วตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กันที่ True Idol กลับมาพบกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะซึ่งอยู่กับแพนนั่นเองค่ะและแน่นอนว่าตอนนี้เรากำลังเข้าสู่พิธีการมอบรางวัลนั่นเองนะคะกับ PUBG Nations Cup ในปี 2022 ทั้งนี้นะคะเราก็ได้ทราบอันดับกันแล้วแต่ครั้งนี้เดี๋ยวเราก็จะได้ขึ้นมามอบรางวัลด้านบนเวทีกันด้วยบอกว่ามีผู้ใหญ่ของเราหลากหลายคนนะที่จะได้ขึ้นมาร่วมมอบรางวัลนั่นเองนะคะดังนั้นเดี๋ยวเราเริ่มกันเลยสำหรับในอันดับที่3นั่นเองค่ะทั้งนี้ก็ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญนะคะ
I would like to invite Crafton Heads of Esports
ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญนะคะ so I would like to invite Crafton Head of Esports Mr. Min Ho Lee to presenting the awards to the third placeเรียนเชิญนะคะ Woo! Please give a big round of applause ปรบมือต้อนรับหน่อยค่ะและแน่นอน as you know the third place is Brazil Woo! บราซิลต้องบอกว่าสำหรับทีมบราซิลนะคะในเกมการแข่งขันนี้เนี่ยเขาสามารถทำได้แบบโหสุดยอดมากคือบอกว่าเขาเป็นอีกหนึ่งทีมที่เล่นได้เก่ามากเลยนะคือมีความแบบว่าเหมือนเป็นแบบโอ้โหเหมือนเป็นแก๊งสเตอร์เขามากันเล่นกันนี่แบบต้องกลัวนะไม่ว่าจะเป็นเกมไหนก็ตามก็ยังมีความกลัวนะคะโอเค so นี่แหละนะคะกับบราซิลทั้งนี้นะคะต้องบอกว่าสำหรับทีมนี้กับบราซิลเขามีเมมเบอร์ที่เด็กที่สุดมากๆเลยนะถึง2 คนที่เกิดในปี 2003 เขาบอก 2003 ถ้าสมมติลบปี 2022 ตอนนี้ก็น่าจะได้ประมาณเท่าไหร่คะประมาณ 18-19 ประมาณนี้นะคะซึ่งก็ถือว่ายังเป็นเยาวชนนะคะวันนี้ก็ได้มาร่วมแข่งนะคะในทีมชาติของเขาด้วยก็แสดงความยินดีมากๆแล้วก็เป็นทีมที่มีพลังเต็มเปี่ยมมากๆจริงๆซึ่งก็ขอแสดงความยินดีนะคะกับทางบราซิลด้วยนั่นเองแล้วก็วันนี้นะคะสิ่งที่เรามอบให้ต้องบอกว่าจริงๆคือเหรียญรางวัลทั่วไปเราก็จะรู้สึกธรรมดาไปนะคะเราก็อยากจะเมนชั่นถึงด้วยความเป็นแบบ Tesseract แบบเป็น Tesseract ขุมพลังนะในวันนี้ขอเสียงปรบมือให้บราซิลค่ะ
Please give a round of applause to Brazil
Yeah Congratulations Thank you very much Thank you ขอบคุณมากๆนะคะแล้วก็บราซิลนะคะสามารถต้องบอกว่าทำคะแนนได้ดีมากๆ Okay so let's take some rest Bye bye Brazil Bye bye Thank you The stairs over here เราก็ได้เงินรางวัลถึง50แล้ว50,000 $30,000 เป็น 50,000 US ดอลลาร์นั่นเองนะคะเอาละค่ะสำหรับลำดับถัดมาแน่นอนนั่นก็คืออันดับที่2นะคะโดยทางนี้ก็ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญนะคะ BenQ Talent Business Director คุณวัชรพงษ์วงมานะคะในวันนี้ซึ่งให้เกียรติขึ้นมามอบรางวัลในอันดับที่2นั่นเองนะคะ And next I would like to invite BenQ Talent Business Director that is คุณวัชรพงษ์วงมา to presenting the second place ขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับผู้ใหญ่ใจดีของเราด้วยค่ะต้องบอกการแข่งขันนี้เรามีผู้สนับสนุนเยอะนะคะดังนั้นเราก็
This competition have lots of the sponsors so we would like to invite them to present the award
แฟนคลับเยอะตอนนี้รอกันอยู่เลยนะคะนั่นก็คือ
This team gonna be
เวียดนาม
Vietnam.
เย้มาแล้วนะคะสำหรับเวียดนามของเรานั่นเองนะคะ
Now here comes the Vietnam.
คือต้องบอกว่าเป็นความภาคภูมิใจในระดับ
Their honor or
คือสำหรับ
come
เวียด
here
นาม
to show
เนี่ย
the
นะคะ
strength
วัน
of
นี้ก็ต้องบอกว่า
APAC.
ถ้าสมมติเทียบกับ PNC ในปี
If we
2019
compare
นะคะ
with
ที่เราจัดในครั้งแรก
the last
เขาได้ที่
PNC
ซึ่งในครั้ง
2019,
นี้
they were the
โอ้โห
fourth
สเต็ปขึ้นมา
place.
2 สเต็ปเลยนะก็คือ
This
ได้เป็น
time
อันดับที่
they
2 นั่นเอง
stepped
นะคะแล้วก็
into the
ทำคะแนน
second
รวมได้
place,
สูงถึง 177
which
คะแน
the
นกันเลยทีเดียว
total
ค่ะ
score will be
โชว์ศักยภาพได้ดีมากวันนี้ได้กินไก่
117 scores.
อิ่มๆไปเลยจ้ากินไก่อิ่มๆไปเลยถึง2นะคะสำหรับในวันนี้นะแค่วันนี้นะคะโอเคขอเสียงประมือกับเวียดนาม
Please give a round of applause to the winner.
Congratulations, Vietnam. Congratulations. You've done a really great job. Thank you. Bye-bye, Vietnam. Thank you. Woo! Let's take some rest. Thank you. ขอบคุณมากนะคะซึ่งอันนี้ได้ต้องบอกว่าเงินถึง 58,000
This
US
time
ดอลลา
they
ร์ด้วย
won the prize of the award at $58,000.
เอาละค่ะแล้วก็แน่นอนนะคะต่อมาค่ะที่หนึ่งของเราเพิ่งจะสัมภาษณ์ไปเมื่อสักครู่
Course,
นี้
the
ยังไง
next
เดี๋ยวเรามา
one
ร่วม
would be the
ส่ง
one
กำลังใจ
we
ส่งกำลังใจ
had
นะคะแล้วก็
interviewed
เชียร์เขาอีกรอบ
recently.
หนึ่งเนาะโอเคทั้งนี้นะคะสำหรับในอันดับแรกนี้ค่ะเราได้รับเกียรติจาก
The
True
first
Corporation
place,
Public Comedy Limited Chief นะคะ Brand and Communication Officers เราได้รับเกียรติจากคุณ Oliver กิติพงศ์วีระเตชะนั่นเองนะคะ so next I would like to invite True Corporation Public Comedy Limited's Chief Brand and Communication Officers Mr. Oliver to presenting the first place Hi ทางนี้นะคะก็ปรบมือดังๆให้กับ True ก่อนค่ะทุกคน True นี่ก็เป็นสปอนเซอร์ใหญ่มากๆนะคะกับการจัดงานในครั้งนี้นะคะทำให้เราได้มาร่วมเชียร์กันแล้วก็ได้มาสนุกสนานกันอยู่ที่นี่นะคะ
So we'd like to thank you for True Corporation for the biggest sponsor.
United Kingdom!
The first place is presenting to United Kingdom team or UK team.
Wow, they look so cool. Come on, guys. ปรบมือต่อเนื่องปรบมือต่อเนื่องไปเลยว้าวว้าวว้าวว้าว
Keep cheering for them and give a big round of applause.
สุดยอดมากๆนะคะสำหรับทีม UK นั่นเองนะคะซึ่งต้อง
You
บอก
guys
ว่า
are the best.
สำหรับอย่างที่บอกไปนะว่า Ward กับ Michael เนี่ยเขาได้ไปร่วมการแข่ง
As
ขัน
we
นะคะตั้งแต่
already
ปี
mentioned that
2019
Ward and
คือครั้
Michael
งที่
were
แล้วด้วย
joining
ซึ่งตอนนั้น
PNC
เนี่ยที่เขาไปร่วมการแข่งขัน
2019.
นะคะเมื่อค
At
รั้งแรก
that
เลยคือ
time,
PNC
at the
2019
first time,
เขาอายุแค่15
they were
นะคะ
just
อายุแค่
15.
15นั่นเองซึ่งตอนนี้ผ่านมากี่ปีแล้วประมาณ
Now
2019หรือประมาณ
it
3
seems
ปี
like 3 years passed. They were grown up.
นะคะซึ่งแน่นอนโอ้โหได้เป็นแบบอันดับหนึ่งนี่
And
ไม่ใช่
finally
น้อย
you
แล้ววันนี้ได้
won the
สามารถ
first
ทำคะแนน
place.
ได้สูงถึง 203
And
คะแนน
you
เลยนะ
make
คะ
the score higher than 200 points. Give a big round of applause to them.
Congratulations to our champion and the winner of PUBG Nations Cup 2022! Wow! And you've got like 100,000 US dollars และเขาก็ได้เงินรางวัลนะคะสูงถึง 100,000 US ดอลลาร์เลยทีเดียวนะคะ Congratulations ขอได้ปรบมืออีกครั้งหนึงค่ะ Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Bye bye. Thank you, United Kingdom. Thank you. Let's take some rest, guys. Thank you. ขอบคุณมากค่ะ เอาละค่ะ แล้วนี่ก็คือการแข่งขัน Thank you. You wanna take some rest? Let's go. Come on. Okay. Oh, just let him stand here. Okay, I'll let him stand here. Okay. ทางนี้นะคะ เดี๋ยวจะได้โบกไม้โบกมือกันก่อนแล้วกัน เดี๋ยวเราโบกไม้โบกมือในช่วงท้าย เดี๋ยวถ่ายรูปกันเนาะ
Before
And this
leaving,
is
we
the
can
end
take some
of
picture.
PUBG Nations Cup 2022. Thank you so much everyone and all the esports fan around the world. Thank you. ขอบคุณมากๆนะคะทุกคนที่ได้ให้ความสนใจนะคะกับการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้กับ PUBG Nations Cup นะคะในปีนะคะ2022 นั่นเองขอบคุณแฟนๆนะคะ esports จากทั่วโลกหวังว่าในครั้งหน้าเราจะได้รับการสนับสนุนดีๆแบบนี้กันอีกนะคะ แล้วก็นี่คือแชมเปี้ยนของเรากับ PNC 2022 ขอบคุณมากๆค่ะ
guys have stepped up. 정말 많은 분들이 모시고 이 오프라인 무대에서 함께 멋진 경기를 지켜보고 싶었지만
그죠. 그냥 약간 뭐 먹어야지 하고 냉장고를 열었는데 이제 먹을 게 없는 약간 그런 느낌? 뭔가 허전한?
Specifically one word. So empty.
Less excited.
Calmo.
I guess I would say not fulfilled.
没有粉丝跟没有观众的话，氛围会差很多。Like you still have everyone in the same place playing together, so that's cool. But it's missing something.
관중분들의 이제 함성 소리가 좀 많이 그리웠었어요.
오늘 풀어주는 진짜 장사냐!
But unfortunately, he too falls to the book of page. It's Finland for match 4. Oh, he's not in on it. And the crowd goes wild.
Iいいですか？まあ久しぶりのオフラインでしたし、非常にもうあんまり経験できないことだと思うので、僕の人生の中で非常にいい経験になりました。ありがとうございました。
It always feels amazing to play with a crowd. The energy, the atmosphere, everything is just amazing.
I'll kind of feel like a rock star or something.
Jadi ini kan event pertama global buat Indonesia kan. Jadi saya harap sih habis event ini, kedepannya fans-fans bakal lebih suka lagi lah ke event global ke depannya. Thank you. Kapun kap.
Agradecer a todos os meus fãs por estarem presentes, todos os fãs que torceram online e também estiveram com a gente no campeonato. Foi uma emoção muito grande escutar o grito de vocês enquanto a gente jogava e a gente se vê no próximo campeonato. Até já.
Stop.